Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2.
Whatcha, everybody. Good morning. We're going to start when we start. And it's going to be soon, I promise. We appreciate you for being on time. We should be getting started really soon. Thank you.
Packing a suitcase for a place none of us has been. A place that has to be believed to be seen. You could have flown away, a singing bird in an open cage who will only fly for freedom. Oh, walk on, walk on. What you got, they can't deny it, can sell it or buy it. Walk on, stay safe tonight. I know it aches, how your heart it breaks. You can only take so much. Hard to know what it is if you never had one. I can say where it is, but I know I'm going home. That's where the hurt is. And I know it aches and your heart it breaks. You can only take so much. Walk on.
Good morning, everyone. Waje, waje. Just before we formally start, I want to just say a few words before we officially kick things off here this morning. Appreciate your patience, first of all, and I thank you for joining us at this treaty conference for Moose Cree. I want to welcome everyone. I just want to share this because I thought it was poignant and I thought it was touching before Stan comes up and begins the day. Well, first of all, my name is Vic Linklater. I'm the coordinator for this thing. So my sister is Bernice, and she sent something last night that kind of really struck me. Well, it did strike me. It was pretty sincere. She wrote and shared this with me. When I went out this evening, I noticed the clear night with the stars shining. So nice to just be. Like when I came out, the moon shone down. So nice to see the moon. The very moon and the stars that shine down on these lands now are the very same moon and stars that our ancestors observed when they met those many moons ago. They guided our ancestors when they lived on this very land, Aski. And I just wanted to share that with you because we're going to go forward today to have a lot of dialogue, a lot of good conversation, maybe some of it challenging, with both youth, elders, and all you people here that will hopefully challenge and question many of our presenters in good ways, and to open our minds and to come together in hearts and minds to share about our treaty that our ancestors signed so many years ago. So with that, I want to welcome our Mr. MC, Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Stan Wesley. Welcome, Stan.
Let's hear it for Victor, everybody. Come on, let's keep the applause going for Victor, the committee, for the community, for putting this on. I'm really, really honored to be home for this. For the ones that know me, I'm originally from way down. I live out of the territory, but my heart forever remains here. I'm reminded about a story when I saw MCFN this morning. I was reminded of a story. I was in Sioux Lookout many, many years ago, and I was on the radio at Wawate, MCFN. And the animator, the announcer at Wawate, he wanted me to introduce myself. And I didn't quite understand what that meant. So I began to speak about the places I've been. I began to speak about the things that I know and the things that I do and the people that I associate myself with. Within a few minutes of that, he stopped me, he cut me off. He said, no. He just said no to me. And I was kind of taken aback, and he said, no, my audience doesn't care about that stuff. My audience doesn't care about what you think, he says. He doesn't care about the places that you've been. My audience cares about who your family is. My audience cares about where you come from. And it forever changed my life about how I take steps and how I introduce myself. That it's more than the things that I know. It's what feeds my spirit. It's what fed my spirit. It's the stories as I drift down the river with my dad. It's sitting in the blind at Boys Bluff. It's taking my kids out in the land. It's visiting the beaver dam and seeing the beaver swim off into the distance. It's breaking the ice on the trail. It's getting on the snow machine and going deep into the woods and stopping and taking a walk on crispy snow. That's all that matters. It's all that matters to me, and it's ever will matter to me. And as a young man growing up here, I took it for granted, perhaps. But now that I'm back and I bring my kids this past Christmas, New Year's, for my parents' 55th anniversary celebration, and when we come back in the springtime, it's just so wonderful and heartwarming and beautiful to share that with my kids. Just like you all get to share that with your kids and your grandkids and great-grandkids. And just the way that we're continuing the conversation that our ancestors started in treaty back in 1905 and 1906. And in the same spirit that I share with my kids, we're continuing that today. The spirit, the intent, and the honor that we have when we're out on the land, celebrating who we are as Moose Cree. And the spirit, intent, and honor that they continue to have, not had, but continue to have through us, because we still carry that spirit, intent, and honor every day, and we pass it on at events like this, before this event, after this event. We continue to share all that stuff. So man, I'm excited to be home. I'm honored, so honored to be home to listen to the story. Because these stories, don't forget, these stories are our stories. We got Ryan, who's come home after many years. Welcome home. And everything that we tell up here, those stories belong to Ryan. Just as much as they belong to my dad, or they belong to Warren, or Miranda, or Leonard, or Paula, or Hilda. They belong to you. They belong to us, Ryan. And everything that we're going to share here over the next couple days is going to continue feeding us forward. So we too can have even more spirit, more intent, and more honor in everything that we do. Man, I'm pumped. Man, I'm pumped. Who else is pumped? That's 9 o'clock in the morning when you didn't have your coffee type of pumped. But we'll work on it, okay? Awesome. You all know my dad. My dad is sitting off here on the right. And he's going to start us off with a prayer. Let's welcome my father, everybody, Norm Wesley, to lead our morning prayer. Thank you.
how much time do I have? You know. The agenda says I have half an hour, so bear with me. I want to begin by just prefacing this morning prayer with thinking, going back. And I think this is a time that's kind of ideal to kind of go back a bit. Go back to August of 1905, here in Moose Factory. This is Moose Cree First Nation. And something, of course, happened after the sun rose on August the 9th of 1905. But in the words of some of the elders, in particular Herbert McLeod, that some of you will probably know personally, and some of you will probably have heard of. He used to hunt birds, just like most of us did with slingshots. And he would be walking along the riverbank past the old staff house, and on the left-hand side, there was no bush, just a clearing with camps in the summertime, early in the morning. In Nanjabadeshishechik, Hubbard, what they call them. And he hears down in the encampment singing. Early morning singing from the encampments. And that's where our people camped when they came back from the bush. And he relates that. And he also relates being in Pagwa, going to Pagwa to do some work in Pagwa. And he would say that the people from downriver, meaning down the Albany River, they would come to Pagwa. And they would be singing early in the morning. And that's something I want to just kind of just put our mindset into. The singing of our people. When we went to Pabangatak, the Inuit, the older Inuit would say, go up and sing your hymns. You guys, your people are a singing people. For the same reason, they used to be in a hospital on TV, and they'd hear the people singing down a bank at the end of the dike. So it's in that spirit that I want to share this prayerful hymn. And it talks about Nagishigama Kijachich. My days are in your hands. My heart, my soul is in your hands. You're in charge of it. You're in charge of what my days are going to look like. Because once you are, there will be good days. The days that are in your hands. I'm not going to be uncertain because there is certainty when I put your days, my days, in your hands. And I'm not going to be afraid of anything. That's what this hymn is all about. And it also talks about, I will always put my trust in you. And I will always put my hope in you. That's the hymn that they would sing. And and they would sing it, like, when our people sang hymns, the old generation, very slow. And I often wondered why that is. And I figured that out. They wanted to emphasize each word because their hymns were prayers and they were intentional. They were intentional hymns that are prayers. So I want you to join me now by standing. We can all stand, those of you people who are able to stand, and listen to this prayerful hymn that will be sung by our people. It's an intentional hymn. Nigishigama Kijiji e tago nao ne tu ke mam. Ni au ne da chak musewe. Giwi bake tena maten. Negi shigama kejechi. Etago nao te beleta. Ke shenago nuakwe. Ego gemelo palegi. Neki shigama gejechi. Etago nao tane weche. Que shagwele muyan nesta. Gusta mange ekenugwe. Niki shigama kejichi. Etago now ni Jesus. Ego shikejichi. Mushag. Negagis quinuta higun. Negishigama kejechi. Etagonau mushak uta. Kega haspele mutaten. Nesta heshpemek kisheguk. Amen. Agora, miigwech.
Me, Gwetch. Let's show some love to my dad. Hey, come on, he likes to be applauded. Right there. It's all good. High Ridge is up next to do an opening song. I see my nephews back there, Caleb and Ryan. Not too sure if there's anyone else with you, Caleb, Ryan? No, we're good. Caleb and Ryan are in the back over there. They are a part of Turtle Island's most dynamic drum group on or off Turtle Island, and they belong to us. They're a part of our community. Let's hear it for Ryan and Caleb, everybody! High Ridge!
Oh,
Let's say miigwech the High Ridge. Come on, let's hear it. Everybody look over there in the back with the boys and turn your heads and say miigwech. Come on, 1, 2, 3. Want you to look at a table beside you, around you. I want you to establish some eye contact. And I want you to say good morning to somebody. Come on, let's do that now. Say good morning. Good morning. All right. Oh my goodness, I'm seeing a lot of wonderful friends out there, some family. See Jimmy sitting way in the back where Jimmy sits. That's Jimmy's seat right there. I'm seeing some friends and cousins from NAN. We see a few executive members and their teams. Maybe we'll have our chief and deputy chief officially welcome our Grand Chief and Deputy Grand Chief to the territory. With that being said, I'd like to call upon our chief. Everybody, let's welcome our chief, Peter Wesley. And Deputy Grand Chief Warren Hardesty. Good morning, Chief and Deputy Grand Chief.
We're high. A little tall for me to understand. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. It's good to see everybody here. I want to welcome our guests as well. We welcome everybody this morning. You know, as we thought about hosting a treaty conference, I remember talking to our executive members, and I said, you know what? When we have our membership meetings, at some point somebody will raise treaty, and this past summer, another anniversary went by, and it just went by quietly. No excitement, no talk, nothing in the community. And I think, wow, is that what our treaty has become? Just quiet now, it slips past, nobody notices, nobody says anything. So I thought, hey, let's have a treaty conference. Let's talk about this. What does a treaty mean to us? What is it, especially considering all what's facing almost every First Nation community in Canada, not only in Ontario, all this resource development that's pushing, that's being pushed upon us. How do we respond? And I remember having a discussion last week with a community member, and he said, the question that I was asked before, like, your treaty, what are you going to do about it? And I think that's really something to think about, given where we are with all the resource development that's starting to encroach on our traditional territory. And I was at a conference last week where they talked about land and resources and First Nation communities. And there was a comment that was made, treaties don't make nations. Nations make treaties. And that's why Canada signed a treaty with Moose Cree. We're a nation, we're a sovereign nation, and we have to remember that. Not take it for granted. That treaty, we are a sovereign First Nation, and as Moose Cree, that's going to be something we could use, we will use in deciding what if or anything will happen in our traditional territory. And that's the message I've always relayed when I've met with ministers of the province or federal ministers as well. If anything is going to happen in Moose Cree homeland, we're the ones that are going to decide what's going to happen, not you guys. You think you have control? No, you don't. Moose Cree and our membership have control, and they're the ones that are going to decide what and if anything happens in our homeland. So this conference, I encourage you to have an open and honest discussion, talk with those around you. What does it mean? And actually, this morning I was thinking, you know that conference I went to last week? I think that's something we need for our own community, to have just a conversation, listening to both sides, sitting around together and talk about this, because it's coming. And that's what I said at that meeting in Timmins last week. It's coming, and we need to respond to it on our terms. That's how I feel about it. So welcome again, everybody. Welcome, enjoy your time. Have that discussion, and I look forward to the next few days. I'm excited, like Stan said. This is something that should have happened a while back. Miigwech.
Hello, Wache Mitsuwe, Warren Hardesty, Dishnakas. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Warren Hardesty. I'm the Deputy Chief of Moose Cree First Nation. I just wanted to welcome you all here today. Welcome to our friends from far and wide and to those online as well. We welcome the leadership from NAN we're able to make it here and attend this conference as well. But certainly not least, I want to welcome all of our relatives home as well. There are those who have come from far and wide. It's been a long time since they've been home, so welcome. It's good to have you back home. For this conference, it was a few months ago that Peter and I were having a discussion, and the chief had mentioned, as I mentioned, the anniversary of the treaty, but also as well as treaty seems to be at the core of every conversation, of every major issue, every community meeting. Treaty seems to be there, present some way, shape, or form. And so we thought we need to come up with an event. We need to host a community gathering here and have a treaty conference to discuss what is of maybe the utmost importance to our communities and our people, our nation. And so, and gathering and having this conference, it was we thought it'd be a place to have conversation about treaty, but also a good place to remind ourselves of treaty, remind ourselves of our ancestors, and the spirit and intent that was behind their signing of treaty back in 1905. And so it's also a good place to have a conversation, but also for people to learn and be reminded of our collective history as well. So it's as you go through the conference today, I want you to keep that in mind. What was the historical context of our ancestors? What did we believe? What was our impression? What was our understanding of treaty making? And what does the treaty say, as opposed to what we were told? There's two histories. There's the written academic history of treaty making, but there's also the oral history as well, that our community members, our traditional knowledge keepers have spoken about for generations now. And we have not forgotten those oral commitments. So I just want to remind you, think about what do you think your ancestors came from when it came to making treaty? What do you think was in their mind? What do you think they were told as opposed to what was in the treaty? I encourage you as well, there's a copy of a James Bay Treaty in every single one of your meeting packages. I'd encourage you to at least once, maybe not by the end of today, maybe not by the end of the week, maybe not by the end of the month, but at some point, take the time to read every single page of the treaty. Enhance your understanding, and you'll connect the dots. It'll make sense. That's what my grandfather was talking about. That's what my great-great-grandfather was talking about. This is what our ancestors have been talking about for generations. So to remind yourselves, keep that in mind. What did we think? What was our intention back then? So I just want to welcome you all. Put that idea into your head, encourage you to think about that, the historical context of our ancestors back then, but also ask you to take a good look through this at least once. And I think your eyes will be quite open to the reality of what's within the treaty. So, but that concludes my remarks for now. Welcome. It's good to have you all here. And I just want to also acknowledge all of the elders, women, traditional sacred items in the room as well, and knowledge keepers. Welcome you all for being here today. Thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Let's hear it one more time for our leadership, everybody. I stand behind our leadership. Thank you so much, Chief, Deputy Chief. We are about to continue on with the program here and get right to it. Chief Hardesty, Deputy Chief Hardesty alluded to it, and yes, we have people watching online, on YouTube from all over the world. We want to welcome all of you. I don't know is it right here? We want to welcome you all. And thank you so much for joining us from wherever you are, anywhere in the world. Pan with me, this way. This is our community right here, the wonderful, beautiful Moose Cree First Nation. Make some noise, everybody, right there, from people all over the world. Right there. Ever deadly, eh? There you go. Right there. So we are about to start with our very first panel. We have our panel all set to go here. Our first panel is, what is your understanding of treaty and why is it relevant today? I'd like to welcome our panelists. You can please make your way up, please, and grab a seat. We have Dr. Emily Ferris. Let's hear it for Dr. Ferris, everybody. And then we have Caleb Turner in the back from High Ridge. And we have Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler from Anishinaabe Nation. I'd like to welcome the host of this panel. Let's welcome him back up, everybody, Norm Wesley. Let's begin.
They're going to get them all wired up. Now, the whole idea behind this panel is to hear the thoughts of the people who are sitting on the panel. They're going to be asked certain questions. We're going to get involved in a bit of a dialogue. And as they're speaking, no doubt that you're going to be saying, and you're going to be thinking about your own thoughts, your own opinions, and your own twist to this whole thing. And that's the whole idea. We get these people to share their thoughts with you, and it kind of generates some of the gears in your own head. And we have a bit of time, and I want to be able to reserve some time to kind of just go to the floor for folks who might want to have any questions of to the panel or any comments that they would like to make. And if you are making any comments, then I only ask for the sake of time that you be brief with your comments and to the point, and like 20-minute or half-hour talks, that kind of thing, just won't cut it, okay? Because I'm going to say, sorry, your time, you're taking too long. So keep that in mind. The only people who are allowed to do that are these three guys here and me. In 1905, specifically for us where we are here in Moose Factory, that date of 1905, July of 1905, August of 1905, on the 30th, I believe it was, that a ship came in, and it drifted in with the tide, and it came in, and I believe the Hudson Bay Company manager, the people who were kind of the influencers, I guess you want to call them, they went to them and to the church and that kind of stuff, and they said we need to meet with the people, round the people up. So the whole idea was to round up the people who would represent the people of the Moose and Inuit, as they call them at that time. Can you maybe just begin by commenting or what your thoughts are on that, Caleb?
Sure. I think I got a mic right here.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Getting fancy.
In the morning, that morning when the people were called, what do you think happened?
Well, my first thought was from their side, what did they see? The English people, right? When they came on a boat, what did they see? What did they need? Right? What did they need to make treaty? This is as if they're coming to make treaty, right? Right away, they acknowledged, like you said, they needed people from here, gather people. Who did they gather? It was the headmen, right? People who looked after the land. My understanding is a headman, he doesn't own the land, but he looks after that land, right? If I'm from a certain area and we're going through a hard time with the land to get food, I can go see another headman and he'll say, you can go live over here. There's 7 moose, 160 beaver, and you'll be okay for the rest of the winter, you know what I mean? That's what the people came looking for when they came. Those are the people they recognized. Those are leaders, right? And then amongst those people, those headmen, they chose one leader, right, to represent during treaty, which was our area was Simon Smallboy.
Dr. Fraser, what are your thoughts?
Am I hooked up here?
Yeah.
Okay. My understanding is that, from our ancestors' perspective, is that the treaty-making process was a sacred agreement with God, Shenandoah, as the witness of what these two nations were going to agree upon. It was a ceremony to them, to the indigenous people, to our people, that we were going to meet together with another people, and that we were going to talk about how we're going to live together, how we're going to live together in a good way. And that was our ancestors' beliefs in what was going to happen here. Our ancestors were very spiritual people, and they believed in the goodness and kindness of everyone. So they trusted these, Europeans that were coming onto our lands, and in 1905. So our people agreed, to meet them, and they carried out the ceremony, like the treaty-making process, following our traditions, like the gift-giving, the feasting, all that was done. They respected these people that had come onto our land, so I believe that they welcomed them. They believed that the agreement that they were to talk about would be good for them, because these people, they trusted that these people were coming in goodwill.
Thank you very much. Alvin, your thought?
We did not give up our land. That's the first and foremost message we need to share with our children. That's what I know is the kids that are here. We did not give up our land. The land that's out here, the waters, that's ours. It's not Crown land, it's not Ontario or Canada's land, it's ours. My father, his name was Moses, passed away 12 years ago. He was old, my dad. And as a young boy, he witnessed the signing of the adhesion of Treaty Number 9 in Victoria Lake in July of 1929. And when he was sort of in the latter years of his life, I spent time with him as much as I could, because I knew that he wasn't going to be with us very long. And he shared with me and my other siblings what he saw and what he heard, what he witnessed on that summer day, July 1929, in Victoria Lake. And there's three things, in addition to that very important message, that we did not give up title to our land, that they agreed to peacefully coexist with the white people that were coming into our territory. That there would be mutual benefit. And the third thing, that there would be prosperity for everybody. That's what they understood. The other thing that he talked about was what he remembered, what he saw in the treaty-making party that came into the area. In addition to the commissioners that were there, and you have to remember that in 1929, Ontario had their own commissioner. That my father remembered seeing a doctor as part of the treaty-making party. And so to him, that meant that healthcare came with the treaty-making process.
Yeah, what's your understanding? What is your personal understanding of the treaty, and what have you heard from the elders and stuff? Can you articulate that for us?
Well, my understanding from treaty is from Treaty 9, but also treaties 1 to 11. My understanding, the way I learned, you know, it's not just us. Like Alvin said, there is medicine in our treaty because of one chief, right? In one of the first treaties, he said, if it's because it was illegal for us to do ceremonies at one time, right? He says, if I can't do my ceremonies, which is our medicine, right? We get our medicine from that. He said, you have to promise to always give us medicine. That's the medicine chest clause. And then that carried on all the way to Treaty 9. When the commissioners came here, they said, we'll take care of you, right? This is why today we have that part of the Indian Act, right, is that health care. That's actually a problem for Canada, right? Now they have to take care of that. They're going to try and take that away. They already did that. That's another conversation, but my understanding was, you go back to that, my descendants who signed treaty, you know, they didn't own the land. My understanding is, growing up, when I heard the old people talk, it wasn't, I own this land I hunt. They always said, you know, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die one day, and this land's still gonna be here. How can they own it, right? That's how my understanding was. And when it came to treaty, they were being honest. When white people came here, they said, we want to buy this land off you. Our people were honest to them. Well, I can't sell this land to you, but I could share it with you, right? Honesty, sharing. First 2 laws. One of the first 4 laws that was given to us in our ways of beliefs. So that's what we did. We shared the land, right? Going back to that, I don't own this land. I can't sell this land, but I could share it with you. You could live. And that's the way I understand treaty, was just to live. And if you look at the treaty, it says 4 different ways that we gave up our land and we sold it. That's what we're told to believe, right? That's not true. I always said I'd come from very, very, very smart people. But if you read about my people in a book, we're savages, we're animals. We're almost human, you know what I mean? We're not quite human, but we're more like animals than people. This is what we were taught. But I understand was we were very smart. We had governance, we had laws. And the proof is in the language, right? Back in treaty, Cree was the #1 language. How did they have a word for governance? How did they have a word for laws if we didn't have laws? If we didn't have governments, how did we already have Cree words for that before white people ever came, right? There's proof right there that we had something really good, strong. So on our side of treaty, that's what we did. We were honest, and we shared, and we were kind. We didn't kill them. We didn't fight them, right? We didn't have war with our treaties. We welcomed them. Now you look on their side, right? What did they do? Were they kind? Residential school's not kind, right? Today, are they sharing with us or are they taking from us, right? And are they honest? No, look at the treaty. The verbal part is exactly what our people were to agree for. But the written part is complete lies. They expect us to believe that the people who signed our treaty agreed to just, okay, we'll give it up, we'll cede it. 4 different ways. That's how desperate they were to lie. And that's a problem, right? That's the problem Canada faces today. They have to still solve that problem that they just outright lied. And they're gonna get it. If we're not smart enough, they're gonna get it. And I always say, but you know what? Our grandfathers were so smart when they signed treaty were still protected to this day. That's my understanding. And you know, my side comes from a very cultural side. I've seen the pipes, you know, the ceremony. They had a ceremony when they signed Treaty 9 in Albany, and then at Oapscat, they had clan feast. My understanding is that was a feast, because the commissioner wrote, you know, I wonder why we're taking so long to eat. The food is getting cold. Have you ever been to a ceremony and the food is always cold by the time you eat because you have protocols to do, right? So we did have something in the back of our minds when they signed treaty, right? We had a certain way to go about it, because like Emily said, we did use our laws. Like I said, we were given things before white people had it. And those are the things we used when we signed treaty. And there's going to be more presenters talking about that stuff, what we originally had before white people came. Anyways, I don't want to start rambling.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Ferry, your thoughts on your understanding of the treaty?
Okay, in regards to in signing the treaty, our ancestors were committing to share the land with the visitors. And they still call them visitors, like even today, because they still are visiting. They just stayed a long time. And also they had a sacred responsibility to take care of the land, everything within the land. And our people believed that everything out there had a spirit, you know, the water, the trees, the animals that are out there. So when we signed the treaty, we were also, committing to Creator Shamendo that we were going to continue to with our sacred responsibility, which was since the beginning, like since time immemorial, that we would continue doing that. The other point I wanted to make is that a treaty can only be signed between two sovereign nations. So when the Europeans came to our lands, wanted to sign a treaty with our people, they were recognizing us as a nation. Maybe they didn't think it through, because now it's coming back on them. We're able to deliberate, negotiate with the government on a nation-to-nation basis. So every time we go to that, whatever table you're working on, we always say we're meeting you on a nation-to-nation level. Like, you know, Moose Cree government, federal government, provincial government, we're all three governments. And it's really, really important to state that with everything we do, because you can go back to, you know, that from treaty signing days, that the government came to see our people as a nation. That's how much they wanted our land. They just wanted to sign it away, to sign it away. But our people didn't have the concept of giving land away. Because how could you give something away that you have a sacred obligation for? We have a commitment to God to always, always take care of our land, forever. And they didn't even know how to think about that we would like extinguish our rights to our land, surrender our lands. That's not in our worldview, it's not in our way of thinking. And so to this day, we believe that, and we say all the time that this is our land. And I'm really, feel blessed. Like, I'm part of the baby boomer generation born after the Second World War. I've been working now for 50 years. And I've seen changes within that 50 years from when I was a little kid. I was born in the early 50s. When I was a little kid and what it was like, I remember the Indian agent, you know. But at that time, I thought that the whole world was set up like this, that everybody had an Indian agent. But growing up, it was good to know, you know, as I progressed and, and like all of our people did in education, that we began to see what really happened and how, our people suffered from intergenerational trauma. And I think that we can use the treaty to fight for our rights. So knowledge is really important, that everybody knows. That's why the leadership here set up this treaty conference so that our people can learn together. Like, I'm going to learn new things while I'm here too. Like, everybody's going to learn. No one knows everything. No one's ever going to know everything. And so it's really good to see this happening. I know you're live streaming, so we have students at our schools that are watching this. We have people that are at home watching this, and it's really good to see, that we're coming together to talk about this. Yes.
Thank you very much. I had the opportunity once. Like I've studied our people for a good number of years and stuff, and I was sitting down with my mother, and I was talking to her about a number of things. I was talking to her about traditional medicine, and she said, "Well, it's too bad I don't have my legs anymore. I'd have been able to go out and show you all this stuff." Then I told her, your grandfather, Gustavi, your father, when he signed the treaty in Albany, July 1905, did you know that what he signed was basically to give up all the land? And he would, and that everyone would get, was it 1 square mile for every family of 5? Did you know that? And she looked at me, and she grew up in the bush. She grew up in Kineshasagi, that Kennesaw Lake. That's where she grew up. That's where she grew up, and this was a Steele family. I said, "Did you know your grandfather, that's what your father agreed to?" And she said these words, very clear, I can still hear them. Tandi Maguilan. Tandi Maguilan. And she said, "And how is that supposed to work?" Because she knew that the extent of the land that they survived on was much, much greater than that. And if you think that my mother would say, "Well, how is that supposed to work?" Did my grandfather really understand what was going on? And if he did, he would say, "Tandi Maguilan." So there's a gap there somewhere, and I'm glad that you folks talked about it. We want to move on to this business of why is the treaty relevant today? And I want to preface that by saying I've been involved in politics for quite a number of years. Oh my goodness. When we started Treaty 9, and when Treaty 9 started, and also with the Tribal Council, and I remember the old people talking. I guess they would have to be my age at the time, and they would be talking 1905. 1905. They would always say 1905. And you know what? We were foolish. I have to admit now, as I look back, we were foolish. Because we just thought that they were just senile old people talking about West Country. So the question is, why in your mind is the treaty relevant today, knowing how it's being interpreted? Let's begin and work with you, then go to Dr. Ferries and Caleb. Why is the treaty relevant today?
There is ever a time for us as a nation to rally around our treaty. It is now. If you look at the news, if you look on your social media, I know some of you are on Facebook every day, you will see that in most that the world is going crazy. It's insane what is happening out there. In Canada and the States and around the world. That there is just a great state of uncertainty and instability. Economically, financially, militarily, there is a lot of anxiety and even fear amongst our communities, amongst our nation. And that is real. And so, when I talk about our tree, I said earlier in my opening comments that we did not give up our land. And that is true. And that is something that we need to share with our children. Because as the world is trying to find ways to address what is happening globally, guess where they are looking for resources to generate more money for their coffers. They are looking right here, where we are. In Ontario, I'm not sure if it's by coincidence when you talk about 1905, that there were two bills that were passed last year by Ontario and Canada. Bill 5 and Bill C5. And the intent of those two bills is to give power and authority to Ontario and Canada to come up to our lands and take whatever it is that they want. Because they think they own it. And so when I say that the time for us to rally around our treaties now is because there are real threats. There are real threats that we are facing right now. And so, to me, this conference, and I just want to acknowledge Chief Wesley, Deputy Arnesty, and the council members, and the people of Louis Creek for having this gathering here this week. Because these are the kinds of conversations that need to happen right across the land territory. To remind ourselves, to remind our children of who we are. Especially in the Shabbat Nation, as Grand Chief of NAN, it's important for me to be here in gatherings like this because that's the core mandate of the Shabbat Nation. To defend the treaty, to uphold the treaty, along with the executive and the 49 chiefs that belong to NAN territory. That's our job. That's our responsibility. And just going back to Norm's question about why that matters, why it's relevant today, because our future depends on it.
Awesome.
Thank you. Dr. Perry, your thoughts. Why is the treaty relevant today?
Okay, I think the treaty is relevant today because our homelands are being attacked and we need to stand up for our land. And also, in doing so, continue our sacred responsibility to take care of our homelands that, were given to us by God, the Creator, Shemando. And to make sure, that our children are being taught about these responsibilities that we have, that we've had since the beginning of time. I'd also like to make a note of Treaty 9 is the only historical treaty where a province jumped in. Now this is very, very important for us because that didn't happen in other places. Ontario sent representatives to travel with the treaty commissioners to all the places that, where Treaty 9 commissioners were traveling. Therefore, they as well, Ontario has treaty obligations. It's different in other areas where provinces were not involved. So it's obvious today that we know why Ontario jumped in and said we want to be involved with this treaty. It's because they wanted our homelands, which they have, and which they have today, you know, like, they actually legally have control over all our lands. We don't own any land at all in their eyes, legally, in the white government's laws. We don't even own the reserve, this reserve we're sitting on. It's under federal jurisdiction, meaning it belongs to the federal government. So everything in their eyes belongs to them now. But as our people and our leaders become more educated, and they, you know, we have opportunities to study this. You could do this for years, and because now universities recognize, you know, the importance of Indigenous history, you know, all the laws that impact us, what happened along the way. And that's really important. And we have a lot of people that have that knowledge in our community. I'm very proud to say that Moose Cree has a high number of educated people in different fields. We can actually be on our own. You know, I'm serious about it. We can be on our own. We can just set up as an independent and start doing what we need to do, because we have the people. We don't have to go out and look for, you know, resource people or consultants. We're doing it on our own. And I believe that, you know, it's very important that we make sure that our children have the knowledge of the treaty. And I know that was reiterated here as to why that's so important. Because our children will be the ones that will continue the fight for our rights after we're all gone. So it's our responsibility to make sure that our young people are equipped with the knowledge and skills that they need to carry on this fight. And knowledge of the treaty is one of the areas. There's many other areas, but the treaty is so, so important, because that is going to be the main tool, you know, that we will use as we move into our future and becoming self-governing. We will, you know, have that treaty, because on the basis that every time we meet with Canada or Ontario, that we're meeting them on a nation-to-nation basis. Even they don't know. They'll say, what do you mean? Then we have to do a history lesson. But it's good to do that, because the government for sure will not do any training for their you know, employees on the treaty or, you know, anything like that. They will not learn the truth of what actually happened to our people. So, and this knowledge that we want to equip our children with is their power. They won't have to pick up arms and have violence, when they're fighting for our rights. They will have their knowledge as their power. It's going to be their ammunition as they carry on the fight. We started it in this generation. It started after World War II, when the veterans came back and started making demands of why when they were overseas, they were treated the same as everybody. Right? They got the same treatment. When they got back to Canada, that didn't happen. You know, there were broken promises. They did not get the same benefits. So they began to voice their concerns. And then it led into a time where in 1969, the government tried to pass a law. It's named the White Paper. That was to totally assimilate our people. Totally assimilate our people. And that's when our people across Canada began to unite. They started setting up their organizations. I was young when that was happening, just like when I was around 17. And I followed that all the way through, helping and working. I was even in protests, but I never got jailed for it. Anyway, but that's been my passion, since I was a young girl. And for our young people today, this knowledge that we want to make sure that they have will be passed on. Our schools have to follow the provincial curriculum because they're being funded by the federal government. You have to follow provincial guidelines. We chose to send our kids in 1983 to that provincial school. But later on, the community decided that they wanted to have an on-reserve school, which we have now, grade 7 to 12. In that school, we have a little bit more freedom. You can do things gimuj. You don't have to tell the government everything you do. And in this school, we should be teaching our children, everything they need to do, they need to know in order to carry on this fight for our rights. Anyway, I want to thank you. I'm talking a lot.
Very good, thank you. Caleb, why is the treaty relevant today? Your thoughts?
Again, the way I understand treaty is, like Emily said, only a nation can sign a treaty. And what makes a nation? What defines a nation to you? Right? My understanding is a nation has language, has land, the two main things, right? With that comes governance, education, history, all that stuff. So when the crown came, they came on a boat, they had their language, they had their laws, they had their medicine, and they came here right away. What we said in the beginning, they recognized those headmen. They had a language they didn't understand, right? We speak Cree. If you look at the very first contact here on Moose River with the white people, they journaled what they saw. I think it was like the average height was 7 feet tall. People very old. They talked about steaming rocks and steaming as a health, right, a sweat. And so they recognized that. They saw these people. Oh, they even said there was one guy in the village, I guess you want to call it, that he seems to be the leader, but he doesn't have more than the people he's living with, right? Because where they come from, a king has more than the people they live with. So they recognize there's a chief, they have leaders, they have language, and that's true, right? So when they would come back later, they would make treaty. And on our side too, we were told. We weren't just sitting around here killing moose, killing fish. We knew they were coming. My understanding is they told us. What we were told, it was a message that white people are going to come. And God told us that you can make treaty with them. They're my children too, he said. Those white people are my children too. This is why when you look at all the stories, if you go all over Turtle Island, you're going to hear there was young men sitting along a river and a boat came in and they went running to the community. Same thing here, right? We're told that there was people sitting out in the mouth of the river and they seen a big boat coming, they came running to the community or the village to tell, big boat here now, right? To us, it's like, why were those young people just sitting at all these rivers? Were they waiting? Or were they looking? Or were they watching? They were waiting, right? Our oral story is they were told they're coming one day. They're coming. And this is how it's going to be. There was warnings. It can go this way really good or this way really bad. And now, and they said, it's up to you. If you want to sign treaty, use your laws, use your kindness, your sharing, your honesty. And there's things represent that, right? That sweetgrass represents kindness. That tree, the pipe they smoke represents honesty. And that rock and that pipe stem represents strength, right? And the animal that's sharing, the food, the clothes. Alvin's wearing moccasins, right? That came from animal. That's the most ultimate form of sharing. Now, they came, the people here decided to stay, decided to make treaty. practice our law, right? As a nation. As a nation. Tell me, is Canada a nation? Ontario was in our treaty. Are they a nation? Do they have their own land? Do they have their own language? You know? On our land. That's the problem, right? That's a big problem for Canada and the province. They don't have land. They could say this treaty says you guys gave it up 4 different ways to us. That's not true. And the truth in that, how come Ontario's just not building mines right now? How come they needed Bill C-5, Bill C, to start making it? Because something's stopping them. What is that? That's their treaty, right? You must have free, informed, prior consent. Because we only signed treaty for living, not for resources. We didn't even talk about that. We only talked about living. Natural Resource Transfer Act in 1929 was done without you. Treaty was make sure they're there, make sure they sign it. Now we could live. And we're supposed to be compensated for that, right? We didn't even get compensated for that yet. Another problem for Canada, Ontario. And then they went and started extracting our resources. Go back again, when that first ship came, what did they have on their ship? They had probably some, they brought their beliefs, their Bible, that's okay. They brought their laws, they brought their language. Did they have land on their boat when they came over? No, right? Now, metaphorically, look at their boat today. They have land on their boat, right? Well, they have diamonds, they have gas, they have gold, all this stuff from here. How did they get that on their boat? When we only said, you could live with us, we'll share this land with you. But we didn't even get that far, they just started doing it, right? But our treaty is what's protecting us today. That's how important it is. And the proof is, they just can't come in here and start building. It's against their law, and it's protected by our law, right? This is why I say it's relevant today. Again, like Ontario was in our treaty, you could easily contest that. Because we have language, right? We have education, we have land. Ontario doesn't even have that. And you know what? Canada either. I always heard that. Canada is not sovereign. We're sovereign, right? We have our own language. We have our own land. I hunt on land that ones before me hunted on, lived on, looked after. A Canadian settler, Ontario, they can't go back like I can. They will go back so far, all of a sudden they end up in England, right? Their ancestry. And that's a problem. That's a problem for Canada. This is why you're going to see a lot of treaty terminating agreements coming, because they're trying to solve that problem, right? It's a big issue. Ask yourself why was residential school a thing? I always hear people talking about residential schools bad, reconciliation, truth, and all that. But why? Nobody talks about why was it done? Was it just because we're different? Or is there something bigger than that? Are they trying to solve a problem they had? The very first Prime Minister of Canada said, when you take a kid to Indian school and you take the Indian out of him and he teaches English, he's simply just a savage who could speak English. To solve the Indian problem. What was the Indian problem? We weren't doing anything wrong, right? We were just living. We shared our land. But that's the thing, we didn't give them our land. We didn't sell them our land. And this is the issue today that Canada has, Ontario has. And who's going to break treaty? It'll be us. Only us. And it's going to happen because we're going to be tricked by these agreements. I promise you that. It's not going to be... They already broke treaty a long time ago, right? They never even really honored it. It's us who's going to kill it. And it'll be what they bring us. They're gonna bring us stuff because they're trying to solve a problem, right? That they have, that we own this title. We don't, like I said, we don't own the title, but we inherit this title. We're the inherit holders to this land. The treaty is so important. It's protecting us to this very single day until we give it up.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that, kiddo. You know, I have a picture in my house, in the bedroom, actually. It's a picture of Jeemus Wesley. Some of you might know him. He's from Kisatra, and he's going like this. And beside this picture is a picture of a guy who's an old man, and there's a body of water behind him. And there's a piece of land that's jutting out of that body of water behind him. And it's a depiction of what Jeemus is talking about. And I heard him say this. I heard him say this, that Jeemus would say, the old man, and he's talking about, the old man's talking about an old man. He says he was a very strong person. And he said that they all, I believe his name was Kishe Sandy was so big in spirit that his feet were so big that the earth was not big enough for him to plant his feet on, spiritually. And he said the height of the sky, he had to bend down. That's how big and powerful his spirit was. And this is what he said. He went across this big body of water. I saw people. He says, if I set my feet on the shore, we would have never seen these people. He said, that's kind of interesting, huh? It's an interesting thing where there was that ability to transcend and certain powers and stuff. Now, I just wanted to share that with you as a kind of like a side note. But the question that I want to preface the next question by saying this. As leaders, as chosen leaders, and also as people, as individuals, I believe we have a responsibility to protect some things, and to protect who we are as a people. It's not only Peter and Warren and Council's job to do that, every single one of us. We have a responsibility to do that, to protect our rights. But the thing that's most important to us, the most cherished thing, is our children. We need to protect our kids. You ask that to any mother, and the mothers out there are probably shaking their head saying, yeah, the mama bears, man. They will do anything to protect their children. So that's basically what we have. We need to protect certain things. And we want to have something that is better. Well, for me, I can only speak for myself. I want something better for my grandchildren than I have today. How am I going to do that? How are we going to do that in the course of the next 2 generations? Given the fact that we have a treaty, we have the sacred responsibility to protect and preserve who we are as a people and our people. And given the fact that we now have, we're standing at the precipice, at the edge of resource development coming our way. What do? I want these folks here to share the thoughts on what we should do, given the rights that we have, given the fact that we have this responsibility to protect our rights, to protect our families, and to grow our people, our generations, and the oncoming onslaught of resource development. So I hope you understand what I'm saying, so we'll begin with Dr. Perry.
Oh, I have a. We're still old-fashioned. Anyway, so thank you. I think that I agree with Norm. We do have a responsibility, and I talked about it a little bit in prior comments, that we have a responsibility, first of all, to make sure and ensure that our young people and our community members know the truth about our history. Because on a nation level, like say for most Cree, in order for us to heal, we need to know what happened to us. We need to know why we're sick today. We need to know why we have intergenerational trauma. So that's our responsibility. Because when you understand what happened to your people all along, just like in your personal life, if you suffered trauma as a child, you carry that trauma for the rest of your life unless you go for healing. So it's important for our people to understand that we're not bad people. We have a lot of dysfunction, but a lot of it comes from what was done to us in the past. And I believe that that's one of the first steps in our healing, is to acknowledge and know, recognize that our people have gone through historical trauma. The next thing after that is, I'm talking about this because this is what we did to develop our people's law on our family law. The first thing the committee wanted was that. And that's where I came on board. I've been working with them for I think it's going on 3 years or something like that. Anyway, that really made a difference on people attending what we were doing. We had 1,700 in attendance, and I'm not going to say we had 1,700 people, because some people came more than once, to listen to the story about the true history of what happened to our people, because we don't learn that in school. I know, and I'm very aware, that our schools have to follow provincial curriculum. So whatever the Ministry of Education has for regulations on curriculum, we have to do that in our schools. That's part of our contribution agreements. The federal government says, in order to receive your funding to run your school, you have to follow provincial curriculum. That curriculum was not set up for us. It was set up for mainstream society. We need to have our own in order to gain our power back. And if we can start off when the children are really young, so that they learn, first of all, who they are, their identity. Like, how many of our kids could really say, my identity is, like, to identify as an Indigenous person? And I believe that the schools have responsibility to do that. And with the leadership and, everybody, we're all responsible for that. So I think that as we go through our healing, as in whatever we do, we need to understand what happened. So the work I did was focused on child welfare. So it was focused on that, the breakdown of the family, the breakdown of our Wako-Tuin kinship system that most Cree always had. And so once the people understood, grasped, hey, this happened to us. You know what? A lot of people got angry. They said, I feel so mad. I said, it's good you feel mad because you're really getting it. Then when you feel mad, you have that energy. Let's use that energy to make a law. And that's how this went. We did that for 2 years. We have 1,700 on attendance, but some people came more than once. So I could say maybe 1,000 people were part of building this law. And so that's what I believe to be empowerment, and our people went through healing while they're doing that. We also gathered while, when we were doing the historical journey presentations, people started talking. Yeah, this is what happened, it was good work that the people did. They actually built the law themselves. We asked, and it was a big mass of knowledge, And then we had to start building out of there, building the blocks of the law from what the people said. I can honestly say that our law is a people's law, and I believe that we're the only First Nation in Canada that did it this way. People are calling us from all over saying, how'd you guys do that? But it's because we got together, and you know what Moose Cree Chief and Council did is they recruited their own people. That's how I ended up coming to work. They asked me if I wanted to come and help do this, and a lot of other people. Everybody who was on our team is a Moose Cree member. That's what I mean by we as Moose Cree First Nation have the people. We have the resource people. We can do anything on our own. We just have to believe it, So that's what I feel that we have responsibility to do is create that awareness. We also have a responsibility to keep fighting for our land, protecting our land, because we're not only protecting ourselves on that land, but we're also protecting everything as was our sacred obligation to God, that we're to take care of this land forever and ever. Like it's never going to end, we're going to keep doing that. That's why we have it within us, in our blood, to fight for our land. And that's what is making us, we connect with our ancestors when we do this, We're fighting for them, we're doing this in their memory. And we want to be able to, we're in a turning point now, and we have to do it, We can't not take this opportunity. We have the people, we have the knowledge, and it takes working together. It can't only be one person doing everything. It's working together as a group. And when you're working together as a group for the future of your children, everybody is together. We never had any arguments as we were working. We never, nobody gave up. We were in it together, and the team, was there, we were cohesive. Nobody could break us. We went through a hard time. It was very difficult in certain areas, but we did it. And I think we can do that for everything for our First Nation, our laws, our Constitution, and all the laws, because the law is, the Constitution's the umbrella for our nation, It's our first law, it's our great law. It's the Constitution, it's the roof of our nation. And underneath that roof, that Constitution, falls the pillars. Now we have a family law. So there's one pillar standing there right now. As we move into the future, we're going to have many pillars. We're going to have a governance law. We're going to have a justice law. It's going to keep going and going. But we have to prepare the young people to take this over. And the school is the best place to do it, Our school here. Until we have full education jurisdiction of our school, of our education, we don't have that. The federal government continues to dictate what we have to do in our schools. So I think that that's our main responsibility. I could go on talking, but that's our main responsibility.
Yeah, this is, just if you can, we want to pass it on to Caleb. Caleb, your thoughts on, given the treaty and the significance and relevance of the treaty, move forward a couple of generations, and how do we use that?
Well, today is one big step, right? I don't think I ever remember in my time a treaty gathering here in Moose Cree, for Moose Cree, you know what I mean? That doesn't come from that doesn't come from Mushkegowuk or Nan. It's our people. So I really, when I heard, the Chief Peter and Deputy Chief Warren and the executive there and the council wanted to do this, I was impressed. Like, this was back in September, and I got so excited. I was like, wow, and then when I was in that meeting, they wanted it for our people, from our people. And I think that's the way we go forward, right? We work for our people. And, we should, and that's how we go forward, is if we keep moving with each other. When they signed that treaty, there's a reason why they say, as long as the grass grows, as long as the wind blows, as long as that water flows, right? There was laws behind that. Sweetgrass, grass, kindness. That sun came up today, right? It means our treaty is still active in our eyes, in our laws. That's proof that the people who signed our treaty, even though they converted, they still knew our oral history, our oral laws. And when they signed that symbol, right, on that treaty, you see that symbol, those 4 things, 4 laws. That's why it's on treaties 1 all the way to 11. That symbol, you see. They would sign their name, put that symbol, or some of them would just put that symbol, or some of them would put syllabics and that symbol. That protects us today. So how do we, the only reason why I say the only way I see it is if we keep doing that. Keep doing this, talking, getting along. The biggest thing I always say, because at home I think about these things all the time, eh? All the time I'm thinking about the treaty. For me, I have little nephews, and then my nephew has a child. So I'm always thinking, how am I going to answer to these guys one day? Because everything we do today is going to affect them. One day, the smallest nephew is going to say, I always see it this way, he's going to say, Uncle, what the heck were you doing back then? Or he's going to say, Uncle, what you guys did back then was so important and it protected us today. Honestly, I worry more at the time that my nephew's going to say, what the heck were you doing back then? You're crazy. You know what I mean? And I'll say, I tried to speak up. I tried my best. But we can't get enticed by certain things that Canada's going to bring that's going to destroy treaty. I promise that. And the only way we can go forward is if we just work together. I always say, the thing that's going to stop us is us. We're going to say, well, I believe this way, and you believe that way, we can't get along. Or maybe our beliefs will say, you guys can't get along. That's not true. When it comes to treaty, the only way we're going to go forward, we don't have to believe in what you believe in. I don't have to believe in what you believe in, and you don't have to believe in what I believe in. We just have to believe in each other, right? That's how we go forward. That's how we could keep going. And that's what I'll always believe in. That's what's going to help us. That sun is still rising. That river is frozen, but that water is still flowing. Native people are still being born here. And then when the snow's gone, that grass is going to grow. That treaty is still in effect, right? And then one day, we're all going to be gone. Just like all those people who signed treaty, they're all gone now. But what they signed is to this day still happening, right? That's the proof. Sun's gonna go down and it's gonna come back up tomorrow. That's the way we have to keep going. One time I went out it was during COVID, I went out to my trap line to check my traps. And I was having a really hard time because there was a lot of scary things about treaty coming. I was like, wow, thinking about these agreements that are coming. And I said, and I saw a fox. I saw a fox hunting a mouse. That fox didn't even see me. He was jumping up like that, in the snow. And then I saw the squirrels on top of a tree. He was eating. And then I saw a raven flying. And my first thought was, everything is doing its job, but except us, I felt like. Because when we signed treaty, they were doing their work. They were doing their job, right? They were looking after the land. They were making sure it was safe. And I said, today, now, it seems like everything around me, the animals, the moose, the goose, they're all doing their job. Goose shows up on time, right? Same time. Same thing. In the fall time, that moose is gonna start calling, doing its job, right? I was like, the only ones that doesn't seem to be doing their job is us, humans. We seem to be mixed in different things, different priorities. I'd like to just leave it with that, something you could think about.
That's very good. Thank you very much for that, Caleb. When I was growing up, as a young boy at Shishiapa, we would venture away from the house, and especially at night, they'd tell us to come home at night, like don't stay out late, and they would tell us, "Yago Jabok." How many people will remember that? Raise your hand. Yago Jabok Magay Donaspan. Remember that? Well, not very many old people I know. Hilda's sitting there almost bursting out laughing because she knows. Because that's what we were told. Our Ojibwe friend, Yago Ojibwe, look out for these guys here. And I bring that and I use that in a way because, that's the way it was. We were a territorial type of people, as Cree, Moose Cree and Ojibwe, and oh my God, my Patrick Stephen would say we'd go out, and the old people used to go out in war parties with the Inuit. And I'd like to share you one of these days. I'll share you a story on how they did that. But the point is this: what did the treaty do? The treaty drew us together. We are now not saying Yago Jabok. We say they are. We got to be together on this whole thing, and that's what that whole treaty thing is all about. So we leave the last comments, and I'm going to give you a bit of time, maybe 5 minutes at tops. The sanctity of this treaty, we hold it close. What do we do with it as we move forward, going and making our lot better as a people, as nations, into the future? What do we do with that? Oops.
So I think, in the next couple of days, when you have a bit of time, or when you have a moment during your break, take a look at the pictures that are on the walls. Those are our ancestors. Look at their faces, or if you can, look at their eyes. And I try to imagine what they were feeling. What must have they been experiencing at that moment? I am sure there was a bit of anxiety. I am sure they were not really sure, especially those children that are sitting in that picture there. But I am sure that their mom or their dad or their gokum or their gumshom spoke to them that day, or maybe the days leading up to that day, to explain to them what this means for them as a nation, but more importantly, what this means for them as children at that time. What does the treaty mean to that child sitting in that picture? And what does it mean for children that are still with us today? And what they shared with them at that time, the moms, the young mothers, the fathers, the grandparents that spoke to those kids, that's the same message that we need to share with our children and our grandchildren today. And that's why it's so important that we have these types of gatherings to remind ourselves of what those teachings, or in some cases responsibilities, what they are. One thing I remember about I talked about my dad in my opening, what he saw and what he remembers about the treaty making process. What he talked to me about is this idea, this concept of Pemachuan, Jojibmachuak, from the treaty. I don't know how you would say that, Norm. Jojibmachuak. To make a living or to livelihood. Jojibmachuak, yeah? Yeah. A livelihood or a life. That was something that he talked to me about. And it's up to us to determine how that will happen. If we see a mining company come into our territory without talking to us, if they come into our territory without our consent, and if we see that it will harm our children, or that it will harm our water, or that it will harm our land, we have a responsibility to say no. That's not to say, though, that we oppose everything. That's not it. The idea is for us to make that determination, for us to make those decisions, not on behalf of ourselves, but on behalf of our children and those that will come, that will follow us. Those are, when we say we are all treaty people, to me that's what it means. That there's responsibilities and sacred obligations that come with that. And again, just going back to the pictures, to our ancestors, this morning we were reminded by one of the organizers, I'm not sure if Vic is still here, the words that he shared with us from her sister that he received yesterday. Oh, there's Victor right there. Those are very important. And I just want to acknowledge those words and that important message, because it should resonate with all of us. You know, the moon and the stars that our ancestors saw, we see them still. And my young colleague here that talked about the sacredness of the treaty, that our ancestors had insisted that God's creation be included in the document, in that sacred covenant, the sun, the grass, and the water. Well, that should remind all of us that that agreement is forever. And we are only here for a short period of time. And so it's important that we pass these on to our children and our grandchildren.
So the question, I think, as we end, is this: our panelists have talked about the importance of the treaty, and we call it the sacredness of that treaty. What does it mean? And I think the fundamental question would have to be, what does it mean for our children and our grandchildren to be? I think that's basically what we need to think about and reinforce in our minds. And as we begin to look at what we do, we keep that always in mind. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists here. Get to meet with now, and I will pass back on to Mr. Stan.
All right. Thank you, panelists. Thank you so much, everybody. We're in overtime. Let's take a quick break, shall we? And then we have Sharon's going to be up here shortly, and he'll be talking about further of our treaty. So let's take a break. There is coffee and tea in the back. Some aunties may have brought some snacks in their purses, so I don't see any snacks back there, but I'm sure there's a snack somewhere in a bag. We'll see you back here. Let's say in about 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Also, there is a sacred fire out back here. I want to say miigwech to Bert for watching out on our fire. If you want to go and offer some tobacco, feel free. We got tobacco there. We got some medicine. You can offer tobacco there. I'm looking forward to welcoming NLSS. They should be over here shortly. We're looking forward to having them join us for a bit to celebrate our treaty. Thank you.
It was too hot to sleep. I followed the sound of a jukebox coming from up the levee. All of a sudden, I could hear somebody whistling from right behind me. I turned around and she said, "Why do you always end up down at Nick's Cafe?" I said, I don't know. The wind just kind of pushed me this way. She said, "Hang the rich."
Catch the blue train, places never been before. Look for me somewhere down the crazy river. Somewhere down the crazy river. Ooh, catch the blue train, all the way to Kokomo. You can find me somewhere down the crazy river. Somewhere down the crazy river.
Take a picture of this. The fields are empty, abandoned 59 Chevy. Laying in the back seat listening to Little Willie John. Yeah, it's when time stood still. You know, I think I'm gonna go down to Madam X and let her read my mind. She said that voodoo stuff don't do nothing for me.
I'm a man with clear destination. I'm a man with a broad imagination. You fog the mind, you stir the soul. I can't find no control. Catch the blue train, places never been before. Look for me somewhere down the crazy river. Somewhere down the crazy river. Ooh, catch the blue train, all the way to Kokomo. You can find me somewhere down the crazy river. Somewhere down the crazy river.
Wait, did you hear that? Oh, this is sure stirring up some ghosts for me. She said there's one thing you gotta learn, is not to be afraid of it. I said, no, I like it. I like it, it's good. She said, you like it now, but you'll learn to love it later. cut behind the mystery. I will meet you by the witness tree. Leave the whole world behind. I wanna come when you call, and I'll get to you if I have to crawl. They can't hold me with these iron walls. We got mountains to climb. Who else is gonna bring you a broken arrow? Who else is gonna bring you a bottle?
Miss Soe, we're going to get started in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Fill up that coffee cup. Get some tea. Put some coffee mate in there. 4 Splendas.
Okay, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Okay,
I want to thank the committee members
testing 1
for all
2.
the incredible work it took to bring this all together.
This is making
And to
progress.
bring our
I
people
can
home
see it
for
now,
this.
but
But also
testing 1 2.
I can
The
hear
little
you.
things make a big
Okay.
impact.
We're
And
just
the
testing.
photographs that you see from 1905 around the territory, ever awesome, man. Wow.
Okay.
And you can see my dad. He's wearing a hat.
Testing 1, 2.
Holy, my stomach is growling. My dad's wearing a hat. And last year, sometime in the springtime, I learned how to make hats. And I'm going to speak about this hat tonight during the talk show. But my dad's wearing a hat that I made. I originally made that hat for myself, but something told me the spirit and something inside of me said the hat needs to live here. So I gave my dad that hat. And if you look closely at the hat, you're going to see some plus marks on the side of this hat. If you look really closely, you're going to see it. It's actually facing me right now. And when I got inspired to make that hat, I wanted to make that hat as a treaty signatory hat. On August 3rd, 1905, in Old Post, my great-grandfathers, my dad's grandfathers, Andrew and Patrick signed Treaty Number 9 that day. And what you see on the side of the hat is actual replicas of the treaty signatures, of their treaty signatures that morning back in 1905. And I used to wear that hat.
Sharon, once Stan introduces you, you're good to
But
go.
let me tell you, when I see you wearing
Good
that
luck.
hat, I feel really great, man. You look really good with that hat. So I'm going to speak more about my hat journey and how I'm linking it to our ancestors and our treaty tonight during the talk show. So if you look at the agenda, we have dinner here at 5 o'clock, and it has the talk show listed for 6:30, but we're going to start the talk show when it's right, even if it's like starts at 6 or 5 to 6 or 10 after 6. So you're going to want to hang around for that. But on the way here this morning, my dad, he was warming up the side-by-side for 20 minutes before we came here. Who had to go warm up your truck before you came here this morning? Who had to warm up the truck? Liars, only 2 of you. But our ancestors, holy moly, just imagine our ancestors didn't have the luxury of warming up their dog teams to make sure it was warm. And was thinking hardly anybody walked here. We all took vehicles, and it's good. We have technology. I'd like to think West Scotch, if they had trucks and cars and side-by-sides and portable heaters, I imagine they'd be using it too. But let me tell you, when I pop in to go see Bert shortly in the Sacred Fire tent, I'm going to add some tobacco, and I'm going to thank our ancestors for being so strong. And it was cold at this time of year. It's the great moon, Kishebisam, as they call it, as we call it. And they say it's warmer than it was back then. And I'm thankful for their strength. I'm thankful for their beauty and power and wisdom and resilience, that they brave the cold and still able to survive and thrive in such conditions. And here we are today. So I'm thankful for them, and I'm thankful that we're still all here. We have a wonderful speaker who's going to be talking about treaty, a legal narrative. She is online right now. Maybe we can put her up on the screen. I'll just say a few words about her. Her name is Sharon H. Venn. She's a Cree legal scholar and leading authority on Indigenous and treaty rights. The full bio is in your program. I'm just going to summarize it. She's an award-winning author, and she's a judge on the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Court and a contributor to the Principles on the Rights of Future Generations. Take a look at the screen. If we can turn the camera around so she can see the audience perhaps and kind of share that with her just so she can see who she's talking to, that would be wonderful. Sharon, good morning. We're waving at you, Sharon. Could you wave at Sharon, everybody? Okay, Sharon, we want to thank you so much for your time this morning. I'm turning it over to you. Thank you, Sharon. Good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning. Can everybody hear me? Thumbs up? Okay. Sorry, I couldn't be there this morning. But thank you very much for inviting me to make a presentation to your meeting. I've been listening in since about 8 or 10:30 your time some of the discussions, and it sounds like a very interesting gathering. So I'm just going to say that I really would have liked to have been there. I've been to your territory before, and so I've always enjoyed coming to visit. I can't fly because I've got ear infections, and so I'm not allowed to fly. But anyway, and if I had been more organized, I would have hitched up the old dog teams and came across, but I think I would be still on the trail. So this is a new way of communicating with people on Zoom. As they said in the introduction, I am Nahon from northern Saskatchewan, Treaty 6 area, which is come west of where you are at. But we're all linked together by one important thing is that we all made treaties with the Crown in right of Great Britain and Ireland. And this is an important thing to remember about these treaties, because without those treaties, the government of Canada would not be here, because this is our territory. We have our own laws, and quite often I'm in the communities and people said, well, we don't have laws. We're used to, we're not sure if we have laws. And I go, yeah, we have laws. Like if you go out picking berries, you have to, pray to that to the spirits that gave us those berries. Or when you take an animal, you have to give thanks for that animal's life so that we could live. These are our laws, how we raise our children. These are our laws. And so we've always had laws, and we've always had our own language. Or speak our own language. It's important because that in that language is identification of our territory. One time I was in Australia, and I was talking with one of the old people, and she was telling me about English. And she says, I speak 7 languages. Unfortunately, one of them is English. But I said, well, I'm good. I'm sort of glad you speak English, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to talk to you. I have to have a translator with me. She said, it's okay. I can speak English. She said, but one thing I'll tell you about English, they're very, very spoiled people. They don't like us. And when they come into our territory, they put their names on everything. And so they try to make us forget the names of our land, the names of our trees, the names of everything. She said, so I always tell our young people, don't forget the names of our lands in our own language, because that English is a very jealous language. So don't let it overtake us. So we've always had our own language. We've always had our own history. That's why it's important to listen to the old people, because they bring our history to us. We don't have to go to a book to read about our history. We can sit with our old people and let them tell us our history. And that's a very important part of growing up. Because when I was growing up, we didn't have television, we didn't have telephones, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have, Zoom calls or stuff like that. We were listening to the old people talking, especially in the wintertime. When it was cold outside, the old people used to come around and they'd visit with our parents, and they would tell stories. And I remember my grandmother used to allow us to sit there and listen to stories being told. But if we got noisy and started moving around, she'd throw us out the door. So you sort of learn how to be disciplined, to sit and listen and to remember. Because after they left, my grandparents used to say, Danny, what did the old people tell us? What were they talking about? And they would ask us questions, so like you had to remember what they were talking about. So these are how the history of our peoples is passed on. And we need to always, we have to teach our young people, because people say, oh, our young people don't listen. But they have to be taught to listen, because that's something you learn. It's a skill to listen. And so that has to start very young, when they're young to listen. Because I remember my grandparents used to tell me, you have to listen. You have to listen. And I remember I was like maybe, I don't know, 3, 4 years old. And I can remember my grandmother telling me that I didn't listen. She said, what happened to those gifts the Creator gave you? They're on either side of your head. You're supposed to use them, not just let them sit there. Anyway, so he used to say things like that to me. And so we have our own way, our own history. And one of the most important things that we've always had is our ability to make our relationships with our other nations, our other people. Like we have in my territory in the West, we have a treaty with the Dene, and we have a treaty with the Nakawinawak. We have treaties with the Blackfoot Confederacy. We have our own treaties, and it was, we know exactly where our territories are because of the treaties, our relationship. That's what a treaty is, it's relationships. And so when the English came across the waters and they came upon our people, they knew, and I read the documents because I spent a lot of time recently because I'm getting old now. And so I decided that I should do something to help our young people. So I've been writing a bit of a history about our history of treaty making. And so I went to England because really I can't depend on anything that's written in Canada by the Munio. I can't depend on that because it's basically they rewrote the history to suit them. And so you have to go back to the original sources. That's what I did. I went to England. And I spent many months reading documents in England. And one of the things that was very clear to me right from the beginning, I'm talking about Queen Elizabeth I, not Queen Elizabeth II, but Queen Elizabeth I. She gave instructions. You are not to kidnap and take those people from over there and bring them here without them agreeing. So you have to have their consent. So sometimes you read documents and they say, oh yeah, they stole Indians and they brought them to England. That's not what happened. The Queen said from 1564 or something like that, she said, it is written in a document, says you cannot kidnap and take these people. You have to be able to have the consent, not only of the individual, but of their people. So the people get to say, yes, it's okay for that one person or two people to go over there and see what's going on over there. But they have to bring them back. And you don't have any history of our people going over there and staying there. We went to visit, yes, we went to visit over there, but we never stayed over there. We always came home. So because we knew where our home was. So they always knew that we were here. And right from the very beginning, they made treaties. They said they wanted peace and they wanted friendship. That's what those documents say. You look at Queen Elizabeth I, King James I, you name all these different kings and queens that all the way up, even to King Charles now, who says he wants peace and friendship with the Indians. That's always been their position. They knew that they could not take the land. They knew that because they didn't have the money to purchase the land. And they knew they couldn't overcome us because they didn't have enough people to bring their armies over here to take over our land. So the only way they could come into our territory is by a treaty. And that's why the treaties are so important. That's why the government of Canada and other people try to tell us that the treaties are not important. And that, oh yeah, well, those are a long time ago. Yeah, well, yeah, that was a long time ago, but now it's different. No, it's not different. It's not. Because those treaties were meant, and these words here, I heard somebody say this morning, or I was listening in, eavesdropping on your meeting. Someone said, these treaties will last for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the waters flow. I found a document that was written by one of the kings. And there's instructions to people coming over here on his behalf. And he said, in making these, what they call peace and amity, 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 which means friendship, treaties. I want these words included, he wrote in the document. I want the words, for as long as the sun shines and the grass grows. That's what his instructions were. We were the ones, our peoples were the ones that put in waters flowing. Because why did we put in waters flowing? Because we all know that we are made of water, and the water is our life blood. We need water. Everything needs water to survive. So it said, for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows. That's what the king wanted. And then we said, and the waters flow. So we contributed to that clause. That's where that came from. So we were not, like when people come and they say, oh, sometimes I hear people say, Munia, what can they say? Oh, yeah, well, we imposed the treaties on them. Well, that's not true. We sat and we talked. Now, there's the written version of the treaty, which is Canada's version of the treaty, and then there's our version, our understanding of the treaty. And that's why it's really important to have an oral understanding of your treaty, because the oral understanding of the treaty under international law is as important as the written version. It's not less than, it's as important. And I'll tell you, I was reading a document from, because I spent a lot of time reading in the archives in England. There was a document from, I just happened upon it, I don't know, some people say there's no such thing as an accident. But anyway, I was reading this document and there was a report that was made from a person that had been in Africa, a representative of the crown. He was in Africa and he was giving a report to the king. And he talked about making treaty with a certain group of people that he came across on behalf of the king, because all these treaties are made on behalf of the crown. Because Canada didn't have the right to make treaties until 1932. I would argue 1982, but Canada argues 32. So, well, 50 years difference. But anyway, they never had the right to make treaties with us. And so they said to this guy who came back from Africa, was that written or was that oral? And in the report he says it was an oral treaty. Oh, okay, that's fine. An oral treaty, and they didn't even blink twice. I mean, the document doesn't show that there was that they discounted it. They didn't say, they said, oh, okay, oral treaty, that's fine. So they did accept the oral treaty. And for now, people to say, oh, no, the oral treaties don't mean anything. They mean everything because it's our understanding of what the treaty was. And if you look at the way they operate or operated when they first came into our territory, the one big thing, and it still happens today, is that the crown directed that gifts be given to the treaty peoples that they made treaties with. And every year there's monies provided at the time of treaty. Do you still have that treaty money that's being, it's not very much. I know people say, oh, it should be, like in our territory, it's $5. And I've gotten to a lot of arguments with some of our people about this $5. Because people say to me, well, it should be more like 1876, $5 was a lot. Now it's, whatever, 2025, whatever, 2026. Now, probably this year I'll get into the same fight with them. But they say it should be increased because it's the inflation and stuff. I said, no, 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 no. It's got nothing to do with purchasing power because they didn't buy our land. So if you say that $5 was to purchase our land, then all the old people that told us that these were peace and friendship treaties, more or less were saying to them, you lied to us. You lied to us. That's not what happened. That $5 is a gift of the crown to our people. In our territory, we always have the Northwest Mounted Police dressed in the red outfits to represent the crown at the time of the treaty making. And we say they have to stand there when they're giving out this $5. And that's an important thing. That's important for our people. I'm talking about our people where I come from. Because the crown is the one that made the treaty. And we cannot just go away from that. Like in Canada, who is the head of the government in Canada? It's not the Prime Minister. It's not. It's the Governor General. Because the Governor General is the representative of the Crown. And when you have the representative of the Crown, that's who is the head of government, not the Prime Minister. And so one time when we were negotiating treaty-based funding, we wanted the money to be released from Treasury Board to go to the Governor General. And the Governor General's office would send it to us. And the Canadian government people were having hissy fits. That's a good word for a kind of a nice word. They were having a meltdown, throwing themselves on the floor and having a temper tantrum and beating their little fists on the floor and saying, no, 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 the Governor General doesn't mean anything. It's that the Governor General is this, they're just a figurehead. It's just that and the other thing. They went on and on. And the chief said, oh, doesn't mean anything, eh? So when they have an election and all these people get voted to be in parliament, and then they say, oh, this person had the most number of seats, and that person gets to name who he wants to sit in his cabinet, what happens after that? They have to go to the Governor General to get sworn into government. So that's how they become the government. And they said, well, yeah, technically that's true. So the Governor General does mean something. They said, yeah, the Governor General does mean something. So the Governor General is not a figurehead. Well, no. So they basically weren't telling us the truth. They said, well, there's things, the Governor General could do. So we want the Governor General to transfer the monies from Treasury Board to us because that's the treaty relationship. So you always, you come up against these people and you have to push back. You have to fight back because we do have a treaty. And like one of the things that really annoys me, I'll tell you something that really annoys me, is people coming out to our territory and saying things like, oh, yeah, well, yeah, that used to be right down. You're talking about treaty. Yeah, that was the way it was, but now it's 2025 or it's 2026 now. They're gonna say, so we have to modernize and catch up. And I remember sitting in a meeting one time when they said that. This old man sitting there. He says, interesting. So now, because it's whatever year you're saying, we have to forget about what our Creator told us to do in relation to our land, take care of our things. And now we have to do things differently because you're here. Is that right? Is that what they're telling us? They said, that's what they're telling you. He said. I wonder what the trees would say about that. And those people were sitting there going, the trees? What do they got to say? He said, well, what if they got a meeting and they said, oh, we don't want to be making oxygen anymore. We don't want to be taking that carbon dioxide, that poison gas out of the air, changing it and creating oxygen for us humans to breathe, for other animals and plants and everything to breathe that oxygen. He said, they say, oh, we had a big meeting. We don't want to do that anymore. We're going to stop doing that. We're going to do something else. That they had a discussion and they decided that. And he said, everybody would die if the trees decided to stop doing what the Creator put them here to do. He said, so we have to think. We have to think. You can't just be jumping around because you said whatever year it is. So he said, I think we're just going to think about this for a while and we'll get back to you. But it really made a strong impression on me because we sometimes our people, they come and they try to force us into all kinds of things, into all kinds of deals, because it's whatever year and we have to move quickly when they don't give us time to think. They don't give us time to consider what is the effect of that going to be? What's it going to affect the future generations? What's going to happen to them? As it's, they were saying in the introduction, I am a judge, international judge on the rights of future generations. And I'm also, I was involved in the drafting of a declaration on the rights of future generations. And because we have to tell the world, the way they're going right now is not going to be good for our future. They're destroying more than they're putting back in. So we have to stand up because we've been given those instructions by our Creator to think about the future generations, not just to think about ourselves, but to think about what is this going to happen to the future generations. So I was talking in this meeting. I was there was 8 of us drafters from around the world, all over the world. I was the only one from Indian. They are on this group. And this woman was kind of getting angry with me because I kept saying, no, what you're talking about, that's not talking about the rights of future generations. That you have to talk about how people have to be raised from a very young age to be responsible to the future. They can't be learning it as adults. They have to start learning it from when they're young. And she turned on me, kind of nasty kind of voice, and says to me, so how old were you when you started learning about the future generations? And I sat there for a little bit and I said to her, I must have been about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years old. My grandmother, and we were out picking berries. And my grandmother said to me, you pick along here and you leave some. You have to leave some on the branch for the animals, the birds, and then some has to fall down to grow again. You don't take everything. You have to take only a bit, only what we need, and then you leave the rest for the other animals, the other birds, and all stuff. I said, so I think I was about 3 or 4 years old when I started learning that lesson, not to take everything. And she was absolutely, I think she was completely shocked by that, because they don't teach young people, their own young people. That's why they're so selfish. They want everything for themselves. Like, look at the orange man south of us, who thinks that he can have everything he wants because he wants it. Like, that's very selfish. He doesn't think about his own future generations, because he's only thinking about himself. And that's the result of that kind of activity. So we need to step back and continue our struggles to understand what the treaty means. So let me give you an example. When we were, way back in the 1980s, And probably everybody in the room there now is going to say, oh, I wasn't born in the 1980s. Oh, to you. I really resent that. I go to the meetings, I go, oh yeah, when I graduated from law school in 1970s, I go, what? I wasn't even born then. I go, oh, I don't want to talk to you anymore. But anyway, one of the things about treaties is that when we went to the United Nations in the 1970s, we went because of the treaties. And the United Nations, is this huge international organization. But one of the things that we were really we wanted to have tools, let's put it that way, about how to defend ourselves in relation to our treaties. So we wouldn't go to the United Nations to ask whether or not these treaties are international. That, to me, that was not an issue, because the only reason the Crown came into our territory was because of the treaties. So anyway, we were at the United Nations lobbying for our treaties, not to say whether or not they're international agreements, but to find the tools that we could help to implement those treaties. How can you force a country like Canada, which didn't make the treaties, to implement them in good faith? Okay. The courts in Canada said that they have to implement the treaties in good faith to bring honor to the crown. Okay. But the problem we have in Canada is that we don't have a mechanism to put Canada's feet to the fire. So they do all kinds of things. Even when the courts say, yes, you have a right, the treaty right, they ignore it. So how do we bring that into international arena like the United Nations? And so one of the things so anyway, this is an important date. March the 3rd, 1989, quarter to 12 at night, the United Nations, the Human Rights Council, or the Commission on Human Rights at that time, voted to do a study on treaties to find out what the United Nations could do to help us with implementation of our treaties. And so I tell our people, you don't have to worry. Are these treaties international agreements or not? Yes, they are. Because the United Nations does not do studies on things that are not of international significance or have international importance. Our treaties are international agreements. So don't let anybody tell you that they're not, because they are. Since March the 3rd, 1989, the UN has accepted that these treaties are international agreements. Well, we always knew that. We just needed someone to say, yes, you're right. But one of the things that came out of that study, and it was tabled in 1999, is that other bodies within the UN system, like the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, what they call CERD, has said that states like Canada with treaties have to recognize the treaties and our rights to free, prior, informed consent. Free, prior, informed consent. That means, say, for example, I'm a big company and I want to come into your territory and do something. What does free mean? What does the word free mean? It means that they can't come in and force you to do something. Like I heard about a story in the Northwest Territories where a company wanted to go in there and they loaded up a chartered flight with Colonel Sanders' KFC chicken. And they brought a whole plane load of KFC chicken into the community for a community meeting. hoping to get the permission of the people there to agree to this company coming in. That's what in English you call that a bribe. Yeah, it's called a bribe. They're trying to bribe them with KFC. You know, I said if they really wanted to bribe them, they'd build a KFC in their community. But anyway, that's another story. But it has to be free. They cannot force you. Prior, free prior. What does prior mean? Means as soon as they had the idea in their head, as soon as it trickled across their brain, they should be in your community saying, we're thinking of doing this. What do you think? That's when they should be talking to you. Not when they've already gone to the governments and got different permits, different licenses, and all kinds of things. And all of a sudden they come out and say, oh, by the way, we're planning to do this in your territory. They've gone way past prior. So they need to back up and start over again. And the important part of consent. Why do they need your consent to come into your territory? That means you have to give your permission. Why? Because it's your territory. Very simple. You never gave it up at the time of the treaty making because it was a peace and friendship treaty. The Crown said we don't have enough money to buy your land. We only want peace and friendship. That's what it's important. That's why it's important. That's why they need your permission. Do you know how powerful we are as treaty peoples? We are a very powerful people. That's why we have to stand on our treaty, because that's what our ancestors left us. They said, we're going to do something for the future generations. We're going to put this treaty in place to protect you, to protect the future generations. And that's what they've left us. That's why we have to always stand on our treaty, because it's going to save us. Now look at what Canada is trying to do now. Did you hear the King's speech in May in Ottawa when he came to open Parliament, because the King is the head of government in Canada? He said, whatever you're doing, you have to ask and get their free, prior, and informed consent. It was right in the throne speech. So that's an important thing for us to know, for our young people to understand. What does free, prior, and informed consent mean? It's a very powerful tool for us to use. And we have to not give up on our old people who left that to us, because they left us a very important tool to protect ourselves. And we're using it, we're using it now. We're having a issue in Alberta, which is in the western part of our territory. Alberta separatists say they want to separate and join the US. And one of the chiefs said, go ahead, leave. We didn't invite you here. Nobody asked you to come here. If you want to leave, just go. And he said, I can walk you to the border if you want. So like they're running around thinking they can do things in our territory. The chief stood up and said, no, I don't think so. So we have to remember that. And there's one other thing I wanted to say before I open it. I understood you wanted to ask questions too. When you're talking about treaty, this is the treaty we made with the Crown. We are the ones that have the right to say yes or no. Why do we have that right? Because before we left the Creator's side and we came here to this place, we were given what is called the original instructions. And what are the original instructions? That we're supposed to care for the creation, for the future generations. And when we pass over, as all of us will, and we go back to our Creator, we're going to be asked, did you care for my creation? Each one of us has to answer that question. And we can't point the fingers at somebody else and say, oh, well, that person over there, or that company, or this, that, the other thing. No, it comes on to us, each individual. That's what we have to understand what the treaty means, each one of us. And so when people say, oh, I didn't learn that, I didn't know that. No, we all can learn. Everybody can learn. We just have to ask the questions. So that's what we have to do. And so treaties are important, not only for me, but for everybody and for the future generations, because we have to pass that information along to them. So I should shut up now because I've been talking too long. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me. I'll take some questions. I hope I haven't bored everybody to death.
And we're wide awake. Thank you so much. We love you, and we thank you so much for your time. We have a packed house here, and I have a microphone with me. I'm turning it on. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Sharon? Yes, right here, Bert. Morning, Bert.
My question is that we have these treaties, and the treaty is basically written in such a way to indicate what the treaty commissioners gave to us. And it also records what they took from us. I do find it inadequate, and I was wondering if you have any suggestions as to how we can take advantage and build from the Aboriginal rights that are guaranteed under the Constitution.
Sharon, did you hear that?
Can someone repeat what the question was? Or I don't know if the mic is working or not.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I could just barely. Can maybe you hold the mic closer to your mouth or?
Hello? How's that?
Okay. Okay. That's
Okay.
better. That's better.
I said the treaties is basically a written record of what they took from us and what they gave us. I find that inadequate. I think there should be more to it than that. How can we take advantage of the rights, the Aboriginal rights that are guaranteed to us by the Canadian Constitution?
You know what? Sorry. You started out okay, but then I don't know what happened, but because at the end I couldn't hear a word you're saying. Can someone repeat what the question was?
We're going to resolve the issue.
Or maybe you need a new mic. I don't know.
Do you have a second mic? Do you hear me? Sharon, do you hear me good? No, it's not going through, Stan. Do you have a second mic there?
Test 1, 2.
All right, Stan, you have another mic back here? Yeah, try this one.
Okay, we got a second mic here. Sharon, you good to go?
Are we good? Sharon. Something. Sharon. Testing 1, 2. Testing, Sharon. Sharon, is your audio turned all the way up on your phone? Can somebody message her and chat? Maybe your computer audio is down. Could you send her a chat, please? Let's see. I think she might try and reconnect. Let's see what she does. I'm really enjoying her presentation. It's really, really great. Man, I look good right now in that camera. Yeah. Has she reconnected? Okay, so let's do this rather than have questions because she's not with us. Was there any aha moments? Is there anything that came up during that presentation and somebody wanted to share? Let's do that. We do have some time. She's not with us to answer questions, but does anybody have anything they wanted to share as a result of what she just said? Back over here.
Well, yeah, good morning, everyone. Something that struck me when she said concerning the instructions that were given to the commissioners, I guess in this case, a precursor to the treaty. The Queen Elizabeth the first gave explicit instructions that the commissioners were not to, I guess in this case, try and kidnap individuals within our area. And yet, the church, the 60 scoop happened. And what do we say about that? When the church, in that sense that they've also acted as intermediaries, you know, they were somewhat accessory to the crime and even violated the spirit and the intent of the treaty. I think maybe we should somehow revisit those. And how do you go about it, you know, in trying to reconciliation is big at the moment. And how do you reconcile that? And sure, they might acknowledge the treaty territories, but that's nothing really when you're just going to recite land acknowledgements like that. And it should be noted that explicit instructions prior to treaty making were violated. And that's not something that we should take lightly, because atrocious acts were committed, residential schools, children kidnapped. You have the, which is the going on today through the perhaps the Indian Act, which is the genocidal act, continues to this day. Colonialism is still happening, is still being practiced through that act. I think maybe we need to revisit somehow the treaty in that sense. she also spoke about the 1932, 1982. These are, in a sense, that speaks about the treaty, because in a trust relationship, you need loyalty. So if loyalty becomes disloyalty, how can you have a trusting relationship, especially to a point where deception is involved? So I know I'm just rambling on here, I think, but those should be noted, I feel. Thank you.
Miigwech. Anybody else? Leonard.
My cousin Paula is too shy to ask, so I can't. For those of you who aren't familiar with me, my name is Leonard Rickard. I guess following in Stan's footsteps, I'm the son of William Ludet and Louisa Rickard. I've been away from the community for the last, I think I left here in 2005. I recently returned to the community last summer to take on the role of Chief Executive for the Moose Cree Group of Companies. I've spent time in Southern Ontario and Alberta. And one of the things that excites me about coming home to Moose Factory is that it's always been a very dynamic community. Growing up here, I always had a view that we got stuff done. I also am acutely aware that there's a lot of pride in our community history. I think about Paula's presentation tomorrow that'll speak to some of our family's history. All of us have history with the signing of treaty. I often share the story about our ancestors, and that's a living thing in our family's memory, having people present. My Aunt Hannah Loon, as an example. She was alive when I was growing up, and she witnessed treaty. But the point I want to share from hearing Sharon today is this idea around our responsibility to the environment that we inhabit. And part of me is wanting at some point to have I think an uncomfortable discussion about what does that mean today. And I reflect on a discussion I had with my father before he passed away about how he defined himself as a Cree man. And he spoke about the things he had learned from his father, his grandparents. And I'd said to him, Dad, I don't have those same set of skills. I think the reality is I'd probably freeze to death if I had to be on my own outside in the bush right now. But he had said to me then, son, you have a different toolbox. You have a different set of skills. Use those on your journey as a Cree man, and use those as you navigate the future of our community. And it took me a long time to figure out what that meant. And I think today, flash forward, it's brought me into this current role, this capacity. But I look around, I mean, it's no secret I have a extensive 20-something years in the mining services industry. And our community is surrounded with resource development projects. Our community is being asked very uncomfortable questions about what we want to do as a community in the future. So I think the question to the room, and I think maybe something for us to think about, is what does that look like, that understanding of treaty? How do we interpret that today? Because our lives have changed in the 120 years since treaty was signed. A lot has changed since my Aunt Hannah witnessed her father signing treaty at Moose Factory in 1905. And having come back to the community after being gone for almost 20 years, it's challenging to come back because this isn't the community I remember growing up in. There's a lot of sickness in our community. There's the appearance of poverty. I know we are not a poor community. I think about the time Emily was visiting my late Aunt Eva, and I was having a discussion with Eva, and she had said, we live in a beautiful community, but our people are sick. And I think about our treaty rights. There's people knocking on our door now, and what are we going to do about that? I don't have the perfect answer for that, but I think it's something we need to think about what the future might look for our community, and what are we going to do to leverage our treaty rights. I just want to put that out there, food for thought. Thank you.
Miigwech, Leonard, great points. Gilbert, Wache.
My name is Gilbert Chichu Jr., Moose Cree, One of the conversations that I heard Sharon talk about was the Governor General and the role and responsibilities. And I remember it was back in 2012, and I was newly elected to council at that time. And after my first AFN, my first and my last AFN assembly, she decided she was going to go on a hunger strike. And one of the requests was to have the Governor General present. And there was a lot of resistance from Canada, Stephen Harper at the time, saying that the Governor General was largely a symbolic role and didn't have any real authority. But from what I read from Sharon and to my own knowledge as well, understanding the political relationship that every chief and council needs to understand that when you're going to accept the nomination and the responsibility, the way our ancestors did when they originally took that responsibility when they were appointed by the headmen and matriarchs of our families. And that, going back to the Governor General, unlike the President of the United States, who is the Commander-in-Chief, it's written in our laws, or, to respect the Commander-in-Chief. And in this case, it was the Governor General. And today, that is the responsibility of the Governor General. She's responsible for, like, the current one. But I mean, the position is responsible, the Commander-in-Chief and also the military. And if a Prime Minister loses a non-confidence vote and doesn't want to resign, that Governor General can remove the Prime Minister. So it's not symbolic. They can approve laws and not approve laws, and it is disheartening. This is an Indigenous woman, appointed to the role, which makes me uncomfortable. But we see that too in Canada and corporations, replicating ministerial responsibilities, creating an Indigenous Affairs Department and all that stuff to deal with First Nations on these, whether it's an exploration company or a mining company. And sometimes our own people are hired into those positions, and it makes it a little more challenging and difficult. De Beers, Detour Gold. And, we should also take from this conference to really look internally, because this is a good step, how we relate with our own corporations, like Moose Creek Group of Companies that own forestry, that have forestry companies that are clear-cutting areas without consultation of our headmen and our families in those areas where we still hunt, trap, and fish. With a responsible development within our own territories. When it comes to food sovereignty, where was the consultation and consent to agree to Northern Stores renewing their lease for another 30 years? Our own chief and councils need to have more faith in our own ability to be able to do what these non-First Nations companies are doing in our own communities and territories. First Nations, as you can see across Canada, are opening up their own grocery stores, their own gas bars. And that's happening in Moosonee. We have a Moose Creek person that has a gas bar there. It can grow. We have gas bars here. Business is business. Sometimes they fail, sometimes they succeed. But we gotta still work together. Taking Sharon's conversations about the international. One of the questions I was hoping to ask her was, how much weight does the UN Rights Declaration of Indigenous People actually hold? Because there is a certain section that says the state still ultimately holds power and can decide not to work with First Nations pursuing certain interests like environmental protections, moratoriums, and very sensitive areas within their territory so that are not being developed, especially where they've been identified by a First Nation to be sensitive and vital to the territory and the environment which it sustains, like South Bluff, like North French, where Niobe Metals wants to continue their exploration and continue to want to sell their claims to a Niobium mine, or be like Detour Gold and start up their own mine and mine it themselves. So, internally, Sharon always inspires to have those conversations amongst ourselves, and this treaty conference is a good start. I've advocated, I just posted a picture that I put on Facebook back in 2012 about having a treaty conference like this. I've advocated while I was on council to host them during Gathering of Our People, during the time where the treaty was signed in August. Have a treaty week, all these things, But, this is a good start, and I hope this continues annually. And I'm really proud of the work Victor is doing, and getting that direction from, and support from Chief and Council and from the people especially that need this. And we'll continue to grow to have our own people, be more a part and inclusive of this conference. But I wish Sharon was coming back, but hopefully that will happen maybe later on today. But she had some really great stuff, and she's done a lot of wonderful international work, and she means what she says, or says what she means. and she has a lot of knowledge, and I have a lot of respect for Sharon, and I hope that's very inspiring to all of us here. Once again, the treaty was already written between Canada and Ontario, and it was signed off by the Privy Council in England. That's not a treaty relationship. Coming together, building an agreement is a treaty, to me, is what the basis of the agreement should be about, not what was already pre-written. And what was missing in some of the conversations, and I remember seeing some of these discussions, with Norm and Harry and even Bert, it was about inherent rights. Inherent rights came first before treaty. And, without our ability to self-determine our path forward, that is what is most important, not that treaty. That treaty is a document of engagement, how we engage Canada and Ontario and the Crown. We have to learn how we are going to engage each other. And Dr. Emily Ferry's mentioned that in the constitutional work that we're doing, the governance work that we're already doing. That's what we need to understand our engagement. The real treaty partners, how I understood, were amongst the headmen who governed their own territories, that came together to agree to terms of treaty with Canada, the Crown, to protect their homelands, to protect their families. Our headmen, our ancestors, our matriarchs, our grandmothers come together from their territories to sit with these commissioners. And the ceremony is so important. The vision, we need to bring more vision back to our First Nations. Because, our ancestors and my father and all these conversations, my Muslims, my uncles, one of the things that I took from the treaty is that our ancestors signed treaty to seal the past so we can have a future. We are still wandering as to how that future will look. And getting organized, that's another thing that I took from Sharon. Getting organized in every aspect, legally especially, will certainly help us plot a path forward. Again, we can't do it without all of us sitting here in the room and having and knowing and respecting the people that are going to be very important to making the reality of our own governing bodies and institutions and families out on their lands come together and create something so that we can continue to prosper, that we're not painting ourselves in the corner by recklessly agreeing to developments that are going to have serious impacts, especially when it comes to drinking water. We all know South Bluff South Bluff and the French River are home to one of the cleanest, purest water sources that are going to affect our primary drinking water source with the tides that go in and out of the bay. So, you know, we have to be very careful and be responsible with our with these opportunities that are knocking on our door, and that we're not just recklessly and blindly, come on into our homes. No, we can't do that. We did that already, so we got to learn from our history. We got to learn from our past. And that's what I take from Sharon when she talked about the environment. You take some berries, you leave some for the animals, you leave some for them to fall so they'll regrow. And we have to understand that concept for our people, our community, our nation, the land, our children, children's children, the unborn. So again, we have these draft policies, internal consultation policies, you know, mining policies, they're all in draft. So again, Dr. Emily Ferry's talked about all these pillars. We need to work on these pillars, and we have to do it in a way that's responsible, timely, so that, again, we're not making decisions based on the current state of our nation, our community, where we see a lot of poverty, high cost of living, homelessness, drug addiction, all these things. So again, that's what I took from Sharon, and that's what I wanted to ask her about the UN Declaration. How much weight does it have? How much can First Nations rely on that? And how, in terms of how, as a tool, she mentioned tools. So thanks for the opportunity. Miigwech.
Miigwech. It's noon, everybody. Lunch is being served. Does anybody have a yearn to say something before lunch? I see Lisa back over there, who I saw on Vic's phone last night. She's asking me questions. So this will be our last question or comment before we break for lunch. Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. What I took from her, because I've been in her presentation before, free, prior, informed consent. So when you work with a community, or even if you work with any relationship, there has to be trust. And we'll make a decision together. You're informed of the decision, right? And you make a decision on that information given. And it's freely given, meaning no coercion. And UNDRIP recognizes that. And for those of you who don't know, I'm in school. I took a break this semester actually. And one of my professors was explaining about community development. And community development is when you work with communities and developing into prosperous communities, healthy communities. And going back 350 years when we were, I guess, I don't know. I don't want to use any negative words. I'm trying to stay from negative words. But when we got visited, dropped in on 350 years ago, the coercion hasn't stopped. The coercion has always been there, and it's still there today. And when there's coercion in community development, it's called trauma. So yeah, our communities are sick because change is always happening. And every little bit that does happen, there's trauma because there is no prior informed consent. and it's not freely given, because steps are taken to ensure that these actions or developments are sorely going to go through, and growing up in a home where treaty was always talked to since I was like in grade 2. And I think about that, and I was like, I think about that, and that was a really young age to be really talking about treaty and sitting around with John Long and my dad. And I heard some of the speakers say today, we're stewards of the land. Meaning, I'm not steward of Lisa. Stan's not steward of Stan. As a Cree person, we're a steward of the land. That's a given responsibility that, because like she talked about when she was 3 years old, she had to learn about future generations. It's the same thing with us. Go back to your teachings and hanging out with your kukums and your mushrooms. You'll remember those things. And people always say, how come you're against development? How come you're against mining? I'm not. I'm against the way it's done. I'm against the way the coercion. I'm against the way that it's do or die. You have to do this or that because it'll benefit you. But yeah, if a coercion is done, then it's trauma. That's why we're sick. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Let's hear it for everybody that spoke this morning. Come on, let's go. It is lunchtime. If you take a look at your agenda for lunchtime, we got Clayton, who just arrived. He's going to be speaking shortly. Maybe once everybody has food and seated, perhaps Clayton will start there. That's our brother back over there and our cousin. Let's break for lunch. It's shortly after 12. As I said, once you're all seated and you have some lunch with you, Clayton will pop up and say a few words. With that being said, lunch is in the back. It's ready to go. Miigwech Bert, Miigwech Ann for arranging that food. Let's have our elders go first, please. Let's start off 120 years and over. 120 years and over. Elders first, you know where you are. Go ahead. Get up there. Go eat. I'm hungry. Hurry up. It was a beautiful morning, everybody. I'm so thankful you're all here that we can do this together and celebrate who we are. Elders first. Go grab some lunch. And then after, the rest of us will eat. Once you're seated, Clayton is here. Miigwech.
what I'm feeling is anyone's guess. What is in my head and what's in the chest. I'm not gonna stop. I'm just catching my breath. They're not gonna stop. Please just let me catch my breath. I am the stranger. You can't see me. I am the stranger. Do you know what I mean? That is not my dad. My dad is not a wild man. Doesn't even drink. My daddy's not a wild man. On a secret path, the one that nobody knows, and I'm moving fast on the path nobody knows. I'm the stranger. I am the stranger.
Yeah. Miigwech, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. Let's put our hands together for the ones that are serving us and for the great cooks, everybody. That's some good combination canned meat there that we're eating. That's healthy. Been marinating for 18 years in the package. I'm home. I'm home. Okay. We have a good friend that's joining us, everybody. We're really, really honored that he's with us here today. He's going to speak about the importance of headmen. And we all know and we all appreciate and we all love Clayton Chichu, who's a member of our beautiful community. Born and raised right here with us. In 2017, his late father, James, who passed away in 2022, declared him the Ogmao for his family traditional land, passed on to him by way of that ceremony. So he's going to speak on that. And he's going to speak on the importance of headmen. Everybody, let's put our hands together and let's welcome Clayton.
Wajay Misweg. I'm honored to be here to speak on as a headman that was passed on to me from our land titles, we call it. And it goes back to our inherency, I guess, if you want to call it. Taskim Nan, And I'm grateful, I'm thankful to be asked to speak on this, because it's something that we still carry it. And for me, it's coming from a place of spirit, a jack, spirit of Pamatsiwan. And it's something that I had to feel. I'm just sharing this because it is a responsibility that I carry. And that responsibility as Okamaukan on our traditional family territory, our family, our clan, all our relatives. And that land needs to be spoken for, because it goes back into our history of who we are as a people. And as a people, we come from creation, but it comes with a responsibility, if you want to call it a governance. And that governance comes West Kitch Utanat, a lineage, we call it a lineage, if you want to call it, of Ukamakans. And that's what I represent today. Because it is in our inherent and our belief that the Ukamakans Sanochia Aiman, it is very important yet today. Because it didn't come after treaty. It didn't come with the Indian Act. It came to us in our own understanding of our own governance. Because that governance represents a culture. That today it's a living and breathing thing. Because a lot of times, I even hear today that, oh, that's in our past. Mullah. It's not in our past. It's inside of us. Every one of us has a lineage. We came from somewhere. But to be recognized in our own way of our own governance, that is very important to us. Because when I'm speaking like to you guys, I'm speaking out of respect. Out of respect. And I'm speaking why I asked for this demoga for the coordinator. Because I know that is important to be past that demo. Because not only am I speaking to today, I'm speaking Udanaska. I'm speaking to the future too as well. Because that is an important thing for us to remember. It's very important for me that I don't keep it here. It'll go 1 year and out the other year. So, as Stan introduced me, my name is Clayton Chichu. And, you know, I gave a little right up there. And in 2017, my dad, he was in his late 80s, called me to his house in actually 2016. He says, Clayton, stop. Go eat the mountain, John. Clayton, come to the house. I will need to tell you something. I can't tell you over the phone. You need to come here. So, okay, I went to see my dad. And we were sitting there, my mom, my sister, and he says, I need to tell you something that I've carried. Jomshum Gia Jitokunum. Jabans Gia Jitokunumen. What I'm going to, I had to think about this because my time is coming. Shmag and Shelwin, I need to, there was something I thought about over the years too as well. Now, I need to, there was a decision that needed to be made before I go. And I was listening to him. Oh, wow. He says, just at that time where you was just going to say it, I had a feeling come over me. A feeling came over me. I said, Dad, wait, go Yemen. We Yemen. I need to say something. Something came over me. Dad, if I know what you're going to be saying, Dad, I want to say this to you from here. Nothing is going to change. It's going to be the way it was in our Jaban's time. Jomshum, it's your time. Nothing's going to change. The way it was will always be here. And he was listening to me and he said, hey, why? I could tell he is breathing. That's what I, because now I can say it. Over the years, I know I had to select somebody in the family to carry the Zokomagan. And I've looked at you guys, all my boys, 8 of us in the family. I knew I had to select one, big. Why I called you to the house and what you just said, my decision feels good. Dad, and I told my dad, sack hidden that. Sack hidden. Because for me, when my dad looked at me and said, okay, magji magawa, okamakenas. I said, oh, Dad, I just want to tell you one thing, Dad, okay? I accept that responsibility. I accept our history, or Okamakana. I accept that. I think this is what came over me, came to me in a way that it was felt it. Whoa. Because it's moving, something's moving inside me. And he said, I just ask you one thing, Dad, let it go. You let it go, Dad. Let me take over that responsibility now. And you live your life. Live your life. That responsibility is mine. I'll take it. I'll come sit with you and talk to you. And you talk. We talk about that. He said, I got that, boy. I got that. That feels good. Because what you just said, I could just feel our Japans in nodding, in agreement. And I said, I got that. And I told my dad, you know, Dad, it can't be just me and you and Mom and her sister sitting here. I think, you know, we need to have a family gathering about this. Our clan, if you want to call it, our Wakamagans. I think I will go talk to them and explain to them what has happened, and we're going to have a family gathering. You will speak, then I will speak. And we will speak about this. And my dad was kind of reluctant, if you know my dad. You know, I said, Dad, you know, it's like taking them to school. It's like taking them to school. They need to know this. And he said, oh, okay. Talk to him, okay, then we'll pick a date. Gamamunan. And we'll have a ceremony about this. I'll let the family know, all the relatives, that we get together. So it happened in 2017, and it actually happened here. You know, I had to go talk to all the relatives, even the ones not living here. I had to talk to them, explain what has happened in the family. It was passing off title ceremony we're going to have, and we come together as a family. And my dad, I said, Dad's going to talk, and I will speak after on this, because it's important to know that our lineage is still going, that it's not in the past. It's a living, breathing thing. And our lands, our tidal lands, we call it, are living and breathing thing. And we did that. We gathered here. The shirt I am wearing right now, this ribbon shirt, was made by my late cousin, Stella McLeod. She was a Chichu, my late Uncle Simeon's daughter. And she's like a seamstress. And I went to go talk to her about this, of what has happened and what's going to happen about the gathering. You know, this Okmok and the change, passing of title. And she was like, wow, hey, yeah. She was just right there. And I told my dad, as magan jibi tomorrow, Stella, go still the Jibian, a shirt. I gave her tobacco gear and I explained what this shirt represents. And there's colors on the shirt too as well. Those are the colors my dad picked. He said, those colors, I'll give you the colors. And they need to go on that shirt because they represent the spirit of that land. Because that's how it's done in our history. Something had to be passed as well. And what? So I was like, I can't hear it, Clayton. Take out your ear. But anyways, you know, I mean, for that and the gathering, and I'm going to share too as well after all this was made, and I told the family here that we gathered here, we're going to go on our territory and really have the ceremony because we're going to be with the spirit of our land and a jack. Because my dad told me, something's going to be coming to you. Something's going to be coming to you. This is what came to me. I'll explain that in a bit. You know, because in 2020, after all this, then COVID hits. So we had to kind of put it back a little because of COVID. A lot of our family members from way far wanted to come. And this COVID thing is kind of like, oh, you know, when are we going to have it? Do we have it? Or are we all going to get sick? You know? So I need to make the decision where we put it off until this COVID thing, whatever at the time. But in 2020, I was home in the evening after work, supper, and I was sitting down in my living room with my wife and that, and I said, holy jeez, hey, Lynn, who has since passed, you know, but anyways, I said, oh, I feel really tired. Tired. I wasn't tired earlier. I was just like, I feel tired. And she said, oh, you feeling okay though? You feeling sick? No, it's just tired. This tiredness came over me. I'm going to go lay down in the room. And if I don't wake up, you know, maybe I need this power nap or something. But if I keep, you know, sleeping, okay. So she said, but you're okay? I said, yeah, I'm okay. I'm going to go lay down. So I went to lay down. Anyways, I laid down, and all of a sudden, I was somewhere else. Somewhere else. And I was just trying to clear, and I see something's maybe to that wall. It's like people or something. People. And I'm like, okay, where am I? Like, you know, where am I? So I started walking closer, slowly. She bumped in. Slowly I walked closer. And maybe as far as my nephew here, Gitchy. And I start to focus. I said, there's people there. When I got to where Gitchy is standing there, and I was like looking at all these people, Miss G. And I go, holy jeez, that's my family. the ones that went before me. Wow. I see in the front, on the left-hand side, is my late brother Gilbert. He's sitting there. My late cousin Archie. Gilbert was holding something. My late cousin Archie, who we called Niska, his spirit name, he was holding a pipe. Next to him was my grandfather Noah, my dad's dad, and our granny, Sarah. And there was an old lady sitting there beside my granny, a very old lady. And there was an older person standing. But I start to look at them and I recognize all my family that went in. And I see my late daughter, my other relatives that passed on. And I started to get emotional because I could see them all, my uncles, my aunties. They're all there. And as I look further back, I don't recognize them. There's a lot of people I don't recognize. And I'm thinking as I'm standing there, I start to feel emotional. Start to feel emotional. I wanted to run and go hug them. Which, I wanted to go hug them, and I was getting emotional, and all of a sudden I just stopped myself, and I said, don't go, stand. There must be a reason why you're standing here. Then the thought came over me, did I just pass over into the spirit world? And I didn't realize it. Am I supposed to go sit with them? This thought came over me. And I said, no. I just took a breath and I cleared myself out from being emotional. I think I need to stand here and clear my emotional part. Because they were very quiet. Just sitting, looking. And all of a sudden this Cheo, he starts to speak. Nastona. And I look at him and, Mr. Tutton, I understand you. He says, but he was talking to Cree. I came to see you before, but you weren't ready. I was like, no, I was just listening. Now that you are standing here with us, and he's standing there, and all the family was sitting there. And he says, Agmagujimag is our family. All the blood. Weshkijinjigia, the ones in the back are from way back in time. That's why I couldn't recognize them, because I'd never seen them face to face, And I just said, oh. And he says, he says, so I came to see you before because we are sitting. We gathered here and you came. Because we need to tell you something. We on this side, and you guys on that side yet, who are still living, we need to come together. Because we can feel you guys on that side, you guys are missing us. And it's feeling heavy. Sakon, he says heavy. Sadness. On this side, we are with Gichamanatu. We sit with Gichamanatu. Agmag we mamo nangya. What is happening on that side? We cannot change. because it's not up to us to change it. There has to be a call made. And I looked, okay, I'm thinking, I'll call, okay. Thinking to myself, okay, now that you are here, the importance of what is happening on your side and the future that yet needs to come to that side. It all works together. Yeah, oh, okay. Okay, I was thinking. But you, he says, you have accepted something. Why you are standing here. I called you before you weren't ready. Now you are standing here. You came. I said, And that's key. That's key, man. It's very important. Shkodel dogon, a jack dogon into. He says, for us on this side, and for you guys, we need to meet on our territory. And you know what to do. You know what to do. And I looked at him and I said, okay, I gotta do that. He says, we will all meet together. Because that is how we came to be. That, what you have accepted, Jesus, that's the way it is. That thing, I'm speaking about, I'm just speaking for me too, is the importance of what we carry. And we all carry that. It's just kind of put in the background of what's happening today in our world, of what we face on our lands, and yet what our future's going to face. Like I told my dad, I didn't just promise him it'll be the same. I promised our ancestors too that it'll be the same. Whatever they thought, I told my dad, whatever you thought, and I told that to our Javan too. It's going to be the same. And that, to me, is very important. I represent that, I have that responsibility, and I spoke to, and I'm honored to speak to you guys on this, because it's very important to us, because I'm talking about way in our history, because it just didn't come at treaty time. After treaty, it just goes from way back. It's like my dad explained it after, it's like a rope. You hang on to a rope. And that goes way back to our beginnings and to the future yet. And in our time, like in my time, Jaban's time, all through the generations, when they walked on a ski land, Ogawim land, they shook that rope. That's what it came to me. He said, I share this with you because it's important. So when you grab that rope, your hands, and you shake it. In the past, they're going like, hey, every generation of that past is going, what's it? Hey, okay. Come on, yeah. Our future's still going. And it's going to the future too, because it shakes today as well. Those are the connections we have. What was trying to be put into our background of today. And since are inherent before the treaty. I speak on this because I speak from that. What my responsibility is, because I'm speaking from my inherent. What we inherit from our lands. What I inherit from being the Ukamauge, Ukamauka. It's very important that we keep going forward with it. Because all through those years and the decades of treaty time, like my dad said, you know, we just didn't start a treaty in his writing. It came before that, because it was very important to us and our ancestors that sat down before the treaty, and my Jaban, my grandfather talked about that. Because we had all our natural laws. We had everything. Because it meant survival. It didn't mean shuyan. It didn't mean money to us. It meant that other families will survive too along with us in our family territories. Because if there was a family that was having a hard time, it was in our natural laws to help them. But it had to be spoken. They had to sit down and meet together as a headman and speak of their situation. But it was never to be taken any lands, because that's the law, our natural law to those Okamaukanan, Ataskimnan. Because everything, because I'll share another story. My dad and my late cousin Archie at the time in the 70s was talking to my grandpa Noah. And he was working for Treaty 9 that time, going around, taking all these stories down. So in 1974, I think Archie came here and started talking to my grandpa Noah about those, our lands and stuff like that. And you know, over those years too, because Archie passed in 2005, but we sat down and talked, Archie. And there was a document, he says, Grandpa, I was writing it down while he was talking to me. You know, taking an interview, if you want to call it, for Treaty 9, because they were traveling all over the place that time, up in the north here, about all that history, if you want to call it. And my grandfather he said, you know, Grandpa shared a story about Westgate when he was a young boy. So this would have been the early 1900s. As a young boy, we were the southern end of the Moose Cree, if you want to call it, territory, homeland, Chijus, Fraserville, Island Falls, that's our territory. So one day, him and his dad, Alpheus, my Jaba and Alpheus were walking, checking their jobs, he says. And he was a young boy, they're walking their snowshoes, and all of a sudden, my grandpa's dad, Alpheus, was like, hey, boy, somebody's pulling the traps, you know, hanging them on a bush. And there was snowshoe prints. And he says, oh, boy, this is not right. He told my grandpa was a young boy. And he said, okay, boy, we have to stay the night here. I need to know who's doing this. It's not right. Okay, so they set up camp. And in the morning, they said, my grandfather said, okay, we got ready. And we got to go. We were going south, he says. And we're trying to follow these snowshoe tracks. And out in the distance, my grandfather said, out in the distance, we see somebody, because my dad was pointing. Out in the distance, he sees somebody moving there. Somebody was moving. So my grandfather said, no, my dad ate our snowshoes. So I was trying to keep up with my dad, you know, on the snowshoes. And my dad, he says, Alpheus, which, you know, and he finally met that person. So I was getting there, he says, and as I got close, I could hear them speaking. So my dad, he says, Alpheus was telling this person, hey boy, you know, what you are doing is breaking one of our laws of our territory. And he said, and I was listening to this guy, he was trying to talk to my dad, he says, and he wasn't listening. And so Alpheus was starting to get really bang, and he had to lay down the words and said, "Kapakatuan." And in Cree, there's a thing, like my dad would say, "Kapatstan." So it's going to fall, something's going to fall. That's how they looked at it too. Because they didn't explain, you're going to break a law, you're going to, no. It was always in the form that we already understood, my dad said. "Kapatstan, John." And he was telling that person, and that finally that person said and he told my Jaban, he says, "Okay, I got my camp set up that way, and tomorrow come." Well, okay. So my grandfather and them went to where that guy was staying. It was off the territory. So they got there and they seen a wigwam, and he said smoke, and you could hear him. "Hey," and that person came out and he went, he's going like that. Come on, he's standing outside. So they went inside. My grandfather says, food was laid out. Food was laid out there. And they had a talk, that guy. In other words, he understood finally of what he was doing. And to work things out, to make it right too. They didn't have to, my Jaban didn't have to speak to him. It was through the feast that it was made right. Then my grandfather says and told my dad shared that story, my cousin Archie, said, "We never met that person afterward. We never had any problems." So this story is early 1900s, and that's part of the governance we had. I wanted to share, because it's important to know that we really had governance back then too. It wasn't just living, because everybody had to live, but we had territories. He said, and to say, this is what I'm holding here is a dawahigan, the hunter's drum. Like my dad explained, something was going to be coming to me. And he presented to me at his house. He called me over, "Hey, Glenn," and asked him, "Meeting Joga." And he said, this was our connector. It has its own spirit, life. And this has its own voice. Voice to the land, voice to us here, voice to there. It's all a connecting. And that center part is our land. There's an attack there. This is what wakes it up. A song will come to you. He said, "Don't worry. Don't think about it, because it comes in a different way. And don't sing right away, because this has to let them know that Gitchamanadu. Hey, Gitchamanadu. When Shkapit, all those, the spirits of who we are, we carry that. And it was given to us by the Creator, Gitchamanadu, that we carry that Shkudeu inside of us. Jimigunan, my mom says. Jimigunan, Shkudeu, beach mark, Gitchamanadu, Jipetsnam Natahinan, we carry it. And when we go, remember, when we go back, we came as a light and we go back as a light in Shkudeu. You know, and my mom today, she's still here with us, and she's 91. And she's very clear on those things, still. Very clear, and she'll just speak, but it's up to us how we listen. Because when I told my parents back then about this story where I went to see our ancestors, our family, my dad and mom were just listening and feeling. And they were just going, they said, my dad said, you have set it right the way it's supposed to go. I didn't have to tell you that. It's your responsibility to wake up to it. How can I really tell you everything about it? And what is yours? Who is you? Because we've always talked to you about, we never really told you from every, start to start, end of the story. Because once we go, me and Mom, you're going to probably get mad at some point and say, why didn't Dad tell me that, or Mom? You'll question that. We were given that muscusion. That's our helper too in muscusion. Because it gives us that inner strength. It helps us along. Because once we're feeling that, our ancestors will come. Like my grandfather, no one his last breath at the hospital here before he goes, you have to call me before I come. Call. Make a call to me. I will come. Because it needs to happen that way, and that's how we come to visit you guys. But you have to make the call. I've always started to believe that. Because as I'm speaking here, I'm not only talking to you guys, I'm speaking to them too. I'm speaking to my ancestors too. And you guys have that too as well. Because it's based on that Sachewanok. As my mom said, in Sachewanok, I'm man. Kukom. Kichimantu Jimikukom Nan the Nagastat in Sachewan. My mom said, on the shoulder blades, you feel something sometimes. That's our grandmother, putting her hands close to your shoulder blades and you feel something. And I said, yeah, Mom, I felt that before. That's our kukom. And I look back and I go, because it was given freely. All these things are given freely. We just have to know they reside in us. Every one of us, because we carry those things inside of us. It's up to us to feel it. Like my mom said, even though you came from me and Dad, that part I cannot wake up. It's you. We will feel you when you wake that up. Because that part, you, Gitchamandu, and you. And I'll end with that. And I think I'm grateful. And hopefully, that remember these things. Because for me, I got to remember this too, that I keep it here. It's important. I don't keep it here. To me, if I need to work some things out, a decision, anything, it will not come from here. It will come from here. Because I'm including everything in that decision. Here, I can change it anytime I want. And this is where the treaties, like you hear the talk of the treaties, the Indian Act, all that, where they try to put us into, like what do we call a reserve? Our reserve was meant to contain us from our land titles, meant to contain us from our naturalness of what we look after, so that it could get chopped up with the resource developments happening, dig the holes, dam up the rivers, like you hear that in what she was saying, Sharon. I had an experience too that showed me there is a spirit of that Nipi Achak. I experienced it with my late cousin Archie, where that water actually jumped up to show that it was alive. And we looked at each other, me and Archie, and go, hey. So that water is very important. I just want to share something, but it's just going to be short, because this, I think, is important about that water. It happened to me on another journey, but I'll just cut it short. Where I went, it was a grandmother that came to see me when I went travel. I was kneeling down, and I was told to look down and just keep praying, and all the thing was coming up. All of a sudden, this water is coming out of my eyes. On the third time, and I'm thinking, and I'm tired, holy jeez, how much water is coming out of me? I'm going to be shriveled up here if it keeps going. But on the third time, I was kneeling down. All of a sudden, I hear, I didn't look up, I hear this, I see moccasins, Musianisons, there. And I was just looking down, I didn't look up. And he says, no, son. No, son. We eat the madden jaw. No, son. Grandson, I want to tell you something. Kukomni. You know, when you go back on the other side, in Nipi that's coming out of you, it's actually a healing. In Nipi has healing. He says, those tears that are coming out, once it hits the ground, or I think something will grow. But the people where you're going back to, remind the people that those tears are not of hurt, sadness only. They're the tears that was given to us inside in Nipigia. It's inside of us. That couldn't be touched because our people are starting to hold back on those tears. So if you look, we madu, just let them know that they can cry. It's a healing inside because it's moving it around inside. It's not stuck. We think it is. That's how much we think it is. Because at Nipi, Ayman, it's to remember that's the flow that was given to us, given to the waters, the land, and out there. Yeah. And I just share that with you because I think that's what we've come. Because at some time too, I had a hard time crying my tears. But now, when I cry, it's not weakness. It feels good. It feels open. It's releasing, moving around. So I'm not thinking, that I'm very sad, why I cry. No, I cry because I'm releasing. And it's a healing inside, moving around. Agada? Miigwech. Hey. Hey.
Hey, good day, boy. Miigwech. Come on, let's hear it. Let's go. Come on. That's Clayton. Miigwech, Clayton. I love the fact that you listen to your spirit and needing to do ceremony, not just here, but on the land. Just makes me think about the countless numbers of ceremonies when it comes down to headmen and passing on territory since our beginning of time, since we came from the clouds, thanks to Ehip the spider, as they lowered our ancestors down to the ground. It's quite inspiring when I think of it, how the passing on of territory. I look forward to, when I'm an old man, Clayton, to have a discussion with you when you're at home. I'm going to come and visit you at some point, and you're going to tell me the story about how you passed on your territory to the next generation. I look forward to that story, but that'll be for a different time. So, chimigwech. Okay, so we have a full agenda for the afternoon. We have Dr. Ferris, who's with us. She's up next, How Our Land Was Stolen. And then we have our friend Ryan Fleming, Treaty 9 Game On Youth Game. So that's going to be coming up. And then we have our Deputy Chief, Warren Hardesty. He's going to be doing an academic overview of Treaty Number 9. After that, we'll have Q&A after every session. We'll be having dinner at 5, and shortly thereafter, we'll be having a fun little Bannock Hour talk show. That's going to be happening here. We have guests and musical guests. It's going to be an actual talk show. I'm super pumped for that. I want to thank all of you for coming out. Look around to the next table and say good afternoon to somebody. Please do that now. Who just looked out the window and said good afternoon? Nah. Who said good afternoon to our ancestors who are taking care of us? Alrighty, so it's 1:15. We're doing pretty good for time. We're going to carry on and keep going until we're out of here this evening. I'd like to welcome our dear friend, Dr. Ferris, who is going to be doing a session. I love this title, How Our Land Was Stolen, and all in brackets. Everybody, let's have a big welcome for Emily Ferris. Watch it.
Okay, what I did is I put a few slides together so you could look at the screen instead of at me. Anyway, I was told that there was going to be students that would, be part of the treaty conference, and I think they're live streaming it. And what I did is I put together a PowerPoint that explains how our land was stolen, because it started way before the treaties. So on the, are you going to operate the, okay, on this first slide is a map. I was trying to bring a globe, but I couldn't find any. So I could show how the earth was shaped and where we were, our people that lived in the Americas over here. Wait, I'm going to see if I can walk over. Okay. So basically, this is mainly the land that's on our earth. On the other side is mainly the Pacific Ocean, and there's also smaller islands within that ocean. But this basically shows everything. So over here is Europe, Asia, Africa, like they're on that side. So before 1492, these guys over here didn't know anything about this land mass, say, like North and South America. They didn't even know it existed, because back then they believed that the earth was flat, so they never ventured out that far. But the Atlantic Ocean is a big ocean. And so in 1492, as you all know, Columbus, who was exploring for Spain, accidentally stumbled among the Americas. He came over here, like across, and he ended up around here in the Central America. He ended up in Central America. He thought, because he was trying to find a path from Europe, where Spain is, he was trying to find England. He was trying to find India. So when he reached our land over here, he saw inhabitants, people that lived on the land. So he thought he was in India. So he called us Indians. That's where our name comes from, and even now it's still used, even in legal documents, like, the Indian Act. It's used all over. Even we use it sometimes. And and it's a name we've lived with for a long time, but that's the origin of that name. He thought he had landed in India. So what happened? This is when Europeans went crazy. They had discovered the Americas. They called it the New World because it was new to them. And they were amazed by the massive amount of land that was in these continents, both North and South America. Our people had lived on these lands since the beginning of time, without any outside interference. And they were set up, like they were civilized and set up in the way of having their own governance system. They had their own child well-being, laws, everything. Justice, they had their own justice system. And after that is when we started to get the interference. So, on the next slide. Immediately after this discovery of what they called their new world, the Europeans set in motion a way in which they would gain access to our lands. So in 1493, the European countries of England, France, and Spain passed an international law, and they called it the Doctrine of Discovery. What this Doctrine of Discovery did for them, because they knew there was a lot of land there and they were going to start claiming it, really. That was the reason for this Doctrine of Discovery. And it was never rescinded. It still exists today. The reason why I wanted to bring this to the attention of our young people is that we have to go way back to understand that, this doctrine comes from those countries that had made that international law, and it still basically exists. It's the root of our colonization. Because the Doctrine of Discovery, it gave them 4 rights. One was that they could take possession of the lands of indigenous people. That's our ancestors. They referred to our ancestors as pagans just because they had a different way of praying. Our ancestors were very, very spiritual. And because they didn't follow religion like Europeans, they were labeled as pagans. That was the first thing, is that they were able to steal our lands. The second right that it gave them was that they were able to convert the pagans to European ways. Even though we had our own ways, we had our own governance, we had our own spirituality. Our people lived, on this earth as God, Geshemendu, had wanted them to live. That was how our ancestors lived. And the Europeans believed that their culture and their religion was superior to whatever our ancestors were doing. And they believed that the ways of our indigenous people was inferior and even savage, even evil. And these thoughts, this kind of, I call it indoctrination, has been going on for a long time, even amongst our people, where our people actually look down on our ancestors And they never did anything wrong, eh? They just had their own way and they were living their own lives. The third right that it gave those 3 European countries was to enslave the pagans. Like they were doing that with, say, like the black people of Africa. They were picking them up, using them as slaves when they started settling on to, around Central America and South America. And for our people, because we were already living here, they were used as slaves. So when you look back on in history, when did we come into contact with Europeans? And that was in the mid-1600s when the fur trade started. So what did our people do for the fur trade? They're the ones that went out in the coldest of months, because that's when the animal furs were the thickest. And our women worked to make sure that those furs were perfect, because the fur trade made a lot of money for England. So we became slaves, and because their doctrine of discovery allowed them to do this. The fourth right that this doctrine gave to those 3 European countries was that they could subdue or capture the pagans. When you think about it, that's the root of where our reserves come from. They felt and they believed that they had the right that they can, like, corral us and put us on one little piece of land. And that's what happened in Canada. It's like that all over. Like, there's over 700 reserves in Canada. And this doctrine of discovery is the root of how things came to be, on how Europeans treated the indigenous people when they started exploring our lands. So on the next slide. So on this next slide, it's kind of faint there a bit. This map shows the roots of intrusion to our lands, which is now known as Canada. We now know it as Canada, eh? But back then, they didn't have the boundaries and countries that were set up after Europeans got there. The first wave of intrusion, intrusion, basically, some people even say invasion, was in the 1500s, and that was along the Atlantic coast. It was the French people who got there first, along the Atlantic coast, and then they went into the St. Lawrence River. That was one of the countries that, had the right from the doctrine of discovery. The second wave was in the mid-1600s, and it was the English people that came along through the Hudson Strait into Hudson Bay and into James Bay, and the arrow points right to where we are right now. They got to our land in the mid-60s, so we were the second wave of invasion in Canada. The first was, the Mi'kmaq people on that side, and then the Montagnais and the St. Lawrence River. But for us, the purpose of the Europeans coming there was because of the fur trade. The other areas in Canada were later on, in the prairies. It was into the 1700s, Pacific coast, around that same time, and later was Northwest Territories. So we are the second wave. We've been in contact with Europeans for a long, long time, long time. Way more than, say, the people of the prairies, like Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta. There, it was a couple hundred years later, at least 150 years later. So the Europeans were attracted to our land. They knew how rich the land was. It kind of drove them crazy. Because when you do research, and I've been a professor for 25 years, learning all about, and teaching. Indigenous studies, that's from governance, child welfare, like justice, everything, and most especially is knowing the history. Because our people need to know this history, and we need to make sure that we teach this history to our children. Because when we're gone, you know, those of us who have this knowledge, that knowledge is going to be gone as well. So in our area, the first actual, I'll say like trading post was set up in right here on this island in 1673, I think it was. And so what happened is we've been in contact for a long, long time. And there is, you know, and then people will say, how do you know your people lived like this? And how do you know? Like, that's like 400 years ago. But you know, when I find that I really like university because you choose what you wanted to study. You chose. It was, it's like the way the name goes, eh? It's universal. So you have a lot of control on the research that you do, and you can choose, you know, the topics you're interested. And I was in university for a long, long time, 10, 12 years. Well, 2 years was kind of part-time, but 10 full years I was in university. And I was learning all that time, teaching myself. There were no other native university students yet, but towards the end, there was like about 2 or 3 of us students in that school. I went to Laurentian at first. But one of the things that I liked doing was looking for information about my people. Because whenever, even back then, you know, with the white paper of 1969, the total assimilation law that the government was going to pass. Anyway, it was around that time. Right after that is when our people from across Canada united. All the First Nations people organized because we were going to start fighting for our rights. I was a young woman at that time, and it became my mission that in my life I would do whatever I can to help, you know, our people move, because I knew that we were going to be making history. So in our area here, and I was going to get back to the question of when people ask, how do you know? Anyway, in our research, in the first contact between Europeans and our people right here on Moose River, it was in April 1672. That was right after the fur traders started coming in. The explorers came, and it even says right in that archival document, the Europeans came to a place where there were inhabitants, meaning people. And the people there referred to their water as Mo-CB. Now, it can't be more obvious that they were right here. In the document, it describes the people. And Caleb was talking about this morning as well. He probably knows about this archive. Our people were very, very healthy. That included people of the James Bay area, because we're basically Mushkegowuk people. That they were very, very healthy and lived they had a long lifespan, 120 years on average. You know what, now today, that's pretty well cut in half for a lot of our people because of the, you know, diseases that we've been exposed to and that kind of thing. But our people were healthy. It also talked about how it was so evident, and this guy's writing, he doesn't know, he's just describing what he's seeing, of how the people lived with love and kindness. They were good to each other, it was so obvious. And it even says, with no quarreling, meaning they were not arguing. There was no lateral violence back then. We were living by the Creator's instructions on how to live, and we still had that, we still have it in a lot of ways. We just got to, encourage and talk about it more. It also makes reference to governance. And it says in there that the people have leaders amongst them. I guess it's obvious that, there were some people that showed that they were in a leadership position. But it says, but these leaders are not above the people. Meaning that in our traditional governance, you work for the people. You're not above them. And those are really important teachings. He doesn't provide all the details in his writing on this document, but it shows you can relate to it and say, yeah, if somebody can just be looking and watching and notice, the people are living with love and kindness, and they have leaders, but the leaders are not above the people. Those are really, really important, virtues, and that we actually could find, that kind of information. Research is really interesting, and, it's good for a curious mind. The writer of this document also describes two ceremonies that the Moose River people were doing. One of them is the sweat lodge, because in there, the way he describes it, is the people heat rocks red hot and pour water on them, and they sweat excessively. We all know what that is, now that we've returned to learning about our ancestrals, their traditions. It also describes, even though this guy doesn't know what he's writing about, it describes the shake tent. And the shake tent is a very important part of the Cree people. They're known, across all the nations, tribal nations, to have that power. And they were doing that when the explorers came here in 1672. So that kind of research is very important when we're developing, say, for example, a constitution, because we have to return to the ways of our ancestors. We can't adopt any other First Nations constitution or even follow anything. It has to be ours, like, totally. And so that kind of information is important. Even though we've been in contact for many, many centuries, we're still here. And the way the people were described in this document, they described them, like on their appearance, for example. And many of you, I'm looking at you, you could fit in there. We could put you back to 1672 and you still look the same. And that shows how resilient our people are. Like that we survived no matter what was done to us. So on the next slide, this slide shows the areas that those three countries that followed the doctrine of discovery, international law, it gave them the right to come over and take any lands of pagans. If you were not a Christian, they'd take your lands because they believed that the ways, the spirituality of our ancestors was evil, just because it was different. And so the pink on top, that was claimed by England. The part in blue was claimed by France, and the yellow part was claimed by Spain. So that's why, today the official languages of Canada is French and English, mainly English, but French is added in there because they fought over land, the French and English. And in the United States, they broke free from their mother country, England, and set up their own country. And it evolved from what they call the 13 colonies, the English colonies, that orange part. That became the foundation of what we now know as the United States. So this is the kind of knowledge that our children need. The provincial curriculum will never teach this because it's telling the truth. And the only way I can relate to it is Canada is the perpetrator. Our people are the victims, eh? The perpetrator, what's the perpetrator gonna do? Hide the truth. Keep everybody in the dark, even their own Canadian citizens. A lot of people don't know what happened to our people. So on the next slide, okay, on this map is a picture of a map that shows the biggest outright land theft. And again, this is really important for us because it includes all our land. It's almost half of Canada. And what happened is, following again the rights that the Europeans gave themselves through their doctrine of discovery, international law, they came and claimed our land. It was England that claimed this land, and they named it Rupert's Land. In 1670, King Charles II of England, when they all went nuts, when they knew how much land was over here. Anyway, England claimed all that land, any tributaries that went into the James or Hudson Bay. So it ended up being almost half of Canada. When the king claimed the land, he gave it to the Hudson Bay Company because by then they had discovered, how rich in resources our lands were, and they wanted it. The saddest part that everybody should know, up until 1867, there was no really Canada on its own. It was a colony of Britain. It was like not a country on its own. But in 1867, Canada became a confederation, meaning now it's going to be its own country. So they set up their government. We were never consulted because we were never ever seen as real human beings. Like they treated us more like we were animals, that we had no intelligence, and that's the way we were treated all the way through history. And that's the truth, eh? We can't say, like they tried hard, whatever. No, it wasn't like that. When Canada became a country on its own in 1867, the Hudson Bay Company sold Rupert's Land to the Canadian government that had just set up. So this is why this is known as the biggest outright land theft. We've never settled this issue. This is a historical matter. But we're starting to, at least since I started university, like 50 years ago, we're starting to research that and find that out, that it's the biggest land theft. Nothing ever happened. Hudson Bay's broke now. I don't know if I'll get anything from them. But this is the truth of what they actually did. It's an outstanding matter, right, that still has to be dealt with. But bottom line is the root of this issue lies with the King of England, the crown. And because we now know about our treaties and how we can use our treaty to fight for our land, this is an important issue. I think the problem is when we're all trying to do it together and we're trying to satisfy many numbers, it takes longer. But if we were able to concentrate, do it, and then, I keep saying that Moose Cree, we can do things on our own. It's taken too long when we're waiting to work in a group. And so most likely, because we're getting old, our future generations will be the ones that will carry on this fight. But we have the responsibility to make sure that our young people have this knowledge, Because what are they going to fight with if they don't know? We never fought for this along the way because we didn't know this had happened until we started to become educated at higher levels. So on 6. Okay, this is a picture. I like showing pictures when I'm teaching students. This is a picture of the, is that 6? Okay, no, okay, yeah, that's right. I just wanted to show you a visual of all the treaties in Canada and where we fit in. So see where they're colored, like, you know, on the Atlantic coast and southern Ontario, purple, pink, and then the Robinson Huron and Robinson Superior. Those are all pre-Confederation treaties, meaning those treaties were signed before Canada was a country on its own. That's treaties that were signed before 1867. So once Canada became a country, they were busy, very busy, signing treaties because they wanted all the land. So what happened is after 1867, they signed all the treaties that are in the green. They were going so fast, they didn't even have time to name them. They're all numbered. Treaty number 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 11 or 12, I think it is. But that's really important information, you know, knowledge to know, and because a lot of times people will say, how come people around Sudbury are getting treaty money? They have a pre-Confederation treaty. We're in a different, we're a post-Confederation treaty. So ours is different in the way that it's Canada that we deal with, whereas the pre-Confederation treaties, they were able to involve the mother country because that was who signed the treaty with them. So those kind of differences are important for our young people to know because we have to, you know, prepare them for the future when they fight for our rights. It's going to go on for a long time, eh? Because our people were asleep for a long time. We didn't fight, and because we didn't have the knowledge, eh? We didn't know. But after World War II, with the baby boomers that had an opportunity to higher education, that's when we started to figure out what really happened. But we had to figure it on our own. The government would never tell us. So with the historical treaties, we also have some modern day treaties, for example, where treaties were not signed because the government didn't see that as being a resourceful land. There was treaties not signed along the Pacific coast and also in Quebec. The only place where they had treaties signed was in southern Quebec near the St. Lawrence River. So in 1975, the James Bay Cree signed a modern day treaty with Quebec and Canada. So they, as well as a few, at least 3, in BC that have signed modern day treaties. So their treaties are really different from the way ours looks. Because we have to remember that when it was treaty signing for us in 1905, the government didn't come here to negotiate a treaty. They already came with a written treaty all ready to be signed. And their goal, their task, their job was to get the Indians to sign it. And that's what happened. And, you know, I talked a little bit this morning about how our people were so trusting and lived with love and kindness. That's what we did when the Europeans came to our land, eh? But we got ripped off, especially in the when the treaty was signed by our ancestors. It wasn't done in a fair way. So even that fact can be used when you fight for your treaty lands, you know, that you could use that information. Because this kind of information is your ammunition. When you go and meet the government, you take your ammunition, you take your knowledge And any research that you do, if you need something, you go and research it. That's your ammunition when you negotiate with the government. You have to, or else you're going to go there and get shot up. That's what's going to happen. You're not going to win. But if you have that, the knowledge, that's what's going to help. We're going to start to win more and more battles as we prepare and equip our young people with their ammunition, and that's knowledge, and knowledge is power. So we're starting to have more and more young people that have studied in these areas. But there's no reason to us why we at Moose Cree can't just be doing this on an ongoing basis. Just everybody learning the real history. Because when people learn the real history, they understand where they fit in on the historical journey. And that's when they want to become involved. They want to fight, yeah, that's good. And that was my experience when I worked with Moose Cree on the family law. It's a people's law. And that's the way our ancestors worked. As it was always like, our people working together, everybody. And it's possible to do it because we were able to do that in the work that we did on our family law, which is passed now, and we're waiting to figure out when the best time to implement, like enforce the law. We're going to be doing a lot of that work into the future, more and more. So because, like I said, the truth is not taught in our schools, even our DDEC school, it's a First Nations school, but in order to receive funding from the federal government to fund that school, it says right in the contribution agreement, you will follow the provincial curriculum, meaning that whatever curriculum is out there for all the students in Ontario is what we follow. But if you take over your education jurisdiction, you'll be able to say, this is what we want our kids to learn. You'll have education jurisdiction, meaning full control. And like I said, it's better if Moose Cree just goes ahead and does it, because it takes long when you're trying to satisfy large numbers. But I really believe that we can do this, because we already proved that when we developed our family law. It went fast compared to how much work was done. And because we have to follow a provincial curriculum, but in our school, we don't have to tell the government what we're really teaching the kids. Like, they should be learning all this. That's why I was trying to make all the maps, because I knew that students would be sitting in on this through live streaming, so that they would begin to, it would spark their curiosity. Yeah, I want to learn more about this, and I think that it's important. Even with our homelands, that's the last slide, I think. Okay, this is our oh yeah, that one was, okay, it was about the treaties. So this is the last one. This is our Moose Cree ancestral lands. Moose Cree First Nation has made a declaration a few years ago, I can't remember when, but it went public. It was on TV, it was in the news and everything, that Moose Cree made a declaration, and that's our land there. It goes all the way across, over Highway 11, encloses Kapuskasing. Hearst is almost in it, and then it's all the way up to James Bay. It goes over the Quebec boundary a little bit, but that's our land. So any companies or resource companies that want to extract from our land, they have to come through us, And that was talked about. I'm not going to talk about that because our guest speaker had talked about it as well, of how First Nations have to be informed if anybody's going to come to their traditional territory. So we're already a step ahead as Moose Cree First Nation, that we have already done this work. And it was a lot of work, because every piece of land is accounted for, where families were, where they lived. And this is our ancestral land. So when you think about how much outside usage has been on our land, you know, we could say something about, well, the whole town of Kapuskasing should be paying taxes to us. They're on our land. Like, we got to start thinking like that, like that we could do this. I'm not saying we're going to do it, but, and another example is the ONR. The ONR travels from Cochrane mostly all the way through Moose Cree homelands. Have they ever covered, you know, for a service fee for using that land? In fact, they've been making money off our people. We're their customers. We're paying fares. We should be getting free rides, or at least real big discounts, to travel on our own land. But these kind of things are areas, you know, where something has to be done about them. And if we start preparing our young people, that, you know, we can actually list for them, these are all the things that you have to work on, because we're going to be gone. But we're leaving you with a guide as to how to do it. We're going to leave you with the knowledge and the skills so that you'll be able to keep fighting for the rights for Moose Cree First Nation. So, and then there's probably more, like, and even sometimes the way our people are treated at ONR. I don't know if Wilbert's here, but one time me and Wilbert Jeffries were getting on a train together, like same train, not together. I don't want to start rumors. I thought somebody's going to say, "Where'd you guys go?" Anyway, so I was talking to Wilbert, and he has a cane. And we're the same age, and we knew each other since we were kids. We went to the day school together, and we're tortured there and everything. Anyway, so Wilbert said, "You know that car one on the train here?" He said, when I bought my ticket, I asked if I can sit in car one because I'm an elder. And then he said, you know what they told me? He said, "No, if you want to get on that train, you have to be handicapped, disabled." And he said, "I showed that woman my cane. What do you call this?" Anyway, she said, "No, you have to have a letter from a doctor saying that you're disabled." So then we got into it, because Wilbert was on our, when we created our family law, he was on the fluent speaker. We had a group of elders that were fluent speakers. He was on there, and we used to talk about different things. And that's what he said is, yeah, I remember you used to tell us about, we got to start fighting back. And he said, I should have told him that. You're going on my land. And I'm going, "God, Wilbert, you remembered." I can't even travel in car one, and you're traveling for free on my land? Really, that's a situation, eh? We really have to turn around the way we see things, that we have rights that are legit, like they're not just for talking. So how much does ONR really owe us? When did they start? In 1939 or something? It was before the Second World War, or around the time of the Second World War. That's how all our veterans got out to the war. So even that, like knowing our history, knowing the true history is so, so very important to understand, how our land was actually stolen. And really it was stolen now in 1493. When that doctrine of discovery was passed, and it's never been rescinded, it's never been ended, kind of thing, eh? It's still in force. And that's the root of our colonization. That's why they had a right to put us on reserves. They had a right to convert our people to European ways. And that conversion has done a lot of damage to our people. you know, when you don't feel good about who you are or know your identity as an Indigenous person, you have that gap, like a void within you. So what are our young people going to do when they feel like that? They're going to look for something that's going to make them feel good. The fastest way to feel good is to take drugs. That's the main reason why in our community we have many, many addicts. So that's the root of the problem, and that's what we need to focus on fixing. You know, like we can, you know, set up a place where they can go and sit around, but that's all temporary, But the real thing is getting to the root of the problem, and that's intergenerational trauma. It's been passed on through our families. We all lived through it. There's no one here that can say they're not impacted by intergenerational trauma. We all are. Even though you might not be an addict, you live among addicts. You're still affected. You see children suffer. Especially in our families, we have large extended families. You know, so when there's, you know, an issue with one family member, it affects everybody else. So those kind of things I think are really important in regards to, you know, keeping in mind as we move ahead in claiming our rights, as we move ahead in setting up our own governance. Like I said, every time we meet the government, we have to say, we're meeting with you on a nation-to-nation basis. Meaning, sometimes they'll even say, what do you mean? Because your ancestors signed with my ancestors a treaty, and a treaty can only be recognized between sovereign nations. So after that, they can't say anything because they don't know either, right? They don't. It's a lot of, you know, things that have been hidden, and the government making sure that we didn't learn about them. Because if we had that knowledge, we would have been fighting back a long, long time ago. But we were kept in the dark, we were controlled, we were all corralled into this little reserve so that they can have the rest of all our land that was on that map. So anyway, that's my main thing about this talk on how our land was stolen. And again, I think it's really important that, you know, in our education system, that we could do this. We can start teaching our children the truth of our history. I think we have the responsibility to prepare our young people for the future by making sure that they have the knowledge and the skills, because they're going to keep fighting for our rights. And we have the responsibility of leaving with them, you know, like the ways in which they can do this. I know with the family law, we're leaving all our information and actually leaving a guide. Well, I'll finish it sometime, but leaving a guide for the future. When you develop laws, this is the way we're doing. We did it for this family law. It's just it's an example, but it worked. We were able to, like I said earlier, in all of Canada, we might be the only First Nation that developed the People's Law. We had 1,700 attendees. It was attendance, There was some that came more than once, so I had always said, for sure I could say 1,000 people built this law. It was a lot of work. It would have been easy if we just sat down as a group and wrote it. That's what happens in most First Nations. And then take it to the people, and they ratify it. But this was the best way because it empowered the people. They felt good, Like now they feel ownership to this law. They can see, you know, some of their input in the law. So that's all for me. I want to thank you for listening, and thank you for inviting me, Victor. And the committee. Thank you.
Dr. Ferris, everybody! Live from Moose Factory. Yeah, we got some questions. Time for questions, time for comments. I have one, but we'll wait. We'll see where you're at. Any questions or comments for Dr. Ferris? Leonard. For Leonard, 1 second, okay?
Check.
This one here.
Dr. Ferries, thank you for that. That was really eye-opening to hear from you. I remember as a young boy seeing your poster at my father's office at the Mushkegwa Council, former Indian Affairs offices, and you've always been an inspiration, I think, to at least my generation. I think you remember that poster campaign of all these First Nation success stories, and you were one of them for me, so thank you for that. That being said, I wanted to reflect on your comments about how do we, as a community, as a First Nation, use this information to, I'll just sort of describe it like spring ourselves into the future. How do we use this information to build our community, build our nation? And again, I'm an economic advocate for our community. And I think about the things occurring, you referenced this in your comments, the resource development that's occurring in and around us. I just wanted to get your opinion or thoughts on the idea of when our community is ready to take ownership or leadership, and if there's development occurring in our community, our ability to lead that for ourselves. You know, I was thinking about Gitchi's comment about the Moose Cree group of companies, and I thought it was actually really insightful for the comment to be made that we're actively conducting forestry activities in our homeland. As a group, we're actively enabling mining in our homeland at Detour Lake. Detour Lake represents probably 50% of our overall businesses. So the question isn't, are we doing resource development now? We're in the middle of it. And I don't know whether or not that was by design or by accident. I think it's by accident. But just wanted to get your opinion on your thoughts about empowering our community to make decisions for itself around resource development in light of everything you've shared today.
Okay, in regards to empowering our people, I think that it is the people who are the foundation to our nation. If we go ahead and do things, you know, without the people, it's not going to work. They're not going to support it. They're not going to feel that they were a part of it. So I think that, and I know it's hard getting people out. There's a lot of apathy, and that's reflective amongst people who have been oppressed for a long time. Historical oppression is what we've gone through, you know. And when you've lived like that for many generations, you come to a point where it's apathy, meaning that there's no interest. You know, it's you can't think long term if you are not feeling good in your short term environment. And so when we worked on the family law, we sometimes had like 70 people. Like we had one in here, I remember there was like about 70 people. Sometimes there'd be only like about 12, but we still kept doing it. I still kept having them. And because people felt involved, that they were part of it, we didn't have anything written up for them. We just asked them, like, what do you think should go in the law? What about this? Like different questions, and that's how the law is developed. And that's a way to empower the people. People will also need to have the knowledge of the history. And say for family law, we focused our history on Wako-Tuwin, that's our traditional kinship system, and how we lost that along the way, how our children became targets in the government's goal of assimilation. And so whatever matter, whatever issue you're looking at, I think they all could be done in the same way, because that's how it'll work. That's how you'll get people interested, even to home visits, you know, like just whenever, you know, seeing people around the complex, oh, I would like to talk about this, always giving them the opportunity, making them feel that they're important. you know, and never ever to make them feel that they don't know anything. And because they have a lot of knowledge. In the sharing circles that we had with different target groups too, like those who went through the foster care system. We talked with grandmothers who raised their grandchildren so they wouldn't go into CAS, that kind of thing. They had a lot of information, really, really important information that went into the law. And our law will also have regulations, like more details, and we're working on that now. We're almost done. And so that is what I call an empowerment process. I actually saw it with my own eyes. And sometimes it's hard to believe, you know, that we've come to this point as a First Nation where we're actually creating our own laws. And like I said, Moose Cree gathered their own people. We didn't hire any outside consultants to work on this because we have many qualified and educated people in our community. Really, like it's a very high percentage. And we can do it. And that empowerment is so important. I think that's the first step. What else did you have? What is the second part? Okay.
Awesome. Sam.
Hi, Michael Rubin. I guess supposedly be a First Nation with mixed blood, as most of us are mixed blood. Whoever would make us First Nation through mommy or daddy with mixed blood. Also, I'm a believer of Jesus, and always make us like the enemy of First Nations that believe in their stuff. So I hate that division. I always get that negative. You get that hatred after. Same with the drug people and clean people, like hypocrites. Anyways, and regarding humanity, we came from, all of us came from across the seas. When you think about creation of man, we came across from over there. And they found us here, yes, they found us here. And today, they're wondering who we are. Who's these guys, where they come from? We came across from over there. How did they cross? They came through a strait. Who are these guys? We must have been here for some time because there were millions of us, or unless there was quite a few that came across. But anyways, then history came over when Europeans, as they come across with their, well, anyways, now we're here today. And everything has been established, stolen, and beaten, murdered, and here we are now today. So I just want to ask who's a member? We're all mixed blood. Thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment on that. Thank you for your version of our history. And, you know, that's one of the things that we deeply considered when we were developing the family law with the people, is that who is this law going to protect? Who's going to, you know, our family law will be protected for who? So first of all, it was, you know, you had to be a Moose Cree First Nation member, and off and on reserve. We were very clear, even though the government always likes to focus on reserve only, but we do have on and off reserve, as well as mixed bloods, like what you're talking about. As long as they have a connection through a parent and have lineage, like to Moose Cree First Nation, they're protected by our law as well. So most likely, most laws, I predict, will be the same. And in regards to spirituality, in our law, people have the choice all the time, whether they go with Christianity or if they go with our traditional ways. Everybody has a choice. So we made sure that all those bases were covered.
Right here, Howie. Nice to see you.
Hi, Dr. Ferries. Howie Isaac, community member of Moose Factory. I sit on Chief and Council. I sit on the Education Board as well. And since the students are listening, you know, I think growing up, we never heard about, you know, this history of Canada and Indigenous people. And today, I struggle. I struggle to hear the truths of what unfolded over the last, you know, few thousand years. So what is a good message to pass on to our children, our youth, on how to contend with this and find who they really are and being okay with that?
Okay, so on the basically our history and identity. So the first part is, you know, exactly what we did in our family law development is we taught the truth of our history, of what happened. I like using diagrams. I always use circles. So in the circle, it would have pre-contact of how our ancestors lived before Europeans came over to our land, and then contact, what happened there, what changes were brought like into our lives. And then the post-contact is the results of the, you know, of what the change, the results of what happened because of the changes. And then all the time, I like to include like a future, our vision, where are we moving? Because even like in our own personal journeys, if we don't have a vision of where we want to go, we're not going to move. So as a First Nation, we need to have that vision of where are we moving towards? What is our goal? What do we want to reach? So that is a very, very important exercise because now you're looking at it holistically. And then as a child, you will understand. So this is what happened to our people. Oh, my great-grandpa and grandma went to residential school. So did my grandparents. And my parents went to day school. Like, you know, they figured out. And to understand that a lot of what has happened within our community and in our families was a result of that intergenerational trauma. And understanding that, like in any healing journey, even on a personal healing journey, you have to acknowledge that the abuse or the trauma happened. So as a people, we need to acknowledge that this trauma took place. You know, our people went through this. I always say, like, you know, to even our young people or people I work with, that we have to do our work in the memory of our ancestors, especially those that suffered along the way, where they couldn't fight back. They didn't have, you know, the ammunition, you know, the knowledge. They were put down. The government ensured that we didn't get an education because they knew that we might start getting too smart and fighting back. The reason why the government decided that we should get higher education is because they believed, like for the baby boomers, after the Second World War, they believed that if we became educated, that we would assimilate into mainstream society, that we wouldn't want to come back to the reserve. We would want to leave that behind. That was the reason why education was really, really promoted by the government. They wanted to use that as a form of assimilation. And it didn't work. You know, almost everybody came home, almost like everybody who, you know, completed their post-secondary education came home or are working for their own people or are working for Indigenous organizations. So when the government saw that, by about the mid-1980s, that, hey, our plan didn't work. These people are now fighting against us because now they're getting this knowledge and it's their ammunition to fight for their rights. They cut post-secondary education. That was the reason why it was cut in, I believe it was around 1985 or 86. 2% only every year, and it's still like that. So if our leaders were informed, they would have that knowledge and ammunition to be able to fight for that right to education. It's important to remember that if you read the treaty, in there, when they visited the Moose River people, it was the only place in all of Treaty 9 locations where the commissioners went, where education was identified as a right of our people. You know, that we would be able to go to school and learn, that kind of thing. And that is in the treaty, and it was only here that happened. So because it was voiced by the Moose River people that education is a right of the treaty, then everybody within Treaty 9 benefits from that. And we need to use that clause more often, of that education is a right. So that's the way, I think that the best way to have a captive audience when you're trying to create awareness among young people is in school. Like, we have a reserve school here. We don't have to tell the government what we're doing. Like, we can make sure that they have this knowledge, eh? And also to have goals in their lives. That's a really important skill. You're not going to move anywhere. You're just going to job hop, like not know, like wander if you don't have a goal as to what you want to do. I think you had another part of a question. I can't remember. Did you?
Are we good?
Okay.
We're good. We got one more question, Emily, before we take a break. Ernest.
Thank you, Emily, for your presentation.
Okay.
I just wanted to acknowledge some of the things that I have experienced, what I have gone through. I just wanted to acknowledge, first of all, my grandfather, Frank Rickard. He has spoken what his trapping rights are, what it is and who it was before the treaty was signed. And all those things that were very important and those cultural values that were there. So I kind of learned and understand that what he was interviewed in 1933. So what I also learn and understand is from my dad. My father is a World War II veteran and a former chief. And when he was a chief and Indian Affairs was here in Moose Factory, when the people were having difficult times and what they were doing is like collecting and asking for welfare when they couldn't get the job, Indian Affairs went to those people's houses that were collecting welfare and told them, come to work, come up to the band office and do some work up there. To cut grass in those houses that were given to the people that work for Indian Affairs. You know, my father, when he heard this, when they went and see my dad, he went up to that office of Indian Affairs and told them, why are you doing this to these people? You're disgracing those people who are very proud people who have, treaty rights, who know who they are. And they're not really, a lazy group of people. He says, I want you to stop this because you're breaking their treaty rights. Send them home. And that's how much authority we got as a people, as a chief. And Indian Affairs was here in the Moose Factory. And what happened was also Andrew Rickard, when he was a chief. When he was a chief, your Indian Affairs, here when they had their meeting, band office meeting, the Indian Affairs walked into that office and wanted to control and chair that meeting, the chief's meeting. Andrew Rickard went in there and told those guys, what is you doing it here? You're the Indian Affairs. I'm the treaty. I have those treaty rights. You get the hell out of here. This is my treaty rights and this is our office and business building share for our people. That's how much discrimination there was here in Moose Factory. in the 50s and the 60s from the hospital, from Indian Affairs, from all the educational system. Under that federal crown land, it was under control by Indian Affairs on the health services. So that's how much we were going through. So, you know, when I was dealing with some of these issues here, I had good experience working with Andrew Rickard in 1973 when we started the Grand Council Treaty Number 9. We started our own process of constitution. We wrote in 1977 our Declaration of Independence. And that's about 50 years ago. And now today we're still trying to work on that. So I'm hoping that we can do this much better and much to move forward of our own control of our own way of life. So these are the things I'm going to be trying to look at, I guess, to also be part of that, to support that and help our young people to be informed. You know, when we started negotiations with Ontario Hydro in 1997, we kind of did a research what kind of violation they did of our homeland, our treaty rights. They damaged the river so much that they built 4 dams. They cut forestry like crazy when they had that 1933 railroad line. And what we did was that we asked for compensation, we did some studies, and what we hit with Ontario Hydro was that they damaged us about $2 billion when we did that research. And now it's still outstanding. But one of the things I had a good of experience and knowledge is that when the former chief hired me to do some work for them after I left Nishnabiyski, I came to a moose factory, came home, and I was asked and approached by the chief and asked to work for Moose Cree. And since my knowledge and experience and all this here, I said, you know, we can do something. She said, we're going to have to deal with De Beers. So I said, okay, fine. I'd like to work with you guys. Let's go for something that belongs to us, violations of our treaty rights. This is our homeland they're going to use. So in a way, that's what we have done. So I'm just trying to fast track what I'm trying to talk about here. So we negotiated with OPG, Detour Gold, and De Beers. We finished up those 3 agreements in 2010. But once we finished those agreements in 2010, it was all for compensation for the damages of our homeland. Those treaty rights, those are the things that we were supposed to get. And we would get all these kind of contracts and engineers, everything else what we need to do that we can retain. But you know, today, since we had these agreements in 2010, we still have some challenges from the business perspective that we can still control this and do these, what we need to do. We haven't done that yet. We have these agreements, but we're only kind of in the bureaucrat system. I'm talking about this year because it's still violating our treaty rights. So we hope we can finish this other file, which is forestry now. So you know, these are the things that we need to do. So from what you're just being present, you know, making your presentation, these are the things that we have experienced through some of these areas here as our Aboriginal treaty rights. You know, I'd like to get the same opportunity that we have to talk to our own people here in our reserve, that we are taking control of that and telling all these industries, this belongs to us, we own it, we want all these compensation to start to do our infrastructure. These are the things we need. These are the things that we have. But we got to use our own people. Since I finished in 2010 agreements, I haven't done anything yet from my new leadership. From the new leadership and some of the industry systems that we have to do. This is where we're going into now. Since 2010, we are now into the industry systems here. We are getting out of, we're getting out of the INAC box systems from the business perspective and forestry, mining, and energy development. So that's where I would like to help and support, where we can all work together. And we need our people. We got to get those people that have experience, like, okay, come on in, tell us what we can do. We want to hear you so that we can move forward and start to build our foundation. And that's where I think we can start too, on the foundation for our self-government, our own laws, which you've been previously working on. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. So I had this good opportunity now to speak where I haven't spoken like this. I haven't spoken like this in a long time, and that's what should be done today for those treaty rights that we have.
Ernest,
Okay, thank
you're
you
back,
for,
baby. You're back, baby. Ernest, good job.
Thank you for sharing, Ernest. And I'm sure that, as a First Nation and as we move towards what I call taking back our power and setting up our own nation, our nationhood, that we need to do that, is to actually have, pockets of people who have expertise in different areas. And it always works better when there's a group of people brainstorming. That's the fastest way to get things done, is when people sit. We've done a lot of weekends work, because people are working during the week, Saturday and Sunday. A lot of work is done there because everybody can concentrate. We go somewhere where, it's going to be quiet, and it really works. Because we all have the same passion for our First Nation. We all want the same thing. We're not going to argue to say, that's not good, we don't want. No, we all have the same goals. So, thank you very much. Done, right? Okay.
All right. Okay, let's thank Dr. Ferris one more time. Holy, we're awesome, man. Awesome. I have an observation. Here's my observation. While they were showing our traditional homelands map, I thought about my cousin Jimmy back there. And then I thought of Clayton as well. Because really the only landmarks on our traditional land use map is Moose Factory, is Fraservale, is Otter Rapids, and Kapuskasing. And I bet you, after we noticed the municipalities, I bet you Clayton zoomed in where his homelands are, where your traditional homelands are. I bet you Clayton thought of that right there. This is my land. And I bet you my cousin Jim did the same thing about Boys Bluff. I was like, that's my dad's land. That's my land, right there. And as an outsider, when I look at that map, if I didn't understand it, I would look at that map and saying, holy, that's empty land. So maybe one way of really truly celebrating our sovereignty as treaty people is recognizing homesteads and territory within that land. And that when something happens, they're not 100 kilometers from Moose Factory or 300 kilometers from Kapuskasing. We're within our territory on somebody's land, which is a part of our nation. It just made me think of that. We got a bunch of kids that are here, and they're potty breaking right now. Kids that like to potty, old people and kids that like to potty lots. So they're pottying right now. But it also made me think, because we got Howie here from the Education Committee. And Howie mentioned something that I think people were muttering over the last maybe day or so. It was like, what about the kids, right? What about the kids? This isn't controversial at all. But if we want the kids, we can't expect the kids to come to us. We got to go to the kids. And it just turns out that the one class that's here, Miss Chena, Kim, whenever there's something going on, Kim's class is always here. It's like, Kim's awesome. I love Kim. Kim knows where it's at. What's important, Kim understands because her kids are here. So when the kids walk in and when we set up after break, we'll make sure that we give the kids a big round of applause because they're treaty people too. They need to recognize that. So here's my thing for next year, and here's my challenge to the Education Committee, Howie. Perhaps next year, with Vic, with the committee, Chief Wesley, he can say, we're going to take this event one step further next year. How are we going to do that? We're going to continue on with this because people are engaged. That's good. But the next step will have a youth stream next year. So we can have 2 streams. One here, one at the school. We can do classroom presentations. We can bring in speakers like our dear friend here, Ryan, who's doing a youth game show next. Why don't we bring him back to do a game show in the school next year? At the youth center. We could have youth streams next year. So rather than expecting 100 kids to come here, which will never happen, we can go where the 150 kids are at the school. So at the end of Treaty Week, of the Treaty event, we'll have 150 kids that know where it's at. You know what I'm saying? So perhaps, Howie, before the event is done, or maybe this weekend, maybe next weekend, consult with the committee and say, you know what? Let's approach Chief Wesley and say, we want to be on the committee and co-host next year. We want a youth stream at DDEX next year because our kids matter too. Right? Absolutely, man. Awesome. You inspired me by being here and saying those comments. It's really, really important. Those kids are outside using the potty, and I know all of you probably want to do the same thing. But so we're going to potty before we party. And that's going to be happening in about 15 minutes. We got a youth game show coming up. In 15 minutes, we are game showing with our dear friend Ryan, who's home, baby, who's home. Sorry, Kathy, I get excited. We'll see you in 15 minutes, everybody. Thank you.
Treaty in Cree is Nascomituin, an oral agreement. And our agreements were always spoken. For George Spence, the core of treaty was Wichiheoin, to help one another.
And so we, the commissioners,
He was there for the making of Treaty 9, where the Cree were told,
we will honor this agreement together for as long as the sun shines and the waters flow.
the Cree made their mark because they were assured that the land would be shared and they would always be able to is Naskumitoin, an oral agreement. And our agreements were always spoken. George Spence, the core of treaty, was Wichihioin, to help one another.
And so we, the commissioners,
He was there for the making of Treaty 9, where the Cree were told,
we will honor this agreement together for as long as the sun shines and the waters flow.
the Cree made their mark because they were assured that the land would be shared and they would always be able to harvest what they needed. George Spence was my great-grandfather. In his life, he saw many promises of the treaty go unfulfilled.
Treaties were essential to the creation of Canada. First Nations still fight for
Naskumitoin, an oral agreement. And our agreements were always spoken. For George Spence, the core of treaty was Wichihioin, to help one another.
And so we, the commissioners,
He was there for the making of Treaty 9, where the Cree were told,
we will honor this.
Well, gee, everybody, we're still on break. Is there goodies in the back? Are there any goodies? There's cake. Hey, guys, there's cake back there. Go get some cake. Go get some cake. Come on, let's go. Don't be shy. Hey, guys, you belong here. This is your event. Go. Go get some cake, please.
Feel here, here, and here. I heard here, here.
It's a party, everybody. Intertribal. Dance floor is open. Before we get going here, Mark Butterfly is going to come up front and show us some dance moves. So let's welcome Mark, everybody. Come on, let's go! On behalf of council, Mark's going to show us a council strut. You all have your devices in your hands. You need them in your hands for this next game show. So get out your devices, please. Get out your devices. If you don't have one, sit with somebody who has one. You can play together. Before we get Ryan up here, I'm going to say a few words about you. Can I? Can I talk you up? I'm going to talk up this fine young man right here. Before I talk up Ryan, hey, everybody, let's give these young people a massive round of applause. Come on, let's welcome them here. Can you guys turn around and look at your community and go like this? Go like this, go. Can you do that? Okay, go. 3, look at them, go. And also, let's have a massive round of applause as well for a wonderful teacher who puts not only the needs of her students, but the needs of her students and our history and our culture, and in this case, our treaty front in mind. Let's give China a massive round of applause, everybody. Come on, right there, Kim. Awesome, Kim. So we have a gentleman here with us who hails from Attawapiskat First Nation, was born and raised right here on the island. He's a PhD candidate. Holy, going to be Dr. Fleming at some point soon. Ever deadly. He's a PhD candidate in political science at the University of Toronto and an incoming law student with a focus on Indigenous governance, Canadian and constitutional politics, and international relations. It's pretty wordy stuff, pretty awesome stuff, but right now he's here to play, which I think is great. One thing I like about it is the last sentence of the bio. It says, this year he's engaged in the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, an expert mechanism on rights of Indigenous peoples to carry Treaty 9 voices into international arenas and hold Canada and Ontario to their treaty obligations. Welcome home, brother. Stage is yours. Everybody, Ryan Fleming, let's welcome him home. You're on your own. Let's go. Let's play.
All right. My throat's dry. It's cold out. Does everyone have a device? You don't have to have one if you don't want, but I saw everyone's got their phone, their face in the phone. I see a lot of elders with phones too. You could play. So, watch everyone, welcome. I guess it's also my thanks to be here. Thanks to Vic for inviting me back home. I think I was doing the math. I left when I was 11 and couldn't make it back until now. So it's been like, what, 23 years? Do the math now. I'm not that old. Getting there. So I think before we begin, yeah, there we go. We already got some. So feel free. We'll start in a second. So the session is called Treaty 9, Game On. I was tasked by Vic to somehow create a game format experience. So I think I pulled it together. I guess we'll see him. So it's really just a game, but we'll move through different stories, some questions, and some moments of reflection. So it is helpful that you have your phone, but those that are not technologically savvy, we can maybe get someone in the crowd for some reflection throughout. We got a lot of yappers, a lot of good stories. So we're going to go through Treaty 9 today, what it is, what was promised, and why it still matters. And I'm glad we have a little bit of a younger audience today because most of what we'll brush over today is an amalgamation, I think, of much of what we've covered through our various scholars and elders and perspectives that we heard earlier in the day. So some questions have correct answers, and those you'll earn some points, perhaps. I got some, of course, I'm hailing from U of T as well, so I brought a bunch of U of T merch up here, so we'll keep track of that leaderboard, and maybe you can come grab whatever you want at the end. If we got some extras, maybe we can be a little bit forgiving, throw those out in the crowd. So after each round, you'll see like a leaderboard, top scores, and there's a bit of a friendly competition built in. We'll see. Okay, so I better see some up on the leaderboard up here. So at the end, we'll have a big top three, and then you'll choose whatever you want up here. So there's no trick questions, essentially, or maybe. So if you don't know the answer, that's completely fine. The goal isn't perfection, I guess. Today is about learning together, about Treaty 9, passing on that knowledge, that wisdom, that information. So you can play along with your phone, but there's also moments to pause in the game to invite those reflections and those perspectives. So even though you don't, maybe you don't want to answer every question, your voice still matters. Well, maybe Stan will walk around with that mic, or maybe he won't. I don't know. We'll see. So we could start, I think. Everyone's locked in. So I think before we begin, I want to take a moment before we actually begin the competition and ground why I'm actually here and the road I've traveled before today really briefly. So I come to the work that I do as someone who carries responsibilities. So to my family, to my community here in Moose Factory, Moose Cree, and up in Attawapskat as well, and to our shared history. So many of us also in the room have family who have either survived residential schools, who have family who have been impacted by the 60s scoop, and family who continue to live with these effects of those systems today. So that was one of the main reasons also why my last name is Fleming. So that's actually not my family name. My family name is Chikazum. So somewhere along the line, my father had to change his last name. He likes to tell the story that it was tied to employment purposes, had a native name back in those days, hard to get employed. So he changed his name to some white name. I don't know how he had crafted Fleming, but I'll leave it up to the mystery. So like I said, I'm here today because I believe that each of us, even us in the front here, have obligations. So not just to remember those histories, but to change those systems that cause those issues, and to build better systems of governance and law that actually respect our nations. So our treaties also, and our ways of life. So Treaty 9 isn't just something I study, it's something that I'm accountable to. So I see it as a responsibility that we carry also to our elders, to our knowledge keepers, and to our ancestors who signed and envisioned Treaty 9 as a relationship, and to our youth and the future generations also, those to come, who will then carry that work forward after today and after us, after I'm long gone, hopefully later rather than sooner. So the session is a part of that ongoing journey. So it's about learning together, asking those hard questions, and thinking about how we honor those responsibilities in the present. So I think with that in mind, we can get going here. Yeah, exactly. So here's how today will work. We'll have 6 sessions to earn some points, and they're broken down like you see on the screen. So some are competitive, some are reflective, and you don't need to know everything to participate. I guess the points are just for fun unless you want some expensive merch at the front. So I'll guide us through the session, and yeah, we'll get going. So I want to start with this map. Dr. Ferry's had a similar map, so I'm going to kind of bridge off what she was saying earlier. So this map shows the historic treaties across what is now called Canada. Many of them were made before Confederation, so these are pre-Confederation treaties. And many were actually made after, that are not in this one. We'll touch on that later. But all made up Indigenous nations who already had their own laws and governance systems. So these agreements weren't like side notes in history. They're actually a part of a legal foundation that this country was actually built on. So Canada didn't just randomly appear. It was built through these treaties with us, with Indigenous nations all across Canada. So I think this matters because it tells us that treaties just aren't symbolic. They actually have some kind of meaning behind them. They're not just stories we tell about the past, even though we're carrying them forward through oral history. They're a part of how this country was actually formed and how they shape what is actually still happening today. So when we talk about Treaty 9 today, we're not just talking about like a footnote in history or an index in the back of a book. We're talking about one specific treaty within a much larger treaty framework. So Treaty number 9. And how those relationships were supposed to work. Those relationships. And how they've been handled since. So with that context in mind, let's look at Treaty 9 itself. So before Treaty 9, Indigenous nations, like I said, had laws, our own governance systems, and relationships to the land, which we're still trying to protect. So there were laws, governance, and responsibilities already in place. So Treaty 9 just had entered that world. So Treaty 9 didn't start that history. It didn't create Indigenous nations or our laws. It entered into an already existing world. And that's important to remember because it changes how we understand what treaties were meant to do. So let's start by surfacing what we already know by going to the next slide. So we're already in Cahoot. So before Treaty 9, Indigenous nations had, anything? Is it popping up on your phone? Type your answer. What do you think? What do you think? So before Treaty 9, Indigenous nations had, I'll leave it up to you to answer. So once everyone is done, it should pop up. So before Treaty 9, Indigenous nations had, there's 16 seconds left. All right, what am I seeing here? So before Treaty 9, Indigenous nations had language governance. A community. What, we don't have a community now? Ooh. Land was the biggest answer. Sovereignty, everything. We had everything. Their own laws? Their own laws? Who's not native in here? independence, own, go, natural laws. I'll pretend like I know what that one meant. Does anyone else in the room have anything to add? Something different than what we're seeing? Anyone want to battle it out? Oh,
Lisa, so people online can hear us, okay? So I'm going to come running to you.
Medicine.
So before Treaty 9, Indigenous nations had medicine. So whether it's coming from, I guess, what we're seeing on the screen or medicine out in the room, what we're seeing is that Indigenous nations weren't starting from nothing. There were already systems in place. Systems for land, for our governance, for our laws, for collecting and gathering and growing our medicine. And we had responsibilities to all of that as well, and to each other. And to the ways we're all living together in this place, all over Treaty 9. So let's hold on to that and move forward to the next slide. So from what we've just seen on the screen and then from the room, is that Indigenous nations weren't just starting from nothing. Treaty 9 didn't create Indigenous nations. It didn't create our laws. It didn't create the relationships that we have to the land. Treaty 9 entered into all of that. So that matters because it changes how we understand treaties. If Indigenous nations already had law and governance, then treaties weren't about giving that up. They're about figuring out how different peoples actually lived together. So before we move on, does anyone want to add a quick thought? No? So if Indigenous nations already had a law and governance, then the next question must be, what was Treaty 9 actually meant to do? And we hop to the next slide. So now that we've actually talked about what existed before Treaty 9, we can ask then the next question, what was Treaty 9 actually meant to do? I think this section then is about treaty making itself, perhaps. How treaties were explained. What they were actually meant to set up. And how Indigenous nations, how our nations, understood those agreements at the time. So we're not still at that written document yet. We're staying with meaning, with explanation, and relationship. And so on the next slide, so treaty making wasn't meant to be a sale or a land deal. It was meant to set out about how different peoples would live together on that land, with those responsibilities on all sides of those treaties and those signatories. So not just us, who we were signing with. So Indigenous nations enter treaties as nations, like we said earlier today. Like, treaties are not signed with my neighbor, not signed with my gookum. They're signed with nations. So you think about like international stuff, big treaties. So think of it that way. So we had our own laws, languages, and governance systems. So when we talk about treaty making, we're actually talking about relationships, not transactions. It's also important to remember the context in which Treaty 9 was actually made. So like way back in the 1900s, many communities were already facing hardship at the time. So food insecurity, disease, and increasing pressure by colonial expansion. So the treaty commissioners were aware of all of those conditions and the promises of assistance and protection were part of how the treaty was explained. So that context matters for understanding how the agreement was entered into and how it was actually understood. So on the next slide, I think we got a little quick video.
Treaty in Cree is Naskumitoin, an oral agreement. And our agreements were always spoken. For George Spence, the core of treaty was Wichihioin, to help one another.
And so we, the commissioners,
He was there for the making of Treaty 9, where the Cree were told,
we will honor this agreement together for as long as the sun shines and the waters flow.
the Cree made their mark because they were assured that the land would be shared, and they would always be able to harvest what they needed. George Spence was my great-grandfather. In his life, he saw many promises of the treaty go unfulfilled.
Treaties were essential to the creation of Canada. First Nations still fight for the agreements to be honored.
So with that context in mind, and now watching how the treaty was explained in our law, in Cree law, here in Moose Factory, did you pay attention to that meaning? Did you? Did you pay attention to the meaning? So not just those details. So if we hop on the next slide. So let's respond to what we saw. So based on that video, like, what does treaty mean to you? What do you think treaty then means? Or what does it seem to mean? I think so, yeah. There we go. I'm a fire sign. I wish I had control over the whole presentation myself. So what does treaty mean to you? What do you think it means? Answers locked in. Let's see. We got 8 seconds left. Look at the stragglers. 2 seconds. All right, what does treaty mean to you? Ooh. So an agreement was the most common answer. Sharing in relationship. Co-jurisdiction and negotiation. Broken trust. Ooh, what does treaty mean to you? Broken trust. Sharing, relationships, being able to hunt. Sacred promise, and broken promises. So a combination of things. It sounds like something good, maybe something bad. So that tells us a lot. So I guess for anyone have a different perspective? In the back? So we hop to the next slide. So in Cree law then, treaty must be about relationship, about reciprocity, about mutual obligation. So I guess in Cree law, it has to be about those three things. The connection to somebody else, responsibilities, and obligation. So not a sale, not about giving something up. It's about a relationship. So treaties were explained orally in indigenous languages and understood as relationships that come with responsibilities on all sides of that treaty. So that understanding is actually critical then, because it shapes what people believed they were agreeing to. And then I guess if we think about it another way as well, if we're speaking our language, did we know English back then? Maybe not. So we're speaking two different languages. But it seemed like one side knew what they were doing. So now here's where things, I think, get a little bit complicated. What people understood through oral explanation and indigenous law isn't always what shows up later in our written document. So if we hop to that next slide, I'm sure we can get right into that. The written treaty, what the document actually says. So up until this point, we've just been talking about meaning, how treaties were explained, what people understood, and the relationships they believed they were entering into. So now we're going to look at something different. The written document, what was actually written itself, as it exists under Canadian law, so not our law. And this matters because the written document has real legal consequences. It's how governments and courts have usually understood and applied Treaty 9. So we're going to be precise. So let's focus on what the document says and what it actually doesn't. So let's start with a simple question then about the written text on the next slide. So does the written text of Treaty 9 include surrender language? What do you think? What do you think surrender then means? What is that language? Do you think Treaty 9 had that language written into it? True. Who is the 13? Who said false? I'm dead. So the correct answer is true. It did include surrender language. So the written text of Treaty 9 includes language about like ceding and surrendering. I think we said in 4 different ways it was spelt out. About surrendering land. So that's what the document actually says. And it's important to be honest about that. So naming that doesn't end the conversation. It gives us then a clear starting point. So now let's look at who actually wrote that document. On the next slide. So who drafted the written text of Treaty 9? Was it in red, Indigenous nations? Was it in blue, elders from all communities? Was it yellow, Crown officials? It's
What is crowned officials? If you can explain to the kids, crown. What does that mean?
People from the government. So the commissioners going around getting everyone's signature. The representative of the crown at that point. Or was it green? Gukum's Gupta. So who drafted the written text? You got 10 seconds. All right, someone answered indigenous nation. Oh, close, but far. No one said Gukum's group chat. Wonder why that is. And then elders from all communities. Close, but the written text was drafted just by that one side. That seems odd. So the correct answer was crown officials. So that matters because the written document reflects the legal systems and the priorities of the people who actually wrote it. So at the same time, the treaty wasn't explained to indigenous nations through the written document itself. It was explained orally. So in indigenous languages, depending where it was signed, and according to indigenous law. So why was something totally different written? Maybe they were taking advantage of the fact that we couldn't understand English at the time, maybe? We can only guess at this point. So the difference is at the heart of what we're working through today. So if one legal system wrote the document, the next question then is how then that document was interpreted on the next slide. So the written treaty is interpreted primarily through which legal system? And you can click next. Was it in red, Indian taco law? Was it in blue, Canadian law? Yellow, in international law? Or in green, indigenous legal orders? So the written treaty is interpreted primarily through which legal system? I don't know, that taco does look good though. I'm getting hungry. Oh, Red Devil, you got like 21 people playing. So we got all 10 seconds left, or it'll end as soon as everyone answers. So we got 2 for Indian taco law. We got 2 for indigenous legal orders, 7 for international law, but the correct answer is blue, 14 for Canadian law. So the written treaty was interpreted primarily through Canadian law. So that's important because it tells us whose legal framework has usually been used to interpret and apply our treaty, Treaty Number 9. So this doesn't mean indigenous law disappeared. It just means one legal system has been largely treated as the most important or as authoritative in practice. So it's also important to know that this isn't just a historical debate. Right now, we have a collection of Treaty 9 First Nations that are all involved in an ongoing court case that directly raises these questions about how the treaty should be interpreted and whether those oral histories and indigenous law must be taken seriously alongside that written text. So in other words, This issue is not settled. It's still being worked through today. I think the last time the group with Nan also is down there in Toronto, supporting them at the courthouse there. So these questions are still being argued in court today by our First Nations, which tells you how real and unresolved this actually is. So we're not talking about history, it's still present. So on the next slide is the written text, the whole treaty? So does it represent the entire treaty relationship? Hang on one minute. So what do you think? So this question should come out of everything we've just talked about. So what do you think? Was that written treaty text representing the entire treaty relationship? Ooh. We're getting there. So the answer is false. No, it doesn't. So the 21, who are the 3? Yeah, so the correct answer is false. The written text is important because it has legal consequences. But it doesn't represent the entire relationship. So treaties weren't just documents. They were agreements entered through explanation, through language, and through law. So when we treat the written text as the whole treaty, we actually miss how Indigenous nations understood what they were agreeing to. And that's exactly why our Treaty 9 First Nations are still in court today, arguing about how the treaty should be interpreted, and whether oral histories and Indigenous law must be taken seriously alongside that written text. So if the written text then isn't the whole story or the whole treaty, the next question, I guess, is like, what did Indigenous nations understand they were agreeing to? Ooh. So I want to pause for a moment because the written treaty text does matter. Like we've kind of discerned so far, it has real consequences, and we're living them. So it shapes how governments act, how courts make decisions. But the written document is only one part of that treaty relationship. So Indigenous nations didn't misunderstand Treaty 9. The treaty was explained to them orally, in a different language perhaps, with interpreters, in Indigenous languages, according to Indigenous law. So what happened is that what was communicated on the ground through those oral explanations, through that relationship, didn't actually align with how the treaty was then later written down by those Crown officials, by the commissioners. So that divergence, or that difference, doesn't come from confusion. We're not dumb. We know what we were doing. It comes from the fact that two legal systems were operating, and only one was later treated as the most important, as the most authoritative in practice. So the next question then isn't whether Indigenous nations understood Treaty 9. The question then is, what law were they using when they agreed to it? And why was that law later ignored? So on the next slide, this brings us to Indigenous understandings of Treaty 9. So when Treaty 9 was agreed to, Indigenous nations understood it through our own laws, our own languages, and our own systems of governance. So the treaty was explained orally on the land, according to our law. So this isn't about belief or culture as something separate from law. Indigenous law is law. And it shaped how Treaty 9 was understood, agreed to, and carried forward. So I guess in this section then, we're going to look at what was communicated to Indigenous nations, what was promised to continue, and how those understandings have been carried through memory, language, and our law. So let's start with a simple question then about how Treaty 9 was understood on the next slide. So this question centers the understanding of our elders and our knowledge keepers, the people who actually carry Treaty 9 law and memory. So we could start that. So our elders and knowledge keepers. The first answer in red is share the land, and the blue is giving it up. So our elders and knowledge keepers describe Treaty 9 as being about which one? Sharing the land in red, or giving up in blue? What do you think? It was 24. So it was about sharing the land. Ooh. Boom, boom, boom. So we're going to hop to the next one. So our friends here in the front, you guys are going to have to leave midway through. Oh. That's okay. That's okay. We'll continue. No, it's all good. So this next question is about law and not memory, not tradition, as something separate from law. So we have the next. So oral promises matter in Indigenous law. True or false? Blue is true, red is false. What is the correct answer? 5 seconds. Ooh, the correct answer is true. Who is that red? Who's false? So Indigenous legal orders, oral explanations, promises, and agreements they are law. They carry authority and responsibility. So that's why Treaty 9 how it was explained matters. The oral commitments made at the time they weren't informal, they were binding within Indigenous law. So if oral commitments our law, the next question has to be what people understood would continue then with Treaty 9 on the next slide. So if Treaty 9 was understood as an agreement about sharing land, and if oral commitments matter as law, then this next question is what people understood would continue after the treaty. So what do you think? In red, their ways of life. In blue, their governance systems. In yellow, the relationship to the land. Or in green, none of the above. Something totally different. So what did our nations understand would continue after Treaty 9, after they signed it? Maybe multiple choice. 15 seconds. None of the above. So there's multiple choice. So there's 3 solid answers. So any one of the ways of life, governance systems, and relationship to the land, they all understood that all 3 of those would continue after signing Treaty 9. So that understanding is consistent across Treaty 9 territory. So that's why questions about treaty interpretation, like understanding treaty, are so important today. So if this was under the understanding, then the final question is whether the difference between oral and written versions was just a misunderstanding. So this last question then is an important one, because it often is how these issues are framed. So what do you think? The difference between writing and oral understandings of Treaty 9 is just a misunderstanding. True or false? True in blue, false in red. False. So the difference between written and oral understandings of Treaty 9 is just a misunderstanding? Obviously not. This wasn't a misunderstanding. So our nations did not misunderstand Treaty 9. The treaty was explained orally. Our languages, according to our laws, or how we understood it. What diverged later was how the agreement was written down by those crown officials, by those commissioners, and how it was interpreted and applied through Canadian law. So the issue isn't confusing then. It's the collision between 2 legal systems and the fact that only one was treated as the most important in practice. So that's why what happened after the treaty matters so much on the next slide. So I want to pause for a moment because Indigenous nations did not misunderstand Treaty 9. The treaty was explained to us orally in our languages and according to our laws. So oral histories are not just stories. They're law. They carry memory, obligation, and responsibility. So when our elders and our knowledge keepers speak about Treaty 9, they're not offering opinions. They carry the treaty forward. They carry our treaty law forward. So when we talk about conflict around Treaty 9, we're always in conflict. We're not talking about confusion. We're talking about what happens when Indigenous law is not respected in how treaties were implemented. So we hop to that next one. So up until this point, we've been talking about how Treaty 9 was understood when it was agreed to through our law, the oral explanation, the relationship. Now we need to look at what happened after treaty was signed. Treaty 9 didn't immediately lead to conflict. Conflict emerged later. So when the treaty relationship was actually put into practice. Through government policies, through laws, and institutions that did not reflect how the treaty was explained or understood. So this section isn't about blame. It's about understanding the structures that shaped what actually came next. So let's think about that what caused that shift on the next slide. So the next question is about systems, not blame. So there isn't one right answer. I think about what we've heard so far, and choose what you think had the biggest impact. So what caused the most conflict after treaties, or after we signed Treaty 9? In red, it says differences between written and oral understanding. Blue, government laws imposed later. In yellow, courts deciding treaty meaning. Or in blue, all of the above. So what caused the most conflict after treaties? Mm. 10 seconds. So what caused the most conflict? So all of the above, 18, 4, 5, 3. So notice that none of these answers suggest that we broke treaty. So the conflict comes from how treaties were implemented and governed afterward. I'm gonna curve away from the asking the room what's going on, because you guys got to leave soon. So one of the biggest changes that shaped what happened next was the introduction of new federal laws. So we hop to the next slide. So one of the most important things to understand at this point is the difference between treaties and the Indian Act. The Indian Act is not part of Treaty 9. So the Indian Act came later. It's a federal law imposed by Canada that reshaped Indigenous governance and its decision-making. So instead of working through treaty relationships, the Indian Act introduced a system of external control on the outside that often sidelined our laws and the treaty obligations in their entirety. So that doesn't mean the treaties disappeared. Treaty 9 still exists, but the way it was lived and implemented was deeply affected by this new legal framework. So with that in mind, let's think about this on the next slide. There should be a... So how much did the Indian Act, do you think? How much do you think it changed our governance? Give a little slider from 0 to 10. What do you think? Give it a rating. It's not about opinion or debate. It's about recognizing impact. Ooh, and about 9 or 10. You guys got to head out? No worries. You're welcome. Have a good day.
The relationship between the federal government and First Nations, it's still founded on a piece of legislation that is extremely colonial and where the Minister of Indian Affairs still has ultimate authority over us and our land.
The Indian Act is federal legislation that shapes the relationship between the Government of Canada and Indians, who are now known as First Nations.
The Indian Act was introduced in the 1800s as a piece of legislation that was essentially meant to, and effectively does, govern really every aspect of First Nations life. I don't think there's any kind of other piece of legislation in Canada that really has any parallel, which has really kind of been used for over 150 years to define a relationship.
A lot of the colonial statutes and policies and laws that were in place at the time to structure that relationship between the First Nations and the British government were consolidated in the mid-1800s into a single act. When Canada became a country, it became the Indian Act.
The Indian Act had several objectives, but its main purpose was to control First Nations and forcibly assimilate them. This is evident when you look at the legislation it's based on. 1755, British officials created the first Indian Department to manage their relationship with Indian nations. 1763, in the Royal Proclamation, where King George III claimed North America as a British territory, he also stated that Indian lands could only be acquired by settlers if first ceded to the Crown. 1850, the Act for the Better Protection of the Lands and Property of the Indians in Lower Canada introduced early legal definitions of who qualified as an Indian. 1857, the Gradual Civilization Act encouraged Indians to enfranchise, meaning to give up their Indian status. 1867, Canada became a country and assumed jurisdiction over Indians and lands reserved for the Indians. 1869, the Gradual Enfranchisement Act aimed to forcibly assimilate Indians by removing Indian status from women who married non-Indian men. 1876, the Indian Act came into power and consolidated previous laws respecting Indians, continuing the goal of enfranchisement, the management of Indian reserves and monies, and setting rules for the Chief and Council government structure.
Colonial minds came in and said we can't have First Nations operating on completely different principles in our territory than the ones that we're trying to promote: white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism.
It was a mode to control almost everything that we did and where we were and open up the land in this whole racist idea of European superiority.
It became an instrument for ensuring that the governance structures of First Nations themselves were harmonized with the gradually developing governance structure of the country of Canada.
Once the Indian Act was established as law, it became increasingly more oppressive, which is evident when you look at some of the early amendments. 1880, the Department of Indian Affairs was created, increasing federal control and oversight over First Nations peoples. 1884, the potlatch ceremony was outlawed, setting a precedent for policies banning religious and cultural freedoms. 1906, the Governor General was given authority to establish industrial or boarding schools and make rules for the arrest and detention of truant children. 1927, Indian Affairs was given authority to enfranchise Indians without consent. 1927, it became illegal for lawyers to obtain money to pursue Indian legal claims. There are over 630 First Nations bands and more than 3,390 reserves across Canada. They form 50 different nations, each with their own languages, cultures, laws, and traditional governing structures.
What does it mean when all of those diverse forms of government, of citizenship, of belonging are replaced with this? What does that do to your sense of self, your sense of community?
You replace that with an Indian Act system where it's populated by people who have been convinced of the assimilation agenda, who are tied economically to the development of industries that are prominent businessmen that are assimilated culturally, and you make them the chiefs instead of the people who are tied to the land, and you get what you want. Now the native people in a lot of situations don't have an alternative, and therefore they're dependent on this system.
Due to First Nations advocacy, the Indian Act was amended in 1951 to remove some of the more oppressive laws. But at the same time, the government established an Indian registrar to enforce stricter rules on Indian status. And despite numerous amendments since, the Indian Act is still problematic, not only for what's in it, but also because of what's missing from it.
Social assistance, housing, child welfare, policing, like all of these, what we now see as essential services. There's absolutely nothing in the Indian Act at all on any of those. Water as well, emergency, infrastructure, nothing. Neither the federal government nor the provinces wanted to have to provide these services to First Nations. It has allowed both governments sometimes to not to provide the service at all, or to provide a much more watered down, inadequate version of the services that other people rely on.
Not to mention, the Indian Act disempowered First Nations governments, stripping them of the authority and resources required to provide adequate social services for their citizens. Yet repealing the Indian Act may not be as easy as it sounds. 1969, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau and his Minister of Indian Affairs, Jean Chrétien, introduced the White Paper on Indian Policy, aiming to abolish the unique legal relationship between First Nations and the federal government by repealing the Indian Act, dismantling reserves, and ending treaties. This proposal was met with significant resistance from First Nations leaders across the country, sparking a new era of First Nations political organizing and advocacy in Canada.
Indigenous people saw this for what it was an attempt to assimilate us, and so they fought to keep the Indian Act in place. We will use every tool in the toolbox in order to assert our rights and to continue existing, and if that includes having to use Canada's system of law for whatever advantage we can, we do. And I think that is a real beautiful part of how we continue to fight colonization.
First Nations' vision, of course, of self-government is of them controlling their own land by their own laws to live out their own culture with their own priorities. Canadian government may say that it is given up the assimilative objective, but it still is quite intent on maintaining the basic level of control it has over so-called Indian lands and the membership of people in Indian communities and of the types of government that Native people can have to run their own affairs.
The Indian Act has also interfered with First Nations' right to self-government and the right to set their own citizenship rules. In fact, current Indian Act provisions on status risk the legislative extinction of Indians unless amended.
Until 1985, the provision that if a First Nations woman married a non-First Nations person, they would lose status, their children would lose status. It's not just holding a card, it's the right to live in a community, it's the right to vote in a community, to be a part of that community in really every active sense. And so the Indian Act for many, many years and many generations dispossessed Indigenous women deliberately.
In the 1980s, Sandra Lovelace Nicholas won her case at the United Nations Human Rights Council, condemning Canada for removing Indian status from women who married non-Indian men. In response, Canada enacted the Bill C-31 Amendment in 1985, restoring status to women who had married out. But unlike the children of men who had married out, the children of these women received only half status, diminishing their ability to pass status on. The amendment also introduced what's known as the second generation cutoff rule, meaning the loss of status after 2 generations of marrying out, continuing the agenda of forced assimilation.
One of the things that the Indian Act has done by its definition of status has made us be seen as a race. We're not a race, we're a people. And people belong to a group based on things like acceptance, but also loyalty and fidelity to the group and sharing the same sort of values of the group. But if we only go to ancestry and blood, we are playing into a system that sought to purposely racialize us for the purposes of our extinguishment.
As bad as the Indian Act is, it should be understood within the larger policy context. Federal and provincial governments have implemented other laws and policies designed to oppress, dispossess, control, and eliminate First Nations, including the illegal pass system, which confined First Nations to reserves, the 60 scoop forced adoptions, the establishment of Indian residential and day schools, and Indian hospitals, where many children were taken. There were forced relocations of communities, forced sterilization of women, and starvation policies, particularly on the prairies. These laws and policies have been recognized by the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls as constituting historic and ongoing genocide.
We're going to have to unlearn the ways that the Indian Act has affected our sense of self, our sense of community, talk about things like patriarchy, relearn what our governance systems looked like, think about citizenship in a more fulsome way than the Indian Act has allowed us, so that when we do win in those court battles, when we do dismantle the Indian Act, we are able to put something in its place that is actually meaningful and worthwhile and representative of who we are as people.
We don't want to just replace the Indian Act with another framework for dependency. What I think should happen with the Indian Act is that the federal government should commit to the re-empowerment of traditional governments so that our people can begin to develop the capacity to have a system of government to govern our affairs, to govern our land, and to represent us to the outside world which is true to ourselves.
While most First Nations would agree that the Indian Act is a racist, outdated piece of colonial legislation, many have cautioned against repealing it without first establishing protection for their rights and their special status in law. First Nations have made many suggestions, which include negotiating self-government agreements, amending the Constitution, and implementing First Nations laws. Whatever the solution, the lesson learned from the 1969 White Paper is that Canada should not do anything without First Nation consent. In other words, nothing about us without us.
People are almost sometimes frozen in a state of, it's not my issue, not my problem. Colonialism is all of our problems. Don't cop out, don't take the easy way out, learn, ask questions. Reconciliation does take everybody.
You can say all you want about reconciliation, you can say all you want about decolonization, but that act is still enforced every single day.
So this is the system that our nations are currently living in and what we've inherited. So a system that reshaped our governance, so sidelined our treaty relationships and imposed rules that were never agreed to in treaties. So this is not a system that we're stuck with, though. So let's talk briefly about where we are today and what is possible moving forward, because I think that is rather important. So on the next slide, unless you want to see me the whole time. That's not a bad view either. So up until this point, we've been talking about how Treaty 9 was understood, how it was written, and how it was later reshaped by laws like the Indian Act. So now I want to shift forward to where we are today and what is actually possible. So the image previous was Ramon Cataquapit. So he, I believe, co-leads as well. So the youth-led organization by my friends here, organizing and speaking out around Bill 5. So it's important to say clearly that this work is not done alone. So hopefully tomorrow as well, Geronimo is going to join us, perhaps. He's also from Attawapiskat, our home community, a land protector and organizer who has helped lead that youth-driven Here We Stand movement. So together, along with many others, our friends here and Geronimo, they all represent a generation of Indigenous youth who are already carrying treaty responsibilities forward in real time. So in naming this, because Treaty 9 isn't just history, it's being lived, it's being defended, and it's being reimagined right now through collective action, not just individual heroism. So the section is about possibility, not ignoring history, but building something better together from it. So let's talk about how change is already happening and how it can keep happening on that next slide. So, excellent, right on time. Where's the little cane where I'm like pulled off? No, right on time. So one of the most important things to say at this point, though, is the Indian Act is not inevitable. Across the country, our nations are negotiating modern treaties, self-government agreements on their own terms. So these Indigenous-led processes, they're all about reclaiming jurisdiction, rebuilding governance, and removing dependency on the Indian Act. So this isn't happening in just one place or one region, as you could see. It's governance innovation happening all over the country, including in historic treaty regions as well, most notably in Treaty 11, where it could set a precedent for us as well. So that tells us something important. So even where historic treaties exist, Indigenous nations are actively shaping new governance relationships that reflect their laws, their priorities, and their responsibilities as well, without extinguishing that historic treaty and those commitments. So the next question then is, how do we move from possibility to practice? So then on this one, still. So like I said, these are all modern treaties and self-government agreements all over the country. And I want you to notice something right away though. So just like that historic treaty map at the outset that we looked at earlier, this one shows governance agreements that are happening all across the country. So this map doesn't actually capture everything presently, because there are new agreements being negotiated out in Atlantic Canada and across BC as well. But these are actively, these governance innovations are unfolding as we speak. So this is about rebuilding governance in ways that are accountable to our elders, our communities, and future generations as well. So including here in historic treaty regions like Treaty 9. So what still needs to change on the next slide? So it's important to be honest about where we are right now though. Courts have increasingly recognized Indigenous rights, Indigenous authority, and treaty relationships. But recognition on paper is not the same thing as implementation in practice. So without institutions, without real governance structures, recognition doesn't fully change how decisions are made on the ground. So this is where youth matter. So not as people waiting their turn, but as people who are already a part of treaty life. So youth are organizing, learning their laws, supporting land protection, holding governments accountable, and building new governance spaces. That's treaty implementation happening right now. Even if it doesn't always look like court cases or legislation. Some of us are in school learning how to change these systems. So for Treaty 9, moving forward means something like supporting youth to learn our histories, our laws, our responsibilities, and giving them space to act now and not later. So when we talk about moving forward, the question then is whether change is possible. It's not that. It's how we choose to take part in it right now. And so on that next slide, we have the last little poll, and I want you to reflect. So this isn't about picking one single solution. It's about recognizing there are different ways to carry our treaty forward in law, in governance, and in everyday action. So if we move one more. So we got one more. So which path matters most to our future here in Treaty 9? Is it in red, self-government agreements? Blue, constitutional change? Green, unlimited raise and bannock, my favorites? In yellow, Indigenous law in action? Or is it in light blue, all of the above, or in purple? None. Maybe you have a different idea. Ooh. No raise and bannock. Ooh. So what shows here is that treaty futures don't move forward in a straight line. Self-government agreements matter because they change how governance actually works. Constitutional change matters because it reshapes the rules of that system. And Indigenous law in action matters because treaties are lived and not just written. So for youth, this doesn't mean choosing one path forever. It means understanding that there are many ways to carry that treaty responsibility. Learning our laws and supporting community, leadership, and organizing when needed, protecting the land, or helping to build new institutions. So no one is expected to do everything, but treaty responsibility is shared. across generations. So what matters is that people show up where they can. Now I think I can call it quits now. So this was a pleasure. Thank you for entertaining, and thank you, Vic, for inviting me out and putting together something. All right, thank you, everyone.
That's right, everybody. Come on, let's hear it. Ryan Fleming, y'all. Thanks, man. Good job. Love the game. I know there are people out there that are really competitive. Does anybody want to know who won? Are we able to find that out, Ryan? Yeah, let's cycle through and let's figure out who won. And the winner is, we're going to start off in last place. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's go. And the winner is, I'm going to ask our awesome Deputy Chief Hardesty to please make his way up. Deputy Chief Hardesty, if you're in the room, please make your way up. Oh, he's already up. Good job. And the winner is Paula, third place. Good job, Paula. And conductor Lover. Who's that one? I'm going to come and give you a hug. Congratulations. Is that you? Is that you? I have a can of Click with your name all over it. Don't worry about it. What a Glover. I love it. Congratulations. Can we get N up here as well? And Paula? N and Paula. Who's N? N and Paula. Good job. There's like one person that's happy for you. That's okay. Excellent. We had a family gathering last night, Warren. And my mom was talking about who would really have loved this, and that would have been your grandpa Stan. My Uncle Stan, he would have loved this gathering. But he's here because you're here. The spirit of him is here. Everybody, come on. Our Deputy Chief Warren Hardesty, come on, let's go. Like academic overview of Treaty Number 9.
Yep, just we'll need a moment there to load up the presentation and whatnot, so just bear with us a minute or two. So while that's being set up, I'll introduce myself again and share a little bit about my family history and where I come from. So my name is Warren Hardesty. I'm the Deputy Chief of Moose Cree First Nation. I was elected in July of 2023. I prior served on council as well as a council member and as a youth councillor in prior years. I like to say I grew up at Moose Cree. You know, I've been serving the First Nation since I was a teenager. I was 19 years old, I think, when I first started. You know, so it's been a long journey to where I am now. You know, I've just turned 31 this past May, and I'll be turning 32 in this coming May. So it's very exciting time for Moose Cree. I think that this is the first, but of many steps towards further discussions on treaty and governance at a broader level. For my family background, my parents are Wendell and Carleen Hardesty. On my grandparents, on my Hardesty side, Edward Hardesty and Barbara Martin are my grandparents. On my mother's side, a former Grand Chief, late Stan Ludet, was my grandfather. And on my grandmother's side, it was the Sharon Davy, my grandmother. So that's a little bit about my background, and on both sides, from my Hardesty family, I'm a direct descendant of Henry Saylor's a signatory to Treaty 9 here in Moose Factory. But also on my Ludet side, I'm a direct descendant of Andrew Wesley, who's a signatory to Treaty 9 in Albany. So it's, my presentation is called Presentation on the Historical and Academic Overview of Treaty 9. And so my presentation is going to focus on what was the context, what was our understanding, what was things like at that period of time, what was our hope, what was our intention to enter into treaty, but also what was the government and the, of Canada and province's intentions when entering into treaty as well. And just covering a little bit of the oral history, some of the things that were shared, some of the things that were not shared with our people at the time of signing of treaty. So next slide. First off, we need to establish, okay, well, what is a treaty and who can enter into a treaty? A treaty is a formal written agreement between two countries, nations, or sovereign states. What is a nation? A group of people with a common language, history, culture, and geographical territory. So the Moose Cree First Nation here in Moose Factory, Moosu Sibi Ilwak, people of the Moose River. Can we say that Moose Cree First Nation is in fact a nation? Yes. We spoke our own Cree language. We had our own distinct L dialect. We had a collective history of customs, protocols, ceremonies, and we also inhabited the area of Moose River for generations. Next slide, please. And so, what is Treaty 9? The James Bay Treaty is one of 11 numbered treaties. It was an agreement that was signed between 1905 and 1906 with adhesions in 1929 and 1930. This agreement was between the Crown, represented by Canada and Ontario, and Indigenous nations, which include the Anishinaabe, the Ojibwe, the Cree, and Algonquin peoples. The Treaty 9 covers close to 330,000 square kilometers of James Bay and Hudson's Bay, watersheds in Northern Ontario, and that is approximately 2/3 of the land in Ontario. Next slide. So, the parties, as mentioned, the Dominion of Canada, as they were known at the time, on behalf of the British Crown, specifically King Edward VII, King of Great Britain and Ireland. The commissioners for Canada was Duncan Campbell Scott and Samuel Stewart. We're also the signatory to the province was to the treaty was also the province of Ontario, and the commissioner for Ontario was Daniel George McMartin. Several First Nations people in Northern Ontario, you can see a number of them here listed. These were all different areas that the Treaty Commission had went to from 1905 and beyond, and later went to other places as well in 1929 and 1930. You can probably see the correlation between some of the names. Some have retained their names and added First Nation on the end. Some have renamed to more traditional names as well. Next slide, please. So, for the context of Treaty 9, what were the intentions of the Crown and what were the intentions of the province? In April 6th of 1894, the Dominion of Canada, on behalf of the British Crown and the province of Ontario, signed a formal agreement on the subject of Treaty 3 reserves. In this particular clause, the 6th clause of that agreement, this is where how Ontario became involved in the treaty-making process in Ontario. The 6th clause states that any future treaties with Indians in the respective territory in Ontario to which they have not before the passing of said statutes surrendered their claim aforesaid shall be deemed to require the concurrence of the government of Ontario. That's a big fancy way of saying that Ontario needs to be involved in treaty-making processes going forward. So during this time, the government of Ontario was concerned that there could be a possibility of unextinguished Indian title in Ontario. And further, that in Treaty 3, which was signed in 1873, had included areas in Ontario as well. But Ontario was not a signatory to Treaty 3 at this time. So they interjected into the treaty-making process and said, we were left out of the previous one. We want to ensure that all Indian title is extinguished in Ontario going forward. Next slide, please. Furthermore, you can see how the dates line up here. This is actually, I think it's 2 or 3 days before the Treaty Commission left Ottawa. On July 3rd of 1905, an agreement was made between the Honorable Frank Oliver, the Superintendent of Indian Affairs, and on behalf of the Government of Canada, Honorable Francis Cochrane, ironically the Minister of Lands and Mines in the province of Ontario, had signed on behalf of the Government of Ontario. And here's an excerpt from this agreement. I'll summarize it. Whereas the King of Great Britain and Ireland is about to negotiate with the Ojibwe and other Indian inhabitants of the territory within the limits herein defined and described by the chiefs and headmen for the purpose of opening settlement, immigration, trade, travel, mining, and lumbering, and for other purposes as deemed necessary by the Crown. Furthermore, that the king would require the consent of the Indian subjects inhabiting this tract of land, and for the arranging of them for the cessation of their Indian rights, titles, and privileges to be seceded, released, surrendered, and yield up to His Majesty the King and his successors forever, so that there may be peace and goodwill between them and His Majesty and other subjects. Next slide, please. So, we have to think, what is the purpose? Why did Ontario and Canada want to enter a treaty? They suddenly just didn't become, all rainbow and sunshine and wanted to come in and have a nice agreement with the Crees. That was not the intention. The Canada and Ontario had 4 main objectives. Number 1 is land acquisition, essentially to get the Cree, Anishinaabe, and Ojibwe to legally extinguish rights and title to the land and waterways, and to make way for settlement and railroad construction in Ontario. 2, resource development. Both governments had seen Northern Ontario as an area that held considerable natural resources and that needed to be accessed for the future of the country. 3, political stability. We look to the south, our neighbors in the States, quite the different story, where they had wars, rebellions, multiple different conflicts with the Indigenous people living in what is known as the United States. So Canada and Ontario wanted to avoid that potentially. They wanted to have some sort of political stability, and both governments sought to avoid conflict and discontent with the Indigenous peoples of the area. And lastly, but probably the most important, is that they wanted to establish a legal framework. Both governments, particularly Canada, wished to develop a paternal relationship that fostered a dependency on the government and used as a form of control and indoctrination. Ultimately, the treaty was intended to extinguish the Indian title of the land and make way for settlement, railroad construction, resource development, particularly after mining interests grew in Northern Ontario. Next slide, please. So why did our ancestors wish to enter into treaty? It's the same thing. all of a sudden didn't approach the government. We had reasons for why we wanted to enter into treaty at that time. And the historical context is key for understanding why we would agree to such an agreement. Our people had been living under the Indian Act for nearly 30 years at this point. The Indian Act was established in 1876, and it had significant impact on our people's well-being in all manners of life, but that includes, but is not limited to, the outlining of traditional ceremonies and customs. We can no longer sundance. We can no longer have our lodges. We can no longer have feasts or potlucks, to where our regalia was illegal as well. There was the imposition of the pass system. We could not leave our communities and our reserves without approval and documentation from the Indian agent here in Moose Factory. A permitting system was also instituted. Limitations on harvesting were done. You in this room probably have heard stories of your grandfathers, your great-grandfathers, hiding geese in your boats, covering them with blankets, tarps, putting them in the bow, trying to hide anything that they could. Because back then, your boat would become checked and they would essentially ensure that you were under the quota. There was also issues with different permitting systems as well out west in Treaty 3, for example, where farming and livestock is more prominent. They had licenses where you had to get a license in order to sell your crops and livestock. There was a tremendous loss of status for women. If you buried non-Indigenous individuals, you lost your status. There was also many more terrible impacts that I can go on and on and on about, but I don't think that's what we're here for today. Our people, wanted to secure the right to hunt, fish, and trap in their ancestral homelands, just as their forefathers did before them. And they did not want to be interfered with in that. At this time as well, the Hudson's Bay archives from 1882 to 1902 show that our people were experiencing significant hardships, specifically in dealing with sickness and starvation at this time. Next slide, thank you. What was our ancestors' understanding of treaty making at this time? What did we think the purpose of it would be? Our people understood the treaty as an agreement of friendship, partnership, and sharing of the land. We agreed to peacefully coexist. Our intentions were good. We welcomed the treaty commissioners with open arms. Our people believed that we would be furthering our relationship with the Crown, with Canada and Ontario. And furthermore, our people believed that we would be looked after, our children would be educated, and schools would be built for our community. That's what we were told. Next slide, please. Oh, next slide, please. So, what were our people told at this time? We have to keep in mind that the contact between our peoples was still quite limited, and there were still communication barriers at this time. Our people were told in all manner of misleading statements to get us to sign the treaty. Your ancestors have told you this, for generations now. There are many documented cases of oral promises that have been made. Evidence of the oral promises made by treaty commissioners are recorded in some of the documents that you see here. Specifically, the report on the James Bay Treaty, the diaries of Duncan Campbell Scott, Daniel McMartin, and other documents as well, where our people were told certain things and not told certain things as well. Next slide, please. So in Onseburg, their people were told that their present manner of making their livelihood would be no way interfered with. They were told that they were assured that they would not be expected to give up their hunting grounds, that they might hunt, fish, and trap all throughout the country. They were informed that they could continue to live as they had by that, as their forefathers had done before them as well. Fort Hope, Munias, the leader at that time, becoming their first chief, I believe, as well. When the commissioners had come to Fort Hope, explained the treaty, I'll say, Munias was suspicious at this time. He said, "Ever since I was a little boy, I have to pay well for everything, even if it was only for a few pins or a bit of braid. Now you come to me with money, and I have to give nothing in exchange." You know, our people weren't stupid. Our people were astute negotiators. We knew that something was fishy here. You don't just give someone a bunch of gifts for no reason. There's a purpose for it. There's an end goal. And Moose Factory, our people were told the same thing. They could follow their custom of hunting where they pleased. And Fred Mark, one of the individuals who were there at the signing of treaty, said that he had concurred in all that was said. This is a brief picture of a drawing of the Hudson's Bay Post and Moose Factory. This picture is from the 18th or 19th century. Next slide, please. So, if you look in your treaty document, if you go to the provisions where each signing location, you can start on page 21. Every single line where it states that the parties that signed on specific dates, every single paragraph for those acknowledging the party and the dates that were signed, every single paragraph says, "After have been first interpreted and explained." We have to remember too that we have to keep in mind, did that actually take place? Was it adequate? Did we fully understand what we were signing, what we were agreeing to? So we have to keep in mind certain things that were happening at that time. The Hudson's Bay Company employed Indigenous people as interpreters to translate from English to Cree. However, we all know that there are many different dialects within the area of Treaty 9. We have to remember the treaty was not co-drafted with our people. It was prepared in Ottawa in advance, prior to our people even seeing the documents. We have to remember a copy of the treaty was not left with us to keep and review. There's an excerpt from the McMartin diary where, before they had embarked on their first stop in Osnaburg, there was concern at that time that it may be more difficult to reach an agreement with the Treaty 9 peoples. And that was because in Treaty 3, prior to them coming to Ontario, the Treaty 3 parties actually received $5 per head as opposed to $4. They also received different provisions within their treaty as well. So specifically, they received also farming equipment, seed and grain, but they also received livestock as well. I could probably get into all of the unfulfilled promises that were done to our brothers in Treaty 3, but for the sake of time, I'll move on. So we have to look at, what did the treaty actually do? What did the treaty actually do in practice? Legally, what was in the agreement? The surrender of lands. First Nations, quote, cede, release, surrender, and yield up all rights and title to their traditional territories. Whereas the said treaty commissioners have proceeded to negotiate with the Ojibwe, Cree, and other Indians, do hereby secede, release, surrender, and yield up to the government of the Dominion of Canada for His Majesty the King and his successors forever, all their rights and titles and privileges whatsoever. The taken up clause was within the treaty. It allows the government to take land for settlement, mining, lumbering at any time, and is subject to the accommodation and compensation of said Indians. There's an excerpt from the treaty as well that may be required or taken up from time to time for settlement, mining, lumbering, trading, and other purposes. Next slide, please. Hunting, fishing, and trapping rights. This king, the Majesty of the King, hereby agrees with the said Indians that they shall have the right to pursue their usual vocations of hunting, trapping, fishing throughout the tract surrendered as herefore described, subject to such regulations as may be made from time to time by the government of the country. The treaty also created reserves. The treaty provided reserves, specifically 1 square mile per family of 5. The treaty also provided compensation, specifically $8 paid to the person the first year and $4 in perpetuity. So we have to ask ourselves, do you think your grandfathers, your great-grandfathers, your ancestors would have signed such a document if it had been first interpreted and explained? I would say no. We probably would have used a little bit more colorful language and told them to leave the community if we had known that was what was within the treaty. And the oral promises that were made to our people, you know, like, we have to think, should they be legally binding as well? And we have to ask ourselves, you know, with where we're at and how we got to where we are, obviously it is not adequate for our First Nation, for our people. So we have to ask ourselves, you know, what should the future of Moose Cree governance be as well? And lastly, just some more forward-thinking items as well is, do you think a treaty education initiative should be conducted for our people in our community? Some you know, have never even read the treaty. Some have never even heard some of the oral history of our peoples as well. Some of our community members have never heard the promises that were made to our people. And so I ask you again, you know, think about that. If this agreement, this treaty was actually explained and interpreted as it is written, would you have signed? Would you have agreed? I argue we were never told about regulations and laws that would restrict our hunting, fishing, trapping rights. I would argue we were never informed about the reserve system. I would further argue that we were almost completely lied to throughout this whole process. Now we find ourselves stuck in these colonial constructs and forced to live within these systems that have been created. And ultimately, our people received the short end of this deal, unfortunately. And some of us, I just wanted to share, some of the historical and academic background, a little bit of Treaty 9. That there are resources, there are established evidence of oral history, of oral promises made to our people, time and time again, not just in Moose Factory, but in all of the locations where treaty was signed. So that concludes my presentation. I just wanted to keep it short and sweet for you all. I know it's been a long day, a lot of information. I'm sure a lot of emotions have been brought up as well throughout all of the conversations and presentations you've heard through from today. So that's my brief presentation. Just wanted to share with you all. Appreciate your time and thank you for listening. Miigwech.
Deputy Chief Warren Hardesty, everybody. Deputy Chief, are you able to have some questions or comments? Perfect. Anybody have any questions or comments for Deputy Chief? I'm going to start off. You became really engaged at a very young age, Warren. How do we engage our young people more actively in our treaty?
I can only speak from experience and say that it's very difficult to get interested in First Nations politics. And the bar to, even get in and begin to understand it is quite difficult. Our membership meetings, aren't necessarily the best place for our young people to learn about these kinds of things. And for me, it was a passion. I always wanted to serve my community. That was always the goal. And so that's what drove me to be involved and to learn about treaty and our people and our community, our history, and also, but ultimately want to be involved in governance work as well. So we need to figure out more, in my opinion, we need to figure out more, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Beginner-friendly ways to introduce First Nations politics and treaty to our young people. It's, it's very convoluted. There's a lot of documents, a lot of different studies, commissions, reports that have been done on our people and our treaties in the past. And I find that that bar to get over is so difficult. I find that it's almost like you have to really push yourself in there to get fully informed and educated on treaty and First Nation politics. So. Maybe a treaty education initiative could be a potential solution to that. We figure out this youth, user-friendly way to introduce people to First Nations politics and treaty.
Uncle Stan, your late grandfather, was one of our grand champions for treaty. And he would travel in and out of the territory, all over Turtle Island, speak about treaty, educate people about our treaty. Do you have any stories about him that you want to share with us about his advocacy and his love for our people?
I had a unique relationship with my late grandfather where, I wasn't in an apprentice sort of role. I wasn't in this, I wasn't this individual to be built up. I felt it was more of a grandfather-grandson relationship. Late Stan didn't sit me around the fire and say, you gotta learn about treaty, grandson, Yeah, I didn't have that kind of relationship with my grandfather. I was simply his grandson, he was simply my grandfather. And he left me to my own devices. He let me form my own opinions, I think. I think that he knew that I'd probably eventually find my way, some way, shape, or form along the way. And so, just to think about a story, of how nonchalant he was, how it was just, it's just funny. So I must have been 17, 16 years old at the time. And out of nowhere, Stan comes and asks me for my laptop. Not a request you get every day from your grandpa to use your laptop. So next thing you know, he's fiddling away. I'm watching TV in the living room. All of a sudden, he pops up on CTV News. He's doing an interview talking about treaty. I may have tried a little bit harder to get the laptop working a bit faster had I known that, but just an example, of how nonchalant he was, and just, he was my grandfather and I was his grandson.
Awesome. Miigwech. Geraldine, I gotta turn this on for you. There we go.
Stan, I guess. So my name is Geraldine Govender. I just wanted to say that I'm really, what's that? Wait. What is it? I'm just really glad that we're having these discussions and this information being shared about our treaty. I've been waiting for this for a long time. It's so important. And just from all the different things I've heard today, when we hear about what has happened to our people, I just want to caution us in the future. I would like us to have more discussion, for sure, more information. I think it's so important for people to learn and to get as much information as they can, and they can form their own decisions about things as well in the future. But I just want to caution that, when we look at our history, like the government of Canada, Ontario, like they've always had a plan to do something. It was not in our best interests. They did different things to try and get rid of us. They did all kinds of policies, and they passed laws, and they instituted like the Indian Act. So we be careful when we decide we're not going to have the Indian Act anymore, or that when they offer us new agreements, be really careful. Do not sign anything until we've had discussions, because just to say plain, you can't trust them. They have not been trustworthy. They've never really had our best interests. So we can't just all of a sudden say they come with a new agreement, new approach. They've just been trying to figure out another way to get at us. And the way they want to get at us is that we will get rid of our treaty. Our treaty protects us, and the only way that our treaty is not going to be able to protect us is that we are going to be the ones that will get rid of it, that we'll be tricked into getting rid of it by either offering us all kinds of stuff like money or different agreements, self-government, and in the end we'll end up with having given up the treaty, and we will never have that back again. So I just want to caution us. We have something really sacred, really good, and we are people that can still work with that. That we can work together. Mm-hmm. So it's a good thing we're coming together at this time. Mm-hmm. So I think just my comment, I think to you, Warren, is like you're a young person in our community, a young leader. So I just want to make sure that you keep those kinds of things, foremost in your mind as we go ahead. That we always protect that treaty and be really careful that we don't just let people trick us by trying to be nice to us sometimes, with all these things that are happening. I just wanted to say that. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Geraldine. We're going to pass it over to Gilbert here. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thanks, Deputy Chief, for your presentation. I was almost expecting your late grandfather's oral treaty promises act, and I see a chair flying across the room. I really like the fact that you brought an academic engagement or approach to the conference here, and I think it's a start, a step towards perhaps establishing something of a treaty office or a Treaty 9 for Moose Cree. You know, we have a lot of data research that's been collected over the years from NAN and Mushkegwa Council. A lot of it can be pulled or extracted that pertains to Moose Cree, and you know, all the different things that our past chiefs and leaders and advocates have done over the years to bring Moose Cree perspectives and positions on treaty. And I think establishing a treaty office for Moose Cree would be a really good start, and could branch off into, you know, the academic side of teaching the treaty and, you know, and how it can be applied and implemented. You know, the way things that have been done from the Crown, England, Canada, you know, they had all these academics that thought of everything they put into these laws, you know, including the Indian Act, which were pieces taken from immigration and all that. You know, they treated us, they subjugated us, and they didn't treat us like we were foreigners or we were, you know, a government, you know, or a nation, really. You know, otherwise, you know, we would have embassy offices, you know, but the goal was to absorb us, as you stated, right, in some of your presentation, to absorb us, to assimilate us into the body politic, so we become like a Canadian settler, or as what they've been coining us as Indigenous Canadians, right? Doesn't make sense. It's an oxymoron, you know. So, you know, I always say Indigenous, we are Indigenous to Moose Cree because we're Moose Cree people. You know, Indigenous is another generalized term, really, and there's no other place I'm Indigenous to but here. You know, and this territory, this part of Turtle Island. And you know, a lot of it too is we're limiting our own growth. And I mentioned earlier, we need to bring back the vision. We need to be more visionary, think more into the future instead of look at what we have nothing. Let's sign an agreement and we'll have something, and then it'll only last for so long. And I know what I'm talking about because I've seen the SGR fund, I've seen it come and go, you know, and without really any investment for the future. And we have a lot of money coming to us from UPG, from the TLE settlement. Once we get that economic assessment, we have hundreds of millions coming to Moose Cree, and we're already exploring way more development opportunities here. But when are we going to slow down and really start planning our future as a nation? You know, we're not doing that yet. We're not there yet, and we need to be there. And part of it is knowing our treaty, knowing our history. You know, we talked about, you know, it's not in our education systems, but you know, we have land-based activities, land-based that's included in MNISTIC and in DDEX. Why can't we inject a Treaty 9, Moose Cree Treaty 9 spiel when we're sitting around the fire out on the land-based activity for grade 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 12, or even MNISTIC, or Geraldine's programs when we do the language. Who's to say we can't put in Treaty 9 blurbs or pieces there, right? So being creative until we can get to that point where we build up our education systems like Education Authority. It's very underfunded, it's understaffed. We should have offices in there that speak to our culture, that speak to our nationhood, like any other nation does. You know, just like we lack the curriculum to speak our own Moose Cree language, but we have about 4 or 5 books out, and instructions on how to teach it, but we don't have a curriculum for it. We have money coming to us where we can invest in our people to learn their language, give them a living allowance, give them a daycare amount, so they can learn their language. Again, we have to have that vision as leaders to invest in our people. And we heard about goals. That we should be talking about those goals. We have strategic plans. We got to narrow it down and pick some every year to invest in and see what kind of return we get on and where can we improve. It's going to take time, right? But we got time, and we're going to get the investments, the resources eventually. But our leaders and the people have to come together and really prioritize. And, these membership meetings are a great way to be able to have updates on all that stuff, right? So we're meeting 4 times a year. There's not to say we can't meet more. So, with this presentation, I enjoyed it, and I think pieces of this presentation can be used in those outdoor ed activities or those language and culture events throughout the year, and then start building up something. But I think we need a Treaty 9 think tank for Moose Cree. We need to, and then share our knowledge, share our experiences. So again, thank you for your presentation and your story about your grandfather and his laptop. That was funny.
Awesome. It's me good.
Yeah, just to briefly, before we move on, Gitchi brings up several great points, in terms of forward thinking, and what does our governance, going to look like in the future. That's for us to decide, for our community, our citizens to decide collectively. Gone are the days where we have to conform to the province and Canada's demands and colonial systems. And we've developed the means. We've created our own source revenue. We could even fund our own nation's priorities on our own if we wanted to. It's just a matter of putting the political will behind it, right? And then coming up with a solid plan, that'll really lead towards implementation. But also, I just want to make reference of the constitution development consultation sessions that'll be going on for Moose Cree. Another good opportunity for all of us to have our input and put our stamp on our future governance as well. So I just want to make mention of those future sessions coming up there.
Good afternoon. Wachek Maswe. Name is Rick Chichu Musu CBUSG. Really, lots going on. I'm kind of like oppressed a bit from hearing, the presentations that state the truth. Truth is not always easy, but it's good. I believe in our resilience, in our nation, and our blood, our spirit, our all of who we are. Our 10,000 years of our time memorial, the impacts that we have been experiencing for the past 300, 400 years, and in relation to the treaty, 221 years, or 100 and the treaty 1905, so 121 years. And I really like to keep in contact with our spirituality, as our ceremonies, our doesn't matter who we are, like we heard Caleb say, to work together or respect each other in the highest form in relation to our resilience. And I really believe in our spirituality and our, the things that we've inherited and are born into, or that we're born with. And in relation to the presentations today, and especially with late Grand Chief Stan looted warrants, Musham. I heard him talk adamantly, persistently, and eloquently about the oral treaty. And he spoke tremendously about our resilience as well. And he spoke of our oral treaty. And him and Mushkegowuk's lawyer, Murray Clivenstein, pursued a file in relation to the taken up clause, in relation to an exploration company going into somewhere near the vicinity of Cochrane. And so they did pursue it, they filed the case and so on. And then suddenly it disappeared because it was an infringement upon our treaty inherent rights. So they filed the case and it disappeared. And I would like, say for, somebody like maybe the chief or yourself, Warren, that, to get in touch with Murray Clivenstein and see what happened there, But what I saw was that it disappeared because the Stan and Murray and the plaintiff, like, there's a guy from, I think it was from Tagwa Tagamau that knew his inherent and treaty rights were being infringed upon. And that Ontario knew that they were going to win. They were going to win because of the oral treaty, that there was no translation of that taken up clause and signing, treaty signing. There was no translation. There was no explanation of that clause. And like we hear the other lawyer that's pursuing right now about the ceded and surrendered clause. So, yeah. I just wanted to share a little bit what you know about that part. And yeah, thank you, everybody. Miigwech. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I understood the question. Was it specifically regarding the cases on the taken up clause and the ceding and surrendering? Is that what the question was, or? Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, I won't sit up here and claim to know things I don't know. Unfortunately, that's a bit beyond my understanding at this current time, and it's my understanding that those cases were a little bit before my time as well, and I honestly can't say I'm well versed enough to provide an informed opinion on that. But I think there is still something there, just general comments, I guess, that I would argue that there could be a case there. Since time has passed as well, more and more information, more and more documents, primary sources are found, in archival collections that speak to the oral promises, and that speak to what was not explained. Because, like I say again, had your ancestors, if they were told, you can only hunt, fish, and trap, but we're going to create laws that limit you. You can, you're also going to live on a small tract of land, and you can't leave. A system will be in place so that you can't leave. Also, at any time, we can take up your land and use it for economic development purposes or whatever else we see fit. Do we think, honestly, we would have signed such an agreement? Absolutely not. We would have told them to go maybe F themselves, and maybe a kick in the arse on the way out, down the river or something. But, I think that there is something there to be explored. I think there is something there to be pursued. And, I think that's, we should consider reviving some of that, I think.
Miigwech, Rick. Miigwech, Deputy Chief. Dad.
You know what my father would have said, huh? Because there is no F in the Cree language, he would have said, "Puck you." About 37 years ago, I was at Northern Lights Secondary School, and I was teaching grade 12 class. And I went into the grade 12 class, and these are all grade 12 students. Yeah, tough guys and stuff. I went in there, and everybody, well, we had a lot of students who were missing class, and they were late and all this stuff. And so I said to them, I have a contract here, and I want you guys to consider this contract. Being here in class is very important. And I can guarantee you this, that if you do not miss a class from this class onward till the end of the semester, you will pass this course. You will. Because you're going to learn something by virtue of being here as long as you're not sleeping. And I'll make sure you're not sleeping. I said, but it's all written out in here that I will do that. I said, deal? They said, yeah. I said, well, I want you to sign this document. I want you to talk about it because it's laid out in the document. So I started passing the document around to the classroom, and I started hearing some laughter. There were about 22 kids there, 22 students. And then they started laughing. And they said, I said, what are you laughing at? They said, it's not in English. I said, well, you're going to have to take my word for it because I'm a Cree guy and I can read Cree and write in Cree. I said, I'm going to leave the classroom here and I'm going to be back in about, 7 minutes. But you guys have to talk about it. And that's the deal. So I left the class. I ran down the hall as fast as I could. No running in the halls. And I went to turn the intercom on. Oh boy, you should have heard the chatter. They were talking, should we sign this or not? And when when it was just about done, I went back into the class and said, okay, what do you got? They said, we will sign it. I said, who's going to sign it? And they picked a couple of guys to sign it. And they signed it. Deal, I said, hey. And they were pretty happy about it. A couple of classes later, I said, do you know, you guys, you realize what you signed? They said, yeah, we know what we signed. I said, well, you actually signed the Lord's Prayer. You actually signed the Lord's Prayer in Greek-Slavics. They were really angry at me. Really angry at me. I think it was about a few classes later. And then we started talking about treaties. Then we started talking about the Royal Proclamation. Then we started talking about land claim agreements and all this stuff. And this was 37 years ago. And it was a great time teaching these young people. 37 years ago. And you know, as an educator, I actually went and did that to Debbie Ross's grade 8 class as well, over at Moosonee Public School. And that was a lot of fun. So, you know, that's the part of the teaching. And you know, we some of us think that this is not being taught in schools. Since 2016, the province of Ontario, in the province of Ontario, the first week in November is declared Treaty Recognition Week, Treaty Awareness Week. And this past November, I went over to Northern Lights. I've been invited to Northern Lights 3 times to talk about treaties, to talk about all kinds of things, native culture and that kind of stuff. I've been invited 3 times. I went over twice, and the 3rd time I couldn't make it because things got just too busy. But those kind of things have been happening in classes. If you Google the words Path of the Elders, it goes directly to Muskego education, and there's all kinds of stuff in there. Helena Mana, all kinds of stuff. If you go to the Ojibwe Cree Cultural Center and Google that, there's all kinds of stuff there. I know that Anishinaabe Nation has a whole bunch of stuff as well. And not only that, the Ministry of Education has a curriculum, a grade 9 to 12 curriculum on Native Studies. It's all there. We're just not doing it. We are not doing it. And I think we need to step back and figure out why we're not doing it. And let's get on with it. I've been involved in education for a long time, since the 1970s. And the very first thing that they talked about back then was this whole business of Indian control of Indian education. You'll remember that. Some of the older people remember that. It begins with Indian control, which is basically us running our own schools, and Indian education, teaching about who we are as First Nation peoples. We're there. We're there. And somehow I think we're not doing a very good job. We aren't. We're failing. And I think we need to dust off our efforts and double our efforts and say, and put money towards this whole business of developing this curriculum specifically to who we are. We want a curriculum that will be specific to who we are. And that's what they call it. And as we said, we speak a very distinct dialect. And this is who we are. So we need to do all those things. So I just wanted to mention that we say where treaties are not being taught in schools. That's partly right. Treaties are being taught in schools. Opportunities are there. There's resources that are there. We're just not doing it. And we're not doing it hard enough. I just wanted to bring that attention. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Deputy Chief, did you want to wrap up before dinner?
Sure, why not? Again, I just want to thank you all for your time and your attention thus far throughout the day. I know it's a lot to take in, and a lot of emotions are brought up as well, where it's not easy to look back at our troubled history and feel okay. It's not very easy to look back at our troubled history and feel like, we're in a good spot, and that the future is nice and bright. But, it's unfortunately, it is up to us at our own will, at our own pace, is that we have to decide and put the political will and the resources behind reinventing our governance as First Nations people. And the beauty of all this is we can decide how we want to govern ourselves. We don't have to listen to anyone anymore, when it comes to things being imposed on us, and so that's the beauty in all this, is that we get to choose how we want to govern ourselves, and we get to choose the pace and how we want to do that as well. So I just want to leave you to think about some forward-thinking items, like what is the future of our governance going to look like? Who will be there to lead us in the future? It'll be our young ones. It'll be maybe my kids, maybe my grandkids someday, who knows? But just want to leave you with all that forward thinking, and that, the future can be bright if we make it so. Dabway.
Dabway. Let's give it up for Warren, everybody. That's our Deputy Chief right there. How lucky are we? We got a good one right there. Awesome. I was in Saskatchewan this summer, and I was there for the Resilience Festival that they had. And if it's one word about resilience, it means we got to fight hard. There's no relaxing with resilience. We got to work hard. And I'm sad that Saskatchewan really has to flex the resiliency once again. So my heart and prayers go to our cousins in Saskatchewan. They've in a really, really, really difficult situation. But when I was there, I witnessed something incredible. I witnessed not just resiliency, but I witnessed strength and beauty and wonder and fun. And they started 7 o'clock in the morning with a bingo. And they ended 4 o'clock in the morning with a dance outside. I was like, holy, they party hard, man. And they go all week. Oh man, was it ever awesome. And people are on a resilience hangover afterwards. It's quiet in the community. Nobody goes out anywhere. So the day after the last day of the Resilience Festival, I was walking around and it was quiet. Hardly anybody was out. No dogs chasing after me. Even the dogs were tired. It was kind of gray outside. It was almost raining, but it was just really nice and chilly. And it was like when you're hunting and you could feel that dampness coming off the bay. That's how it felt that morning. It was just awesome. And then I could hear this res truck coming down the road. And he stopped. Stan! Astam, he says. And I went over there, and I had a tripod with me, and I had a camera with me, and I was doing some things, and I wanted to capture special moments, because I normally travel into a community for a few days, but I was there for a week. I was there for a long time. And I was standing in front of the community, and I told everybody, it's like, you guys are my peeps, man. It's like, I want to meet my people. I'm not here for a gimooch. I don't want a gimooch. I'm married. I'm not like Emily on the train. I don't want a gimooch. But I said, I want to meet my cousins. Like, I want to meet my family. On my mom's side and dad's side, I'm related to a lot of you here. Like, I love family, so I want to get to meet you. Turns out this res truck coming down the road was my family. And he stopped and he asked me to go for a ride, and he drove me around for about half an hour. And he spoke so passionately about who he is. And I went, oh man, this guy is fired up, man. And he kept saying over and over again, you have to wear your coat. He kept saying that over and over again. And he said, my grandfather always told me, you have to wear your coat. And I thought to myself, I don't think he's really talking about a jacket. I think he's talking about something deeper than a jacket. And he kept going. And he started talking about, we're not Cree, you know. We have to start calling ourselves in our language. We have to start wearing our coats, he says. Then he talked about, we drove onto the dikes a little bit, onto the dike, and we kind of drove around. And he said, you see that tree over there? He said, that's a tamarack tree. He says, you need to make a pipe out of that tamarack tree. You have to start wearing your coat. He says, wearing your coat is going to keep you warm. And if you wear the right coat, you're going to know who you are. And the coat that he was talking about was not just about warmth and staying dry, but the coat that he was talking about is really knowing who you are and really appreciating and loving who you are and coming from the lens of who you are and the people of who you are. And that's what I love about this, and that's what I love about today, is that today we're wearing our coats together because this is about who we are here. The signing here in Moose Factory, this is what happened here. And what I'm looking forward to tomorrow is that I'm just looking at the agenda, but like really early in the morning, like maybe the first thing after morning prayer, Paula's going to talk about. She's going to talk about 2 of our signatories here. And it's another layer of our coat that we're going to wear. And my hope for all of us is that now that we have one layer on, the more we go, the more layers we're going to have as protection and love and hope and wonder. And I'm glad that we're not doing it in isolation. I'm glad that we're here together, putting on our jackets together. I'm so thankful for all of you. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day. I want you to give somebody a high five next to you and thank them so much for coming. Come on, let's go. Rick, you're sitting alone. I'm giving you a high five, brother. Right here. Perfect. So what's happening tonight after dinner, it says on the program 6:30, but we're going to see if we're kind of in prime time. We're going to start early, but we're going to have something called the Bannock Hour Talk Show. That's going to be happening. We have 3 guests, and we have some entertainment as well. and that's going to be happening shortly, maybe in about an hour. We'll kind of reevaluate a little bit. But Bert is standing up right over there where the food is, and we have a beautiful buffet of food. There's lots of food. I'm going to eat last. Please make sure you have at least one drumstick for me. That's all I ask, Helena. One drumstick, that's all I want. As always, the elders will go first. And Leonard was like, hey, what kind of, are we going 50 over? What's going on with our elders? What's going on? You can tell I'm 53. I'll let you figure it out. If you feel like an elder, then go up in line. That's it. That's it. And once you feel like your time is right, just go up and grab some food. Let's have our elders get up and go. And the rest of us will wait patiently. Kim's waiting patiently. She's really close to the front of the line. But one of the things as well, while the elders were talking about, Kim was talking about the excitement of having a youth program next year for the treaty conference. So I'm excited too. So keep that conversation going, and maybe that's something that you can discuss with the chief since you're sitting right beside him, Kim. But again, I want to thank everybody for coming out today. Stick around for dinner, of course, and stick around for the Bannock Hour. We're talking maybe about an hour-ish for the talk show, not too long. All right, everybody. Jimmy Gwatch. We'll see you later. Mike and Alvin, get up there. Hello. Get up there. Reaches on. Rick, reaches on.
ocean, married the snake. Down to earth, stay a while. I'm a prophet.
That was a good story, Dad, about the school. That was funny. Very, very good. Oh, yeah?
too bad, you? So, am I end early? Yeah, I hope so. No, yeah. Tomorrow too? Or? Yeah, tomorrow should be done around 4:30 probably, at the latest. Did we get overtime for lunch hour today? Around your neck, you go broad. I was sitting down at well, I don't think I really need a second person for the last part. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, if you want to go, you can go. Oh, yeah, I'll see you in the morning, 8 o'clock? Sure, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll be here at the weekend, 8 o'clock. Okay. So you guys have breakfast this morning? Snacks? No. But you don't need to be here until 8:30. I can set it all up. Okay. I'll be at 8:30 then. Okay. All right. Have a good evening. Actually do not. What do you need, USB-C or Lightning? You could use this, but it doesn't have the, that's USB-C. Oh, okay, Lightning. Oh, no. Sorry. You've been a brave man for many years. Why the sadness? Why the sorrow? So the punk show. Baby, can do this. Huh?
Thrives on hate.
Test two, test two. Test one. It's awesome. Test 1, 2.
drunk for months on end.
I don't want to be curmudgeon, but what I was thinking about tonight, I was thinking one-on-one interviews.
Oh, one-on-one? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That way we can focus primarily on one person, like 15 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Musical guest. Second guest, musical guest.
Okay, sure.
Third guest, musical guest. You know what I mean? Just like boom, 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 boom.
Sure.
Does that sound good? That's why it doesn't turn into a panel and somebody talks and the rest of the guys are sitting there for 20 minutes. You know what I mean? It's just like it's a focused discussion, one-on-one.
Okay.
Does that sound good? Okay. All right.
So, that's you want me to move a chair? Yeah, I'll take one too. Okay. Take this one.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, Summer, did you find the on Instagram? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What up? Smoking allowed? Smoking allowed? Okay.
Sure, yeah.
Only on the stage.
Professional. Good shoes, Paul? Yeah. I got slippers on. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's quite some time ago.
But you never
model. Just have a seat. Right on.
Jokes with Rick. I think we're all set here, man. I think we can start pretty soon.
What's up, everybody? How was dinner? Was it good? Stella? All right. Thanks for sticking around. We're about to start our evening program. It's not going to be too long. We're going to start when we start, soon, hopefully. All right? And we're expecting about an hour or so for the Bannock hour. That's why it's the Bannock hour, not the Bannock 2 hours. We should be starting shortly.
Sometimes it's intentional. So how are we doing this?
3 handhelds for the, well, we just need one, I guess, for the guests that come. And then stand Skylar's own.
Well, we got 2 mics here.
Okay. Karina's 9 privilege computer right here.
We'll just throw the wireless mic.
Oh. Yeah. They'll, yep. Right.
Test 1, 2.
Miigwech, everybody. We're about to start our evening talk show. We're just waiting for our one performer, and then we're going to start. We got our 3 guests standing by.
Check.
Testing.
Testing, testing. Is it good? Yeah, I got it for Christmas. My dad bought it. It's, I think it's Yamaha. No, it's Ibanez. Okay, I low-key forgot. Yeah, me too. Yeah, my dad got that for me too. Like it's great. It works so well.
Check, check, check.
We can tell people we're about to start the show. No cameras.
Are we on live now?
Good evening, folks. We are ready to go. Time to wake up. Wenchka, put down your phones and rattle your jewelry, because we're about to start. You ready? Are you ready? Ah. Live, coming to you live from Moose Cree First Nation. The Bannock Hour with our very own Stan Wesley.
Hey everybody, how's it going? My name is Stan Wesley. Give yourselves a round of applause. Tonight's Bannock Hour is sponsored by our ancestors and the Committee for the Treaty Conferences. Give it up for Moose Cree First Nation and the committee, everybody. Come on, let's go right there. Once again, my name is Stan Wesley, and I am the proud host of the Bannock Hour. I want to introduce you to a good friend of mine, right here. This right here is my treaty hat. And this treaty hat has a lot of meaning. All you got to do is look at the pictures that are on the wall. And I want you to look at the pictures, and I want you to point at a picture with somebody who's wearing a hat. Okay? Look at the pictures, and can you point at a picture with somebody wearing a hat? I've been wearing hats for a while, traveling all over Turtle Island. I'm the guy kind of known for wearing hats. And then it was last year, I was in Vancouver on Coast Salish territory. I was walking around, and I went into this hat shop, not wearing a hat. And I told the lady, I wear hats. And the lady's like, why do you wear hats? I'm like, I wear hats because my wife says I look good in a hat. So that's why I wear hats. And then she says this, you may not find a hat that you like here, but you can always take my hat-making workshop. And then I kind of freaked out because I've been wearing hats for a number of years since then. And I thought to myself, you mean just anybody can learn how to make a hat? She says, absolutely. So I went home all excited. So rather than go back out to Vancouver, I found somebody half an hour from my house that knows how to make hats. So I called her up. I'm like, I hear you know how to make hats, and I hear you can teach hats. She says, I'm just about to start. You could be my first student. I jumped at the opportunity, and I went at it. 5 days later, I learned how to make hats. And during that time, this was in June, and during that time, I was wearing other people's hats. Had a big wall full of hats. And then I began. She handed me this rabbit felt capeline, it's called. And the rabbit felt capeline, it's misshapen. And she handed me, she measured my head. Oh, Dad, thank you. I got a big head, Dad. Thank you. Thank you. I got a big head. 65 centimeter head. My kid was 11 pounds, 12 ounces. When I tell that story up north, nobody's impressed. When I tell that story down south, everybody goes, whoa. So maybe my kid will have a big head too. So she passed me the felt, and she passed me the block. And the block that's used to make a hat is a wooden block. And it's shaped kind of like your head. So I began to steam the capeline and began to press it down and to form the dome of the hat. And while I was making the hat, I just felt really, really connected. And I felt as if I was meant to do this, not physically, but spiritually. My spirit was really into this process. I couldn't help but think of the stories that my dad told about Andrew Wesley and Patrick Stevens back in 1905 at Old Post on August 3rd. I couldn't help but think of that. I couldn't help but think of every time I look online for historic photographs, you see many of our ancestors wearing hats. Our ancestors had style. Our ancestors looked good. They say, West Scotch, long time ago, when our people hunted and harvested food. Our people would look their best when they go out and harvest food because they know by taking spirit and using that spirit in the physical presence of the animal, they needed to look their best. So I thought to myself, our ancestors had it right. And they had it right because our ancestors wanted to look good with their fleeting style. And style is relative. And if you look here and you look at all the people that dressed up during treaty time, their style was simple, but their style mattered. They wore the best of what they had. And oftentimes, one of their accessories was a hat. So when I made my first hat, I was really emotional. My hat was turquoise. It was a turquoise rabbit hat. And while I was making my hat, I just felt really connected. I felt really honored. And the first thing I thought about is naming this new company. Even before I told my wife I was investing money into a new company, I told her it's going to be 1905 Andrew and Patrick. That's going to be the name. She says, "Did you tell your dad yet?" I said, "I'm not telling my dad until I make him a hat. And I'm not going to start my company until I give my dad his hat first." So when I put my hat on, I couldn't help but think of the reflection that I was seeing in the mirror. And the reflection that I saw wasn't just mine, but it was in the spirit of Andrew and Patrick and our ancestors who signed treaty that day. I felt really connected, like I was doing something special. And that one thing that we know when we honor ancestors, we honor it in different ways. We honor it by listening to stories, by telling the story, by going to ceremony, by doing things like this. But for me, making hats, that's how I honor ancestors in my own little way. Flash forward 2 months later, I'm in Cochrane, pulling in to go to Kasagami Lake with my parents and my kids, my brothers, sister, their kids. And I told Dad, I started something. Can I bring you a hat? And Dad's like, huh? He was kind of a little shocked. He didn't know what was going on. But I gave him a hat. And that was a really special moment. It was a special moment because I knew the first hat that was going out had to go to the one who told me the story. Because when the dad told me the story, I had two choices when he told me the story. I could listen to the story, or I could choose to walk away. I chose to listen. And when you listen to the story, you have further obligation to listen to that story. And the obligation that you have is that you're going to live the story. You're going to make it make sense to you, and then you can give it away. Because every story that my dad told about my family is not just my dad's story. Those stories belong to me. And I know many of you are sitting out there right now thinking about your late father, your late fathers, your late brothers, and thinking about the stories and experiences you had with them. I look forward to sitting with you and listening to some of those beautiful stories that you were told. Someday we can sit and I can listen to you tell your story. So this is a part of my story, is this hat. So this hat here is a tribute hat to the ancestors who signed treaty. And if you can see by looking at that hat in particular over there, you can see somebody standing there with a black long coat, white shirt, and a black hat like this. And the crown, it's called an open crown. It's not shaped like my dad's, it's an open crown. I'd like to think that West Scotch, our ancestors wore open crown hats. So when I made this hat to me is called a treaty hat. And the treaty hat features burlap, because I like to think that we had excess of burlap a long time ago. And I burnt it to add a little bit of style, some coolness. And up top, no eagle feathers. Because when we think about our culture and our people, it is the geese that reign supreme. The Niskuk are the ones that reign supreme. But the thing holding it right here is something very special. I was in Winnipeg at an antique store, and I saw a basket of these. There's a little tag up front, and it said Hudson Bay buttons from the 1700s, and it was a basket full of these buttons. So these buttons would have been traded from the 1700s that were donned by our great-grandfathers who signed treaty that day. So when the woman made their clothing and the buttons that they had, they would have been buttons like this. So this hat here carries meaning to me, carries symbolism to me. And when I was packing up to come home, I just knew I had to bring this hat. And I had to wear it here with all of you today. Everybody, this is the Bannock Hour. Give yourselves a round of applause. Let's do this. We have a number of great guests tonight, everybody. We have 3 people that are going to be sitting in this hot seat. We're going to have quick interviews. We have 2 wonderful performers who will be performing, starting off with our dear friend here in just a few minutes. But first, I'd like to welcome our first guest, who has roots in Atowapaskatuh, who grew up here, and many, many years ago, he moved away, and now he returns. Everybody, our first guest, Ryan Fleming. Let's go. What's up, man? Ryan Fleming. Once again, Ryan Fleming, everybody. Ryan Fleming. Come on, let's go. Big time. Ryan, I told a story today about being on the radio and introducing myself about what I do and everything else, and somebody said, hey, we're not interested in that. We just want to know your family. There's people out there and people watching online from all over the world that want to know who your family is and how you're connected to this community. Tell us about your family, Ryan Fleming.
Where are we?
Is it on?
Is it on?
It's green. We're going to edit this out of the show. Don't worry about it. It's editing. We'll edit and post. It's all good. We're not broadcasting live. We're good? Every show needs a clown. Good job, Victor. It's energy. It's energy. Okay, that one works, Vic. That one works.
What the heck?
Can you come bouncing over again like the clown?
Third time's the charm.
Okay, here we go. Ryan, let's set this up again. We're going to edit and post, like I said. We want to know who you are. We want to know who your family is. Tell us about how you're connected to this homelands. Bring it away. Let's go.
That's a big question, huh? Oh, shit. No, my parents are Deborah and Mark Fleming. Fleming doesn't sound very native, huh?
So does Wesley. It's not about sounding, it's being. You know the drill.
Exactly. No, like you kind of said, my family hails from Atowapiskat. So originally we were Chickasaw. But my father changed his last name to Fleming somewhere along the line. He was scooped up in the 60s scoop, moved throughout northern Ontario, made his way back up to community at some point, where he met my mom, who was also teaching up here, up and down the coast. And then there was a native love story beyond that. And of course, they were birthed the star child, sitting in front of you now, born and raised here on the island. So born in the General Hospital over there, and so grew up just right around Manistic, but traversed the whole island when I was a young boy. But eventually, because I'm the oldest of 4, after getting as much as we could as a child here, at least I had the privilege, being the oldest, we moved further south to Cochrane, and then there was a whole different story beyond that. But this is actually my first time back in about 23 years now since we left. But because I left as a young boy, I never had the opportunity to be able to come back to community and establish those relationships that I had built pretty much up until I was 11 or 12. So I had to say goodbye to all of that, which I think was exciting at the time, but looking back on it as an adult, if I could change things, I think I wouldn't have ever left. But I kind of see it as my life journey, this path, as an opportunity. Everything happens for a reason, I think. So the path that I'm on now is to be able to give back in some way, to change the systems that forced my family to relocate for better opportunities, because I don't think anyone should have to do something like that. Despite, I think, my family having enough pennies to rub together to actually be able to leave community, we were not well off. We had quite a large family, so then once we left, just the idea of being able to come back to visit was difficult. Big family of 4, 2 parents, like where are we gonna stay? We don't have extra money to stay at the Eco Lodge. We have family here who's gonna house 6 people. So that was a long, distant memory, but I'm just happy to be back and give back to the community something, because they were so formative in those 11 years that I was born and raised here.
You know, a part of me wants to ask, what was the hardest part about leaving? But that's kind of a sad story. I can imagine, because whenever I leave, it's hard. It's hard. Even just here for a few days, it's always hard to leave. It's bittersweet. But I want to ask you about it's something called sacred soil. In other words, you kind of plant yourself somewhere, and even after you leave, you're bringing some of that goodness with you. What did you take with you in your journey from our community that helped you prosper?
Oh, what can I name? There was so much. What stayed with me is the relationships that we had built. Because even just coming back after 23 years, there's a few people in the room that still know our family name. Even though I was some young boy at the time, I still caused enough trouble with some of my best friends here, and I see their parents in the room as well. To be able to come back and not reestablish those relationships, so essentially pick up where they had been previously built, where they were left off. But I really took away just the teachings of like respect and kinship. You don't get that anywhere else. That's really difficult in a non-native environment. I was just explaining in an earlier conversation. Looking back now as an adult, it was such a culture shock to be thrown into we moved to Cochrane, just far, but not that far, but a distance nonetheless. Totally different experience. So I'm thrown into a dominantly white environment, experience racism for the first time in my life, and then everything else, the isms, beyond that. Like, we're here, at the time, that was not something that I knew. There was just kinship, everyone knows everybody, you're family with everybody. There's no walls up, there's no defense. Everyone's gonna take you in if you knock on somebody's door. Well, don't knock on everybody's door. You know whose door to knock on, but that's the point. You go out into this totally different world where the norms are different. It's not the same kinship. You gotta keep looking over your shoulder. Not to say that you shouldn't be looking over your shoulder at home, but it's a whole different experience. So what I have kept with me this whole time is that I know that I have roots here. I know that I can come back here in some capacity, and I know that I will be able to get back, and look, I'm back. But it's not without creating my own opportunities to be able to do so. So I had referenced that, like, maybe money has been an issue. Like, getting up here, I flew up here, which was an anomaly, because we would take the train all the time, and that is a pretty penny on its own. But being able to come back up here where we had established those roots, where there is kinship, where our teachings are just so different from the white folks off the rest. They don't understand. And so to be able to come where I am now not a minority, I'm in the majority, is a totally different experience than not. So being able to take those teachings back off reserve, and I think I've like to think that I've used them to help guide me back.
We were on the same plane coming in from Toronto. And then when I saw
I
you,
didn't realize at the time because I was like, why do I know this person? Like, he looks familiar. Should I text my mom? Like,
he looks like Bannock.
that's exactly what they say. My dad was like, Bannock. I was like, who?
Robert Deadly. That's like when I saw you, I'm like, this guy's got presence. He just got presence. There's something about your look. You got a cool look. You're handsome. So I felt intimidated when I saw you. But I knew you were going, just when I saw him, I knew he was coming up to do something special. I didn't know what. I didn't know where. I thought maybe you were going to sit on the plane and keep going up north. But I want to think, since it's been so long since you come here, what was your process like coming in from Toronto and getting closer with the anticipation? And then once you landed, what happened? Tell us the story.
I'm still trying to find the words to describe, because there's still much I need to do that I want to do before I leave on Friday. Because leaving a place you were born and then never returning, and so you always dream of being able to return in some capacity. So I kind of, it's not comparable, but I want to think that it must have been something like my dad must have felt when he was scooped up during the 60s and sent further south. Totally a different environment. Scooped up from his community. I believe he was scooped up in Moosonee and then shipped around Northern Ontario. So I almost felt like, I was like, I wonder if it felt something like that. To just leave and think that you're never going to be able to return. So I told my mom this recently, that through my entire adulthood, up until even recent, I would always dream of the memories that I still had of this place. That I knew that I was going to get back to at some point. But when was that going to happen? I'm not sure. But what would it feel like if I returned? Like when I finally made it, what would it be like? So I was preoccupied on the plane coming up, but I was just taking it all in. And I was like, okay, I'm going to process this at some point. But I knew that there's a couple places I wanted to visit. I wanted to visit the home that I originally grew up in, across from Monistic School. There's a townhouse there that I grew up right on the end, and there's a window on the one side. It was my little bedroom. So there was that place. I wanted to just see it. I wanted to go. I wanted to feel it. I wanted to see the school as well, because my mom was working there all the time. So I would, even just the winter, the environment, just being there all the time, just formative memories. I also wanted to visit the house that we moved to, again, down the street, across from Karen Nakachi's house on the little roundabout, Teacher Ridge Road. We'd moved there at some point to get a larger home when my siblings were starting to be born. So I wanted to visit that place. Haven't seen it yet. But then I also wanted to visit my late Gookum Mushum, Jean and Charlie Morrison, so their house on the main road. I saw it from a distance. I need to go see these places on foot before Friday. So I think I'm going to take some time one of these evenings to go and physically see them, because I need to not just process my feelings of return, I need to feel what I need to feel. Because I've been thinking about it for so long. I've been yearning to return home. And so I think at the moment, again, hard to find words to describe it, but I'm grateful. I'm grateful that I even have the opportunity, thanks to Vic, to be able to be here. Not just to give back, but to return to these locations that were so formative for me. Now, what is going to happen when I get there? I have no idea. As large as I am, I'm not immune to shedding a tear, so we'll see what happens, but hard to describe.
Wow, that's powerful stuff. We're going to get Bella ready. Bella's out in the hallway. She's going to be up in just a moment or so. But you have your community members over here that saw you grow up and are really impressed about the work you're doing now with the PhD candidate and coming back and leading the session today, being so passionate about our story. But is there anything you want to tell them? Many people saw you as a little boy growing up here. What do you want to tell them?
Oh boy, you've missed so much. No.
I'm awesome.
Or I've missed so much. I don't know. It depends how you look at it. I don't know. I didn't. It's hard to imagine because I was such a young boy. Like, what did people think of me back then? I would like to think that that everybody looks at a child in this community as having so much promise, having depending on how you look at it, maybe fewer opportunities than maybe our counterparts off reserve, and those maybe not having the ability to leave community also, because that in itself is both a blessing and a curse. But nonetheless, I would like to think that people are very proud of what I've been able to make of myself off reserve. Being able to also return and give back in some capacity, like this is just the beginning. So I would hope that I could lead by some kind of example, nonetheless.
Excellent. Before you go, got some rapid fire questions. You ready for this?
Sure.
Okay, we got some Bannock questions. This is the Bannock Hour.
Is it raisin Bannock?
Raisin or plain Bannock?
Raisin.
Raisin. Pepsi or Coke?
Ooh, Pepsi.
Baked Bannock or deep fried Bannock?
Ooh, baked.
Res dogs on leash or off leash?
Off leash, of course.
Driving on the res, seatbelt on or seatbelt off?
That's funny that you say that, because I reached for my seatbelt belt in Vic's truck and there was no seatbelt. So I was like, I forgot where I was. We don't do this here.
Show up late or not at all?
I'll show up late.
Bannock, or back to the Bannock, butter or jam?
Butter.
Plain or peanut butter?
Peanut butter.
Everybody, let's give it up one more time for Ryan Fleming. Ryan, stay right there. You want to check out this next performer. Everybody, she's from our beautiful community. She's a recent graduate heading out shortly for a music program somewhere in the world. Let's give it up for somebody who picked up music and now expresses that music as a form of identity. Let's have a warm welcome for Bella Chichu.
Hi everyone. I'm gonna do a quick mic test before I start, just because I want everything to sound right. Hi. It's been a while since I performed. I'm really excited. Mic test, mic test. Does that sound good? Like, even? Okay. A little higher, maybe. Thank you. Okay, so this first song I'm going to be singing is called Stick Season by Noah Kahan. I'm not sure how many people know it, but I like to play what I like to play, you know? So hopefully you'll enjoy it too. As you promised me that I was more than all the miles combined, you must have had yourself a change of heart like halfway through the drive, cause your voice trailed off exactly as you passed my exit sign. Kept on driving straight and left our future to the right. Now I am stuck between my anger and the blame that I can't face, and memories of something even smoking weed does not replace. And I am terrified of weather, cause I see you when it rains. The doc told me to travel, but there's COVID on the planes. And I love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. And it's half my fault, but I just like to play victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas, and I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes, and I'm split in half. That'll have to do. So I thought if I piled something good and all my bad, that I could cancel out the darkness I inherited from Dad. No, I am no longer funny, cause I miss the way you laugh. You You once called me forever, now you still can't call me back. And I love Vermont, but it's the season of sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. And it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. And I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now you're tired tracks and one pair of shoes, and I'm split in half. That'll have to do. Oh, that'll have to do. My other half was you. I hope this pain's just passing through, but I doubt it. And I love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. And it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. And I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now you're tired tracks and one pair of shoes, and I'm split in half. That'll have to do. Thank you. Did I mention I'm actually getting over a cold? So I'm actually really proud of myself for not like coughing mid song. So I think this next song I'm gonna play, this one's really popular, a lot of people know it. It's called Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd. I don't know how to play like the riff. I'm still learning that part, but I can do the rest of it, so here we go. Could I actually turn up my guitar a little bit more? Okay, yeah, I think that's good. So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from pain? Can you tell a green field from a cold steel rail, a smile from a veil? Do you think you can tell? And did they get you to trade your heroes for ghosts, hot ashes for trees, hot air for a cool breeze, cold comfort for change? And did you exchange a walk-on part in the war for a lead role in a cage? wish you were here. We're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old ground. Have we found the same old fears? Wish you were here.
All right, let's welcome Bella. Good job, Bella. Excellent. Community talent at its finest right there. Everybody, let's have a warm welcome for our next guest from Pitabec Nation, currently working with Anishinaabe Nations. Go for Andrew Solomon. What's up, Andrew? Sit down in the hot seat.
Interrogation time.
Andrew!
Yes.
That's the community. Everybody's here. Everybody's
What's
here. Andrew, tell us about home and tell us about family. Where do you come from? Tell us about your family.
I'm from Pitabec. It's called Fort Albany First Nation. And there's 9 of us, children. And there's 5 boys and 3 girls. And I'm the 6th boy there. So anyways, I grew up on the land. I was very young when I grew up. When I grew up, there's only me, my 2 younger siblings, my mom and dad on the land. I didn't know I had other siblings. They were already in residential school. So growing up, we would be there all year round, go back in the community, get supplies, and then head out again. That was my life at the beginning. What I saw my mom doing is making clothing out of a rabbit. I had a rabbit skin coat and a pants and a moccasins. And same thing with my siblings. That's how we were dressed. My dad, into his late 70s, he trapped and was on the land from freeze up until springtime. And in the springtime, he would go to spring hunt. We would go spring hunt and gather our birds. And then during the summer, my dad would be on working, housing, or wherever he would go. Prior to me being born, my dad they would do the traditional stuff in Albany. And in the summertime, they would make their way to Moosonee, and he would work at the ONR train station. And then when I was in high school, he came and visit, and he showed me where he worked in North Bay and what he did. And that was very interesting to see. Not knowing my father, he never tells about his history, not talk about it himself. And then when you're driving and he tells you something, and then you see the landmark that he built, and it's still there, I always look at it and say, hey, my dad built that. So the other thing is, when I was done high school, I moved here. And I was second family. I was raised by the Rickards, late Redford Rickard and Florence Rickard. That's where I was for almost 7 or 10 years. I stayed around here, and they showed me their way of life. So again, I was proud to see Redfern going trapping, same thing as my dad did, and he would go spring hunt, and he would take my son to do all that stuff. So he got a little bit taste of that, same as me. So that's who I am, what I grew up. But when you grow up, and I got introduced to my 3 siblings when I went to residential school. What I want to say about that is everybody talks about residential school as 100 years ago. For me, it was yesterday. It was yesterday I was inside there. And that's where I met my 3 older siblings. My other 3 other siblings are already in high school. So I never got to see them until later on when they come home for the summer. That's when I knew that I had other siblings.
Wow.
So when you talk about the impacts of the residential school, that's the impact I had, not knowing siblings, and later on finding out that I do have siblings. So, but today I'm grateful that they're still alive, and we do stuff. Spring hunting is fun. We go camping in the spring, and we just go out there. Not really hunt anymore, because we allow the other younger ones to go, and we're trying to carry on traditions as what we learned from. And some of my older sibling, Simeon, he knew where my dad trapped. So when I go home, he would take me sometimes caribou hunting and show me where my dad was. And you still see the markings where they stayed, where he lived, an old tent frame, and then another area where my granny and grandpa, where they stayed, and he showed me that. And you see where where they lived. And there's a trail also that he showed me from Quipscott River to Albany, and it comes out almost at Ghost River, and there's a trail there, and you can still see that. And those are the markings that I got to see and experience. And I know what he's talking about, right, when he talk about coming home. For me, is on the land, going home. And then when you see coming here, growing up here, I was introduced to politics. I was introduced to politics at the hospital, listening to Billy Catapacek, listening to late Frank Finson, listening to William Carey. They would be sitting in the cafeteria, and I just listened, and what they're going through. And that's when I got really introduced to politics. I got really interested in it and then what they're saying, because when I was younger, before going to high school, after we're done residential school, my mom, dad, uncles, that's all they talked about was politics. It was a house of commons at my own house. So that's who I am. Thanks.
Wow, it's so beautiful, because like whenever I go to Albany or Saskatchewan, I always go down to the river, and I go down the river to go visit my grandmother. And the last time I was there, I went down to just touch the water, and the water was running into my shoulder, or my elbow, and then down to the water. And I saw my grandmother in a boat, and there was 3 of them in a boat, and it was my peripheral vision, so I was looking up west, and I'd look this way, and she was gone, and I just kept touching the water, and every time I looked this way, I could see them over here, and it was such a beautiful spiritual moment for me to be on that historic river, We have an historic river too with the Musisibi, but the Albany River is something special because that's where my family was, and that's where my family was born, being our grandmother. And we talk about spending time on the land, but you actually lived on the land, right? Like for months on end. So from what year do you remember starting your journey on the land, and when did you start being more into the community? Like how many years did was that deep connection that you had living on the land?
So when I was young, I remember being there, very young. I'll say about 3 years from the beginning of my life. That's where I was. It's hard to, try to remember. What I remember from being on the land is going and hunting with my dad, sitting in a canoe and he's hunting beaver, shooting them with a .22, and they're collecting them and put them on a boat. And then when we get back, they start skinning them and put away the fur. And then what I liked about the beaver is when they smoked it, the taste of the beaver, it was different. The gamey part was gone. It was delicious. And that's what I grew up on. There's a hip bone there, there's a circle. I used to chew on that. That's all I remember, licking that meat off the bone. That's all I remember when I was young. The other thing is, my mom tried to keep us entertained during wintertime or in the summer. So they would make stuff up. So we would go sliding, but we didn't have the, strength to pull up the sleigh to take it up. So they had a string, and when the string stopped, they tied it to the bike. When the string stopped, and your sleigh just turns around, you kept going, toppling around. That's what I remember. And then you rush back up, and you pull that rope, trying to get back on the sleigh again. And those are the things that I remember. It was not. I remember gathering snow for the drinking water. I remember getting a little pot of getting water on the river and taking it back. I remember gathering a little twigs for fire starter. So we began early, being trained to be helpful and to be just to I use those today. Still have that ability to do things on my own, and that's because I started when I was young. It's like a child today. Child, you see, they start on their little apparatus or their thing, and by the time they're 5, they're able to do everything on it, and it's really simple for them. Same thing. For me, it was a survival of the land, and that's what I was taught.
Wow. When I first met you, you were living here, and I met you on the volleyball court. You think you're a good volleyball player. I don't know what you're louder at, smashing the ball or laughing when you hit it into the net. I'm not sure. But one thing I really enjoyed about you, and I continue to enjoy about you, is your beautiful spirit and your laughter and your love for life, and you carry that with you everywhere. I did not know where it came from until now. So I'm thankful for you. Thank you so much for sharing. I got some questions for you. You ready? Here we go.
Can I tell you something really quick?
Yeah, of course.
The reason why I was smiling hard, I was in high school and I had we got in trouble, but I'm not going to say what happened. But we had to do chores, cleaning, so in the boarding home, so we did. And I was in charge of the windows and just cleaning. So anyways, I was cleaning, getting upset. And I saw a fly, boom, boom, boom. And trying to get out, just saw it on the window. Stupid fly, getting mad, stupid fly. And it came back, boom, boom, boom. And I looked at it. Then I had a epiphany and said, that's me. That's me.
Power off.
Because what I thought of is, if I continue on with the negative activity I'm doing, that's going to be me. Never go anywhere. And the fly sees the outside. It's blue, beautiful. And they saw that and they said, and that's for me to, what do you call it? That's what's open for me. And that's what I did. What I did there is I forgave what happened to myself in residential school and said, okay, letting it go. And that's why I smile and I'm happier. And I did that in an early age. My dad and my mom, they did it in their 70s. And it was difficult to hear what their trauma was. But they told us how they forgive. And they didn't take how I was. So it was, for me, I thank the Creator, God, for showing me that. And also showing me, living the experience of what I heard from my parents when they shared what happened to them. So I'm really grateful for that, and that's why I smile a lot. Thanks.
Right on, man. Right on. All right, let's go. Raisin Bannock or plain Bannock?
Raisin.
Pepsi or Coke?
Neither.
Whoa.
Sorry,
Baked
Coke.
Bannock or deep fried?
Deep fried.
Res dogs, leash or off leash?
Leash. I run away from dogs, man.
On the res, seatbelt on or off?
Off.
Show up late or not at all?
Show up late.
Bannock with butter or jam?
Ooh.
Or lard? You're from Albany. Everybody, let's hear it for Andrew Solomon right there.
Thanks.
Thanks, brother. Awesome, man. Awesome. All right, let's go. Let's keep the party going, everybody. They hail from Moosonee. They're called the Moosonee Fiddles. They're going to go here and show us what they got. Everybody, they're just about to come out. Check out these beautiful people right here. Let's welcome them, everybody. Hands together. Let's go. Up next on the Bannock Hour, coming all the way from across the river. Let's have a very warm welcome once again for the Moosonee Fiddle Club. Holy shit.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. This is the MPS Fiddlers. So we are a group, we started about a year and a half ago, and we have a fiddle teacher that joins us every week for the first year. And then this year, we've kind of been off on our own, and they've been doing wonderful, amazing things. They all work so hard. They practice at home, and you can tell they really love what they're doing. So we're going to play 3 songs tonight. So we had Faded Love, and I think the next one we should do is Amazing Grace. All right. Hope you enjoy it.
Amazing Grace, I'll take it all. What?
You got any parents back there? Parents back there? What do you think? Pretty awesome, eh? Are you proud?
So what are we doing?
Well, we couldn't do this without the parents, so thank you so much for bringing your kids everywhere and supporting them and encouraging them at home as well. We're going to do You Are My Sunshine, so we're going to play through it twice, and then on the third time, we'd love you to join us and sing with us as we play.
I'm just doing
Encore. Okay, let's go.
We're going to do Boil 'em Cabbage. Okay. All right, we want to end on kind of a fun note. This song is called Boil 'em Cabbage. This is one of the first songs that they played. And a lot of these students, we started by playing on a wooden spoon. So the whole way to practice is you hold this spoon and you use the dowel, because there's a lot to learn when you're going to play the fiddle. So that's what we started with. If you notice, today they played 2 different bowings, regular bowing, then they did the jiggle bowing. And then in this song, you're also going to see what's called the chicken bow, okay? So we hope you enjoy our song, Boil 'em Cabbage.
MPS Fiddlers! Wow, how awesome is that? To the parents of the fiddlers, I just want to remind you about how much our community loves them. So come and spend time with us from time to time. Come shopping. We might not have good produce on this side, but our canned goods are pretty awesome. All right, so come on over, spend some more time with us, because we love your kids. So come and spend time over here with us from time to time, okay? One more time, everybody. MPS Fiddlers. We love them. That was a real treat, man. That was a real treat. Everybody, let's welcome our final guest this evening. I was told, how am I going to introduce you? So she says, just say I'm from a kid who's a PhD candidate from Debalem country. Everybody, let's go up for me up and teach you! Just a kid. Just a kid. Just a kid. Nice to see you. There you go. May I up and welcome home? It should. No, not now. Let's see if it's working. Keep testing it. Our mics clearly don't like my guests tonight.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. May I up and welcome home?
Wache, 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 wache.
Tell us what you've been up to, my friend. Tell everybody what you've been doing. You're doing some really cool stuff. Tell people what you're up to.
So what I'm up to, I'm out in Toronto. I'm at the University of Toronto. I'm at their graduate school, the Ontario Institute of Studies and Education. And I work in a lab. I'm a research fellow. I'm a graduate assistant. So I write papers, I read books, I publish papers, I co-write papers, I edit papers at this graduate school. And then in my lab, we host different events with different Indigenous authors. We bring them in to talk about their pieces and how their pieces connect to our ideas of imagining a future. Like, Indigenous literatures are ways of imagining another world, basically. A world where we have whatever we want, where we dream of what we want. So that's what I do.
So you're living down there now, essentially, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
How often do you come home?
I came home for Christmas, came home in the summer, and I'm home again. So trying to make it more frequent recently.
It's nice to fly home, huh?
Yeah, it was so fun with you, man.
And not paying for it, huh? Isn't it nice?
Don't say that.
Hey, I'm just wondering, like, growing up here, like, it's a pretty ace place, Double M country. There's something beautiful, something amazing about it. What do you miss about being here?
If I were to say, I really miss, okay, number one, there's multiple things, but first one is I miss going to the complex and Moose Factory and those Gookums who sell bread. That bread is so good. I miss that bread all the time. And you buy it and you take it home and you make like an egg over easy, and then you have that bread that the Gookums make from the complex. So good. That's what I miss, number one.
You are very passionate about that.
It's so good. You can't get it in the city. It's like, I don't know how they make it. It's
Let's
so
drop
tasty.
some names. Like, is there any Gookum who makes bread like you love, like the bread maker? Let's drop some names here. Let's make it real. Anybody? Or
It's nothing's coming to mind right now.
But you don't want to make anybody feel bad.
Well, if you know, you know. If you know who you are, you know who you are.
And you know what I love too is that when we come together, like at Christmas or whatever, or holidays, is when there's multiple vendors there.
Yes.
Right? And it's not, the vendors are one thing, but it's your cousins from the Chichu clan that are kind of kicking around and the energy that you have. But before I ask you about your clan and the beauty about your clan, keep going about what you miss about the community.
I think living in Toronto, it's really easy to feel like you're one person against the whole world. And when I'm at home, I don't feel that way. I like being able to go to the store and see people I know. I like going for a drive in my dad's truck, and like everyone does this to me from their steering wheel. And I like people knowing who my parents are. I like that. It makes me feel like I'm a safe person in the community, that I'm a trusted person, and it's just I don't have that in the city. It's scary, like I don't know, like it's just that I feel like no one looks out for me in the city. But here I know there's like neighborhood watch. Like I can't even go outside without someone being like texting my parents saying, I saw your kid today. You know what I mean? So it's just like a bit different.
Everybody's watching in a beautiful way.
Yeah,
right?
everyone's watching me, not in a creepy way, not in a Hollywood way, but just like they care about me. They know my dad, know my mom.
I absolutely love and adore your parents.
I know, who doesn't?
They're just like so awesome. Your Chichu family is quite the dynamic clan.
Yeah.
Tell me about some of the specific teachings that you've learned from your families and that you carry with you today.
I think both my parents really instilled for me a love for the land, and I didn't grow up going hunting. I mean, sometimes I'd go partridge hunting with my dad, but most of the time, my excursions out on the land would be in my dad's little boat, and just observing and like taking in nature, not necessarily looking for something, but just being quiet and listening to the land. And I didn't realize how much traditional knowledge I had the gift of learning from my dad until I had gone to the city, and I was in like all these different Indigenous studies courses at U of T, and they would always talk about this like traditional knowledge, Indigenous knowledge, and I didn't realize that like so much of what I just had naturalized around me growing up was that traditional knowledge. So I remember like one time I was out with my friend with his family, and we were out in the water, and I looked up at the sky and I saw the clouds, and the clouds were like stretched out. You know when they get like that, all stretched?
Yeah.
And I said to them, I was like, oh, we better swim now because water's going to get choppy by tonight. And they were like, oh, how do you know that? We're just traditional. And I was like, I thought everybody knew that. Like that's what my dad said. Like, but just that kind of like love for the land and protecting the land and really basing everything you do around that justice for the land. And then I think also just that I feel like my dad's a really strong role model, and I have the gift of having a very strong father figure who's a Cree man, who's a family man, who's politically conscious. Like I feel like that's like my biggest takeaway. Like I don't think I would be where I am in a doctorate program if it wasn't for my dad really instilling that political consciousness in me since I was a little kid. Like I remember, okay, this is crazy. He's gonna get mad at me for saying this, but I remember way back, I had a dentist appointment. It was just when me and my dad were living together. My mom was with my late sister in Toronto, and I had a toothache. I was just a little girl in kindergarten, must have been, and they had booked the appointment during the day, in the middle of the day. And I remember my dad driving me there, and he turns to me and he says, you know, they booked that appointment in the middle of the day because they think I don't have a job that I'm missing. I was like, whoa. I was just a little kid too, but like stuff like that really started that consciousness for me. And I think it really put me on that trajectory of like being able to recognize what it was to be racialized and how other institutions uphold that, even like as that kid. So I think that's like the biggest teachings I got from my family is the land and political consciousness.
Wow, and what I love about our territory is that it's relative. Like you can go on the land and just lay in your yard and lay on the grass. And that's spending time, well, okay, maybe not on the ditch for other reasons, but that's spending time on the land.
Yeah.
But what I love, and when I'm here, especially with Tanona, when we come back here, especially in the summertime, is we always go down to the river and we always go experience the tide go out or come back in. And I think about Stan and where Stan lives. Stan is right there where the water is, like 2-minute walk, you're down the bank. And where you live and where you grew up, same thing. You're like 36 seconds. You're like down the bank. Your connection to that water must be very special, huh?
Mm-hmm. Big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
Awesome, and I love it because what I love about it is that I used to spend so much time down there because we used to live in Moosonee. So we spent lots of time down at the base, and now that I'm a dad, and with my kids, I'm spending as much time with my kids down there, and it's so awesome to do it with a new generation. So I just can't help but think about when you talk about connection to land, whether it be going way up or just going down to the water, it's still connection.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent so much time on the river growing up. I didn't realize how much of a privilege that was and a gift that was to have that access to the land. It's funny seeing, I was showing one of my friends pictures of me when I was a kid, and I was like, yeah, I used to like do boat tours with my dad. We'd go out on the land all the time, and my friends are like, you used to be brown, eh? Because I was so tan in the summers. I'd be on the river all the time. Yeah, good times. Yeah, I love it, miss it.
So you are a PhD candidate. And there's big things happening. And our first guest, Ryan.
Oh, I'm not a candidate yet.
You're a PhD what?
Student.
You're a PhD student now.
Once I get to the candidate area, I'll let you know. You can update my bio after.
I'm going to come by. I'll buy you dinner. So big things are happening in your life. Tell us about what's going to be happening in the future with you. Tell us what the future looks like for you.
Like for school or for what?
For school, life, whatever.
For life.
Just tell us something. Paint a little picture for us, because people we remember you growing up here.
Really?
Yeah. So when you come back, it's like, oh yeah, I know your mom. Oh yeah, I remember this. I remember that. And people want to know what you're up to. So tell us what you're going to be doing.
I think I'm going to do my next year plan. I think I'll share if anyone's interested. I actually feel like I'm on like Jimmy Kimmel right now.
You're on a better show than him. So.
I'm on Bannock right now.
Our budget is very small here.
I think for my next my plan, I really want to finish my dissertation. I'm doing it on reconciliatory education and how schools on reserve, like elders, teachers, students in the school, define reconciliation education. And I think in the provincial school, there's a huge budget for that. But for some reason, things that we consider reconciliation, like that having elders in the school, having them reconcile with their relationship with school, having students reconcile with being an Indian in this world, and reconciling what it means to like be part of an institution like a school. For some reason, there's no money for that from Indigenous Services Canada. There's no money for on-the-land learning. You have to go to all these different proposal budgets. I don't understand why that is. So that's what my research looks into. What do we define as reconciliation education? And how come we're not getting funded for that? Why can't we make our own infrastructure? So that's what I'm really looking into right now. And I'm hoping to complete my dissertation, I don't know, in the next 3 years. But in the meantime, I do a lot of creative writing. And it hasn't been announced yet, but I recently won an Indigenous Writers Award at C Magazine. And it's going to be in museums. I'm really excited. And yeah, so that's going to come out soon. But that's what I do. I do a lot of writing now, like creative pieces and poetry. So I'm hoping that I can take my work that I do with my lab and my creative work and put more out there, you know?
An award-winning
Isn't that crazy?
writer. No, it isn't. That's pretty darn awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody, we open Chichu. Let's give it up one more time right there. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to thank all of our guests tonight. I want to thank Ryan Fleming, Bella Chichu, Andrew Solomon, MPS Fiddlers, and of course, my dear friend Marapa Chichu. All of you for joining us. Our treaty committee, Vic and the committee, our sound man, Stan, our folks on the AV as well. All of you for joining us, our ancestors who continue walking with us. And once again, I, you, me, we are all treaty people. Good night, everybody. My name is Stan Wesley. This has been the Bannock Hour and a Half. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hour and a half, he said.
That was awesome.
That was cool.
Yeah, good job, kiddo.
That was fun. Are you tired or what?
I'm exhausted. Oh, sorry.